Chapter 593. This. The soldier didn't know how to describe the marks. It was said to have been burned, but it didn't look like it was burned by fire. If it wasn't fire, then what was it? All right, why don't we go over and take a look? At this time, Lu Zhuofeng also stood up from his seat and said to Jian Shangtong, "That's right. Let's go." Jian Shangtong was stunned for a moment, then immediately agreed. He turned around and walked out the door. Lu Zhuofeng also followed him out, but the others stayed here and didn't leave. However, just as they walked downstairs and came out of the building, look over there. Suddenly, a woman screamed in horror among the people passing by outside. Everyone looked at the woman, only to see her looking at the government building's floor in horror. Everyone followed her line of sight and turned their heads, only to see a person dripping with blood hanging in the middle of the 4th and 5th floors. That is. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at the figure above. Hurry, get him down. Jian Shangtong and Lu Zhuofeng, who originally wanted to go to Lin Ruifeng's house, couldn't care less about the situation now. Because if they were not mistaken, the person who was hanging upstairs, dead or alive, was Long Yubai. After the bloody person was put down, everyone's face was full of disbelief. Because they weren't mistaken, it was really the leader here, Long Yubai. Long Yubai still had a look of disbelief on his face, but his body had already turned cold. A large amount of blood had also coagulated on his chest, where there was a bloody hole. There was also a bloody hole on the top of his head. Obviously, the level 7 energy crystal inside had been dug out. What the hell is going on? Jian Shangtong was a little flustered by such a big change, but he still forced himself to calm down. Because after seeing Long Yubai's corpse, he already had a premonition that the other missing people's situation wasn't very good. If those people had also become a few corpses in the end, then this Earth Dragon base would now have no leader and no 2 deputy leaders. It would definitely be chaos. Not good. Deputy leader, the captives from Netherworld King's base have all been released. At this time, someone suddenly rushed over to report to Jian Shangtong. What? How did it get released? Jian Shengyi was shocked. Although those captives were ordinary people, they had been locked up for so many months. The hatred in their hearts must have accumulated to the extent of madness. Now that they were released, they would definitely become madmen and attack the people of Ground Dragon in the base. Reporting. Deputy leader. The gate was completely destroyed. Now the zombies outside were rushing in through the gates. The guards at the entrance could not stop the zombies. There are too many of them. Suddenly, someone rushed over to report the situation of the base's gate. Hurry! Gather everyone. Summon all the arcanists there. Order the army to move out and control the situation at the gate first. Jian Shangtong quickly ordered the people around him to quickly gather people. I'll go take a look at the gate first. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng, who had been silent at the side, said. Then, he disappeared in a flash. Jian Shangtong already had an ominous premonition. Their leader was dead, and even 2 deputy leaders were missing. Without the suppression of the level 7, they had lost 2 level 6 deputy leaders. However, there were still other level 6 metahumans in this base. Obviously, this base was going to be chaotic. At this time, large and small gunshots and explosions gradually came from the distance, and it came from the area where the captives were being held. There were already troops there to suppress the escaping captives. Roar. Just here, on the top of the government building where Jian Shangtong was, there suddenly came a burst of zombie roars. The people below looked up and suddenly saw figures jumping down from the top of the building. Roar. These figures directly rushed down from the dozens of floors of the building, and instantly pounced on the people on the ground who had not yet reacted. But these people who were pounced on did not have a good ending, because the figures that pounced on them were not people but zombies. Poof, roar. These people who were pounced on all screamed because their bodies had been pierced by the zombies' claws, or their heads had been bitten to pieces. Bang. The soldiers and other paranormals around finally reacted and began to attack the zombies that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But when these zombies jumped down and pounced on the people, they immediately dodged. They quickly dodged, leaving a ground full of corpses and blood. It's a high-level zombie. Quickly chase. Jian Shangtong could not stay still at this time, and chased in the direction where a zombie escaped. At this time, the ordinary people were panicking and looking for a place to hide, and the officers with metahumans began to chase the high-level zombies. No one noticed that the corpses that were left behind were slowly getting up in a twisted posture. They slowly moved towards the surrounding panicking people. Lin Xiao stood on the top of the building and watched all of this. That's right, these high-level zombies were released from the space. Lu Tianyi stood behind her, looking down at the base that was in a mess. He turned his head to look at Lin Xiao in surprise, but he did not know what her motive was. Lin Xiao looked back at him and said, "I will not destroy their base, after all, there are hundreds of thousands of survivors and ordinary people here. But I will not let those who should be killed go. This is what they deserve." Lu Tianyi looked at the cold killing intent in Lin Xiao's eyes when she said these words, but he did not know who she was targeting. The people who should be killed were Long Yubai, Yi Hao, Lin Ruifeng, and the others? The leader and vice leader were killed by her so easily. But why was this so? These people didn't seem to have offended Lu Tianyi before. Lu Tianyi looked at her inexplicably. But he quickly thought of the group of people in the upper city, the survivors of Hades' base. If it was about revenge, it would definitely be to help them. But what was her relationship with them? Why would she do this for them? Building a base, organizing a zombie defense line to protect them, and now she was helping them to deal with the people of Earth Dragon Base. What was the purpose of this? Many inexplicable questions lingered in Lu Tianyi's mind. He looked at Lin Xiao, obviously wanting her to give him an answer. "Didn't I say that it's not time for you to know? Even if I tell you, you won't understand." Lin Xiao smiled at him. Of course, she had always known this kid's doubts, but she couldn't tell him now that she was no longer his annoying sister. Chapter 594. Chaotic screams, gunshots, and explosions gradually sounded around, and the whole base suddenly fell into chaos. Lin Xiao and Lu Tianyi stood on the roof of the government building of the Earth Dragon Base and watched the chaos around them. The zombies she released were level 3 or 4, and ordinary bullets couldn't kill them at all. Moreover, these zombies received Lin Xiao's order not to stay in one place for too long. It meant that they would appear for a while, scare people, and then slip away. But once these zombies appeared, they would definitely attack people and cause casualties. But soon after they retreated, the panic they caused continued to spread. Lin Xiao melted all the metal door panels on the gate, so the 4 gates were empty, and there was nothing to stop them. The zombies outside were all summoned by Lin Xiao overnight from afar, and the number was also very terrifying. Jian Shangtong quickly organized the paranormals and the army in the base to block the entrance of the zombies, and sent people to the base to search for the zombies released by Lin Xiao. On the other side, they also sent people to deal with the crazy captives who ran out. "Let's go, you've seen enough. Hide for a while, I still have something to do." Lin Xiao sniffed and then took Lu Tianyi into the space. Then she disappeared in a flash and jumped down from the building. Following the location of the captives, it didn't take long for them to arrive near a warehouse in the outer area. This was a large warehouse, originally used to hold the ordinary people sent from Pluto's base, most of whom were women. There were people as old as 40 and as young as 10. There were also some young men with delicate looks. But at this time, these people were holding guns and other weapons in their hands, scattered and hiding around the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, there was a fully armed army of the Earth Dragon Base, holding guns and attacking the people in the warehouse. The difference in firepower and force between the two sides was too big, and the captives suffered heavy casualties. But there were still many people who stubbornly held on, and everyone looked like they wanted to die together with the other side. Yes, they wanted to die together with the people of the Earth Dragon Base, because they knew that there was not much hope to escape from the base. But they had enough of being used as slaves and breeding tools for the past few months. After Lin Xiao arrived at the roof of the warehouse, she suddenly blew a loud whistle in the direction of the Earth Dragon Base. "What's that sound?" Hearing the inexplicable whistle, the people on both sides were puzzled. "It looks like a whistle? Who would whistle here?" "Yes, I heard it too. It really is a whistle." Inexplicably hearing the whistle, everyone was at a loss. But soon, they found out what the whistle had attracted. Level 3 or 4 zombies suddenly appeared one after another, and then began to attack the soldiers of the Earth Dragon Base. "It's a high-level zombie. Quick, quick. Pay attention." Seeing these zombies, the captains of the Earth Dragon Base's army immediately shouted, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Of course, level 4 zombies wouldn't stay too long because they had abilities. Therefore, the zombies that caught them were all level 3 zombies. They were quick and agile, retreating after a single strike. The Earth Dragon base's bullets didn't even reach the position of these zombies, and the zombies had already successfully retreated. Moreover, it wasn't just one or two of them, but dozens of them scattered and attacked the soldiers of the Earth Dragon base. What's going on? They seem to have been attacked. Are they high-level zombies? The captives on the side of the warehouse were also puzzled as they observed the situation outside. After discovering this, they were very surprised. It seems like it. After observing for a while, someone replied with uncertainty. Because they didn't have binoculars in their hands, they actually couldn't see the situation clearly. But listening to the messy gunshots outside and the zombies' roars, they could roughly guess. Don't be idle. While the enemy's firepower is shifting, let's rush out first. Someone immediately shouted. Yes. It's now, quick. Everyone seized this opportunity. While covering the evacuation of the warehouse with firepower, they carefully observed the enemy's situation. When Lin Qiao was looking at the situation below, her expression suddenly changed. She turned around and then dodged to the side. A sharp wind blade fell from the sky, puff puff puff, and penetrated the place where she was just standing. Because the warehouse was covered with iron sheets, those wind blades easily penetrated it. I was wondering why there was so much trouble suddenly. Someone must be playing tricks. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng appeared on the roof of a tall building, looking down at Lin Qiao's. Lin Qiao didn't say anything, she just coldly looked up at him. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng looked left and right, his eyes flashing with confusion. He turned his head to stare at Lin Qiao and said, "You must have quite a number of accomplices, right? To be able to kill Long Yubai. Then the deputy leaders Lin Ruifeng and Yi Hao must be dead as well. I wonder where you guys led He Mu to?" Lin Qiao coldly smiled and said, "Why don't you guess?" Lu Zhuofeng said indifferently, "He Mu's strength isn't like Long Yubai's water element weakling. He's a metal element. If you want to kill him silently, even a level 8 ability user would need to put up a fight. It's impossible that he didn't leave any traces. Unless you use something to lure him away, maybe to lure him out of the base. Am I right?" Lin Qiao nodded. "Yes, he's a level 7 metal element user. It won't be that easy to kill him." She didn't refute Lu Zhuofeng's words, because he wasn't wrong. Although He Mu was a fatty, he was a metal-type metahuman. Moreover, he was a level 7, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. If it was someone else, He Mu would definitely be able to detect them before they even made a move. But that was only limited to other people. Lin Qiao was a dual-element zombie with space and fire poison. That was considered a special case. So in special cases, of course, they couldn't split them up according to common sense. Lu Zhuofeng wasn't wrong. It was just that he hadn't guessed Lin Qiao's identity and strength yet. But this made him suspect that she had an accomplice or something. Then let him guess. In any case, it would only be beneficial to her. It won't be easy to kill He Mu, but it won't be difficult for me to kill you. At this time, Lu Zhuofeng suddenly waved his hand in Lin Qiao's direction. Immediately, a hurricane came out of nowhere and blew towards Lin Qiao. Of course, the hurricane wasn't just wind. There were also countless wind blades. Lin Qiao immediately ran back, and when the wind blades were in front of him, he quickly somersaulted down from the roof. Whoosh, puff puff puff, the hurricane whistled down and countless wind blades cut off half of the iron roof. Chapter 595. N. Lu Zhuofeng saw that the other party had dodged his attack and immediately flew down. However, he realized that he had lost track of the other party. She dodged so quickly? He stood on the roof of the broken warehouse and looked at the place where Lin Qiao had just jumped down. Then, he looked around. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Lu Zhuofeng's body flashed as he quickly left the spot and appeared in mid-air. He turned around and looked at the place where he had been just now. He didn't know when Lin Qiao had appeared there. At this moment, she was holding her palm and smiling at him strangely. Seeing the black flame in her palm, Lu Zhuofeng's whole body froze. This is... Lin Qiao smiled at him and said, "Why? Do you find it familiar? Do you want to feel it? It might make you more familiar." When she said the last word, she suddenly clenched her hand and flung it at Lu Zhuofeng. Lu Zhuofeng only saw a wisp of black suddenly shooting at him and panicked. But as a leader, he only panicked for a moment. He immediately reacted and raised his palm to raise a wind wall. Bang! The small wisp of flame met the wind wall and expanded rapidly. It expanded rapidly and actually penetrated through the wind wall. In fact, it even expanded along with Lu Zhuofeng's wind power. Soon, it grew into a black wall of fire. Then, it waved its fire claws and pounced at Lu Zhuofeng. Seeing this black flame, Lu Zhuofeng felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. Now, he saw that the flame was growing with the wind and it was growing stronger and stronger. He subconsciously retreated far away and then looked at Lin Qiao's figure again. She disappeared again. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Qiao's figure had disappeared. Lu Zhuofeng's vigilance increased by another level. Then, he saw that the black flame in front of him suddenly rose and began to disperse into bunches. Lu Zhuofeng knew that the other party's ability was simply restraining his ability. Before he could react, he saw the scattered fire snakes suddenly shooting at him at this time. He hurriedly dodged, but he suddenly felt something strange behind him. Lu Zhuofeng immediately stopped dodging and then abruptly moved to the side. Fortunately, he was a wind element, so it wasn't difficult to move in the air. As he turned sideways, a black fire snake flashed behind him. What? Are you afraid? Are you afraid that the flame will touch you and turn you into ashes? At this time, Lin Qiao's voice came from the other side of the roof. At this moment, Lu Zhuofeng waved his hand, and a strong hurricane blew away the black fire snake beside him. Only then did he move away from his original position. Who the hell are you? Do you think that I will treat you as the woman who has already self-destructed? She died without a complete corpse. It's impossible for you to impersonate her. Do you think I'm stupid? Lu Zhuofeng shouted at Lin Qiao. From his point of view, even if Lin Qiao was using the poison flame, he would not be able to withstand it. However, he didn't treat her as the previous leader of the Netherworld Kings, Netherflame, because that woman had self-destructed, so it was impossible for her to be alive. Therefore, he felt that the woman in front of him had only awakened the same superpower as the Hellfire. She was underestimating him if she wanted to scare him with this. Lin Qiao looked at him in amusement. She didn't know if this man was smart or stupid. Just like He Mu and Long Yubai last night, they basically believed who she was at first sight. However, Lu Zhuofeng didn't believe that she was still alive. He firmly believed that he, who had self-destructed, was dead. There was nothing wrong with that. She was dead. She was really dead. There was no doubt about that. Therefore, even Lin Qiao didn't believe that she had suddenly woken up from another body. Let alone others. Looking at the other party's attitude, it was obvious that he was smart. This was because he wasn't scared, but just a little surprised. Whether you believe it or not depends on what you do next. Lin Qiao suddenly stretched out her hands in his direction and then waved them. Very quickly, the black snakes rushed towards Lu Zhuofeng. Moreover, they were quickly dividing into many clones, and the number was increasing. Then they rushed towards Lu Zhuofeng in a group, but were blown away by the hurricane that Lu Zhuofeng waved. At this moment, Lin Qiao suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Ha! Lu Zhuofeng, who had been paying attention to her position, suddenly noticed that Lin Qiao's figure had disappeared while he was dealing with the surrounding fire snakes. Lu Zhuofeng's heart tightened, thinking that the other party might have some tricks up her sleeves. He was immediately on full alert, in case Lin Qiao suddenly launched a sneak attack from somewhere. The number of fire snakes continued to divide, and it didn't seem to be decreasing at all. Moreover, it increased a lot because of Lu Zhuofeng's hurricane. At this time, Lin Qiao had actually retreated and left in a faraway direction. It wasn't that she didn't want to kill the other party, but Lu Zhuofeng was a level 8 wind elemental. The other party's ability was already a level higher, and he could fly in the sky. Her attacks could only be on the ground or in close combat. Against those who flew in the sky, her long-range attacks were only of the fire elemental. However, when the other party's wind elemental condensed together, the poison fire ability that she controlled to fly in the sky would be much less effective. Perhaps there would be a huge battle with the other party, and in the end it would take a lot of time. Lin Qiao didn't want to waste this time with the other party. If she couldn't succeed this time, then she would find another opportunity. At this time, the battle on the ground had also entered a more chaotic stage. The captives all fled away. This time, they didn't continue to crazily rush around, but began to act in an organized and premeditated manner. In addition, with the interference of Lin Qiao's zombie group, the attention of the Earth Dragon Base's army was distracted, and they smoothly slipped out. But when they began to gather near the base's wall gate, they were surprised by the situation in front of them. Because they saw from afar that the gate had been attacked by the zombie group, the Earth Dragon Base's army was concentrating their firepower on the zombie group. However, the number of zombies was too large, and their attacks didn't have any effect. At most, they could stop the zombie group from coming in, but they couldn't force them to retreat. In the open space in front of the gate, countless zombie corpses were piled up, and most of the zombies surrounded the human corpses and fought for food. But there were more and more zombies coming in from the gate. All the metahumans wielded all kinds of ability attacks: metal, wood, water, fire, earth and so on, wantonly killing these ordinary zombies. Because they were all ordinary zombies, it wasn't difficult for the metahumans to kill them. The only problem was the number. Chapter 596. Just at this moment, a whistle suddenly sounded. All the zombies stopped in their tracks and remained motionless. The people in the base attacked and killed them, and soon a large number of zombies fell down. What's going on? Suddenly seeing that all the zombies were motionless, the people of the Earth Dragon Base were also stunned. All of them blankly looked at the zombies that were crazily rushing in, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, but now suddenly stopped moving. I don't know. Don't just stand there. Now is a good opportunity. Continue to attack. Yes. Attack. Attack. The zombies stopped, but the people in the Earth Dragon Base didn't stop. They took advantage of the zombies' lack of reaction to increase their firepower and force. But there seemed to be a whistle just now. Who cares? Some people noticed the whistle, but soon they concentrated on attacking the zombies. At this time, another whistle sounded. Hey, it's coming again. No. You see, the zombies are retreating. It seems like it. After the second whistle sounded, the zombies began to turn around and retreated toward the gate of the base. This made the people in the Earth Dragon Base dumbfounded. What happened to these zombies? What the hell happened? They retreated on their own. This was not scientific. It can't be the whistle just now, right? I noticed that when the first whistle sounded, these zombies stopped moving. After the second whistle, they began to turn around and retreat. Is it a high-level intelligent zombie? Someone said with uncertainty. It was obvious that something was controlling these zombies. Needless to say, it must be a high-level zombie to be able to control ordinary zombies. The high level that these people talked about was not the same concept as the high-level ones. This was because they were talking about level 3, 4 and 5 zombies, while high-level referred to level 6 or 7 zombie kings. You mean there are king zombies outside? Someone suddenly thought of this possibility. Controlling so many, it must be a king. But is it level 1 or level 2, this? Can a level 1 king control this number of ordinary zombies? This number. It seems unlikely. Is it a level 2 king? Thinking of this possibility, everyone was shocked, and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. Because if it was a level 2 zombie, then it would be terrifying. Quick, go check out the situation of the other gates. Hurry up and report to me. Jian Shangtong also thought of this possibility, but he was more worried about the current situation of the 4 gates. He couldn't help but hope that the zombies in front of him would retreat. The zombies in other places have not retreated. If that was the case, it would mean that the level 2 king zombie only existed here, and no other places would have it. Thinking about it, if all 4 gates were guarded by a level 2 king, it was obvious that these ordinary zombies would not be the biggest threat to them. Soon, a subordinate came to report. Reporting, Deputy Leader. The zombies at the other gates also retreated. Moreover, they retreated at the same time as the people here a few minutes ago. Obviously, Jian Shangtong didn't get the information he wanted. What? Not good. If that's the case, then we'll be in deep trouble. Jian Shangtong panicked a little. This was because he had already imagined that the destruction of the gate was only the first move of these second-rank kings. There might be even more terrifying tricks up their sleeves. However, after waiting for a few hours, Jian Shangtong didn't see any abnormalities in the second wave of zombies. This made Jian Shangtong feel more and more pressured, and even the slightest movement could make him explode. Fortunately, there was still a level 8 metahuman in the base, and this made Jian Shangtong slightly relieved. Don't be so worried. Level 2 king zombies. How can there be so many? They aren't cabbages that can be found anywhere. Level 1 kings are already very rare, let alone level 2 kings. You're thinking too much. This might just be some special zombie king's trick. However, Lu Zhuofeng didn't care about his worries and said. Hearing this, Jian Shangtong suddenly became clear-headed. Yes, Lu Zhuofeng was right. It was very difficult for zombies to level up, and the number of level 1 kings was already very small. Not to mention level 2 kings. Even if Long Yubai said that there was one in uptown Hangzhou, and there might be one in the old Pluto King's base, there was no actual evidence. At least, no one would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Therefore, Lu Zhuofeng's words immediately made Jian Shangtong feel relieved. However, Long Yubai's corpse and the disappearance of Lin Ruifeng, Yi Hao, and He Mu made him unhappy. This was because the base was going to face even greater difficulties. It was how to protect this base. Because the gate had been broken, the zombies outside could attack at any time. Moreover, there were many high-level zombies wreaking havoc in the base, causing a lot of losses and casualties. As for those captives, they were no longer in Jian Shangtong's consideration. If they escaped, then so be it. Anyway, those were some weak women and some men without any combat value. Even if these people escaped the base, there weren't many who could survive, so Jian Shangtong didn't care about them. It was good that they could escape. This was also an opportunity for them. So now, Jian Shangtong had to quickly send people to block the gate, appease the people in the base, and calculate the losses and casualties, and so on. The most important thing was that the internal strife in the base might start. Moreover, there was someone else's leader watching here. If things went wrong, the base might be eaten by them in one bite. On the other side, Lin Qiao had already retreated with the zombie horde. Lu Zhuofeng's analysis for Jian Shangtong was right. How could there be so many level 2 kings? She was clearly the only one, but her control method could be spread throughout the entire Earth Dragon base. That whistle could be heard several kilometers away before disappearing. Moreover, she didn't intend to launch a second wave of attacks, because her goal had been achieved. Killing the leaders Long Yubai and He Mu, as well as the deputy leaders Lin Ruifeng and Yi Hao, had already made the Earth Dragon base chaotic enough. She didn't have the same thoughts as Long Yubai, who didn't even spare the ordinary people. Her enemies were only at the leader level. Therefore, when Lin Qiao retreated, she directly retreated 10 kilometers away with the zombie army. Then she entered the space. Under the curious gazes of Lu Tianyi and the intelligent zombies, she wrapped herself in the black fog and went into the lake. Because she wanted to absorb energy for little man. Chapter 597. After going down to the bottom of the lake, Lin Qiao took He Mu's energy crystal and put it on her lower abdomen. As soon as the energy of the crystal touched her skin, it quickly went into her stomach. The energy wasn't transferred much, it was transferred little by little. Lin Qiao felt that little man was absorbing the energy. However, Lin Qiao did not know how much she had grown up. From that incident until now, it seemed like only a month had passed. In a blink of an eye, it was December, and the weather was very cold. But Lin Qiao didn't feel anything because of the cold weather. On the land in the space, Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Qiao blankly. He didn't know what Lin Qiao was doing. He suddenly looked back and saw a young zombie squatting in the vegetable field catching insects. That's right, the plants in this space started to have insects. And they grew fast, fat and strong. The vegetables that hadn't been picked for a few days also grew a lot of leaves. But some of them had been eaten by the insects. Although not much, they made the vegetables ugly. These 2 days, Lu Tianyi had nothing to do, so he squatted in the field to catch insects. Maybe seeing him catching insects, the young zombie also started to catch insects. But Lu Tianyi saw the meatworm he caught, twisting it in his hand, and then he threw it into his mouth. He ate it. Lu Tianyi's mouth twitched. This guy actually liked to eat insects. What kind of zombie was this? The young zombie was warned by Lin Qiao 2 days ago, and now he was much more well-behaved. But he still liked to follow behind Lu Tianyi and make trouble, such as hiding the water ladle he used to water the plants, or hiding the hoe Lu Tianyi used to loosen the soil in the grass. Every time he saw Lu Tianyi looking around, he was happy. The young zombie who was looking for insects to eat caught another one. When he was about to put it in his mouth, he suddenly found that Lu Tianyi was looking at him. The guy glanced at the insect in his hand, and then quickly stuffed it into his mouth. After stuffing it, he stared at Lu Tianyi, as if he was afraid that Lu Tianyi would steal his insect to eat. Lu Tianyi's face was confused. Fuck. Who wants to steal your insect to eat? In the end, he suddenly saw this guy proudly baring his teeth at him, and there was even a suspicious trace of green on those teeth. Lu Tianyi silently turned his head away. I feel like vomiting. The world of zombies is so hard to understand. He looked around. The space was a little empty now. Because the high-level zombies that Lin Qiao had released had not returned, the space suddenly became much quieter. After staying for a few days, Lu Tianyi, who had almost gotten used to staying in the same space with these zombies, felt a little uncomfortable. Just when he felt that it was a little quiet, he heard a howl coming from the forest. Then, he saw a huge black snake as thick as a man's waist chasing after him angrily. It also rushed into the bushes. Lu Tianyi was speechless as he looked at this duo. They fought and fought every day, chasing each other from the woods to the bushes, or from the bushes to the woods. However, these two seemed to have never come close to the small building. They were only active in the forest. The zombie dog was the same. The others didn't come here. He looked back and saw a chubby little tiger lying on the door of the small building. After Lu Tianyi gave it crab meat that day, the little guy immediately became a lot more obedient. But it seemed to be hungry again. It had already been 2 days since it ate anything. But there was nothing it could do even if it was hungry. He didn't have any meat for it to eat. They had to wait for the big zombie sister to come out of the lake and bring them out to eat. As if feeling Lu Tianyi's gaze, the listless little tiger raised its head and looked over. Ao ao ao. As if they had heard the little tiger's cry, the two tigers that were chasing each other in the bushes suddenly stopped. They simultaneously raised their heads and looked over from afar. These two seemed to have noticed this little kid recently, but because of Lin Qiao's order to not get close to the small building, they could only watch from afar. Suddenly being stared at by the zombie dog and the giant snake, the little tiger's hair stood on end. Then, it turned around and hid in the house. Because of the giant snake's cold eyes, there was a sense of hunting. So it immediately alerted the little guy. When it saw that the other party seemed to be too strong, it immediately ran to hide. Seeing that the little tiger hid, the two watched for a while before giving up and continuing to stare. The giant snake suddenly turned its head and rushed towards the zombie dog. Ao woo! The zombie dog also quickly reacted and barked in dissatisfaction. Obviously, it was unhappy with the giant snake's sudden attack. The giant snake didn't care so much and rushed over when it saw the opportunity. In the end, it found that the zombie dog ran very fast. In the blink of an eye, it didn't know where it had jumped, so the giant snake had to follow its movements. It couldn't be helped. The zombie dog didn't have any temperature, and the snake relied on its temperature to observe its prey. So the zombie dog didn't have any temperature, which troubled the giant snake. Lin Qiao, who was in the water, absorbed the remaining energy from the crystal core after Little Man stopped absorbing the energy. This time, Little Man absorbed a little more energy. She absorbed 40% of the energy from a level 7 energy crystal core. Lin Qiao could only absorb the remaining 60% into her body. However, this 60% of level 7 energy didn't have any effect on Lin Qiao. As for Little Man, after absorbing all the energy, she fell asleep again. Lin Qiao moved and swam towards the surface of the lake like a fish. Then she popped her head out of the water. As soon as she popped her head out, the few on land immediately sensed her movements. All of them stopped what they were doing and looked over. Then they saw a head swimming towards the shore. When Lu Tianyi saw that she was going to go ashore, he immediately turned his head back. When he turned back, he saw the intelligent zombie staring at Lin Qiao with a pair of big black eyes. He suddenly reached out and blocked the intelligent zombie's head. What are you looking at? I'm not wearing any clothes. Although Lu Tianyi knew that even if Lin Qiao didn't wear any clothes, she would definitely use the black fog to cover herself. But obviously, the intelligent zombie's action wasn't about whether it would see Lin Qiao's body, but it was an impolite behavior. Talking about manners with a zombie? It seemed a little strange. Did something strange sneak in? Lu Tianyi had a strange expression. This wasn't for others, but for himself. The intelligent zombie that was blocked by him looked at Lu Tianyi with a blank face. He didn't understand why he didn't let him see. Why? Of course, Lu Tianyi knew what he was thinking from the other's expression, but how could he explain it? Chapter 598. After Lin Qiao went ashore, she walked to the pile of clothes that she had taken off. The black mist on her body immediately expanded, then separated from her body, but did not dissipate. She bent down to pick up the clothes, ignoring the water stains on her body, and just put them on. After putting on the clothes, she then dissipated the black mist. You two seem to have a good relationship now. After Lin Qiao walked over, she saw Lu Tianyi and the intelligent zombie staring at each other, so she said with a smile. When Lu Tianyi heard this, he immediately turned to look at her, and then shook his head in protest. Lin Qiao looked at him, then looked at the intelligent zombie, and suddenly said to Lu Tianyi, actually, he is a bit smart, but he is quite timid. I only scared him a little and he's already scared to death. Haha, roar dash. When the young zombie heard Lin Qiao's words, he immediately became angry. Why did she have to scare him for no reason? It's time to go back, I will go find those guys. Lin Qiao said at this time, and then disappeared in a flash. The two of them looked at each other. The intelligent zombie suddenly bared its teeth at Lu Tianyi, and made a strange sound from its throat. Lu Tianyi looked at the suspicious green, silently turned his head, and then walked away. After Lin Qiao came out of the space, she appeared in a large group of zombies. Because before she went in, she controlled the zombies here, and did not let them disperse. She put her finger in her mouth, and then blew hard. A loud whistle was blown by her, and after a full 10 seconds, she put down her hand. Roar dash, roar dash roar. Roar dash. Countless zombies immediately roared. Then, they saw one after another jump out, and then gathered towards Lin Qiao. After a while, more than 20 level 4 zombies and 50 level 3 zombies stood in front of Lin Qiao in a row. Lin Qiao looked at these zombies, and then began to shout. Didn't I tell you to find water to wash your hands and face? Don't you know how to wipe your mouth after eating? Didn't I tell you that you can't eat people? Looking at these zombies, their mouths and jaws were all stained with blood, and their hands and claws were also dirty blood. Lin Qiao immediately scolded. When she let them out, she had ordered them not to eat human flesh, but they could kill them. But he couldn't eat it. However, she also knew that it was impossible for these zombies to let go of the delicious food in their hands. That was why she told him to wipe his mouth after eating and not let her see. Obviously, these guys didn't do as she said. Not only did he eat it, but he also ate until his face and mouth were covered in blood, and he was dirty for her to see. Lin Qiao turned around helplessly. After a while, he appeared outside with a bucket of water. This was because her group of mutant zombies did not bring out the water-type zombies, but left the water-type zombies at Upper City. Therefore, she could only use a bucket of lake water to wash the zombies. To others, this was simply a waste. To the zombies, it was even more wasteful. Because they all wished they could drink the water into their stomachs, but now they were actually using it to wash their hands. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and wash. Do you need me to teach you? Lin Qiao shouted at the zombies and continued. You are not allowed to drink the water that has been washed. Do you know? Before I come back, all of you come and wash. I will kill those who haven't washed. As soon as she finished speaking, zombies quickly came over and reached into the bucket to wash their hands. If this scene was seen by others, their jaws would probably drop. Because Lin Qiao had previously trained these zombies on how to wash themselves, how to take off their clothes, and how to wear clothes. These zombies were all wearing clean clothes, which Lin Qiao had spent a lot of effort to find for them, finding clothes that were suitable for them. Therefore she kept telling these guys not to dirty their clothes, or else she would kill them as well. Although these zombies did not do as she said, it was not without effect. At least he listened to her words and started to care about the clothes he was wearing. Level 3 zombies were slower to understand, and level 4 zombies understood a little faster. Therefore, these level 4 zombies were clean except for their claws and mouths, which were covered in blood. Only those level 3 zombies had bloodstains on their chests and sleeves. After Lin Qiao left, these zombies obediently went to the bucket to wash their hands. Of course, the first to wash were the level 4 zombies. Because of the level suppression, the level 3 zombies could only silently stand aside and wait for these level 4 zombies to finish washing. After Lin Qiao finished speaking, she withdrew from the circle and said to the zombies, "Line up, line up. Don't push." After saying that, seeing that these zombies were no longer pushing, she turned and left. The direction she went was towards the Earth Dragon base. Soon, Lin Qiao once again arrived outside the wall of the Earth Dragon base. Seeing that the gate was blocked by metal or wood ability users, Lin Qiao sneered. When she climbed up the wall like Spider-Man, she felt the atmosphere inside the base. The smell of the war had slowly dissipated, but many of the buildings at the gate had been damaged and had not begun to be repaired. Lin Qiao sniffed and found that many people in the base had gathered at the location of the government building in the inner area. Whether ordinary people or ability users, 90% of the people had gathered there at this time. It seemed like there was a show to watch. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed and she immediately jumped off the wall and landed on the ground. Then, she quickly trotted forward and lightly jumped onto the half-collapsed house in front of her. Then, she continued to jump. In a flash, she had reached the top of a building. Then, her figure continued to flash forward. At this time, in the government building, the people were divided into several groups and were facing each other. Lin Qiao stood on the top of the building and looked around. She found that Lu Zhuofeng was also below. In addition to him, there were 3 level 6 ability users. One of them was, of course, the deputy leader level Jian Shangtong. The person standing next to Lu Zhuofeng was not Jian Shangtong. It was another level 6 ability user, but this person was not the deputy leader level. Although he was not, Lin Qiao also knew this person. This person's position in the base was the weapons management officer, managing the weapons and equipment of the entire base. This person was called Lan Qijie, a level 6 metal ability user. However, at this time, Lan Qijie's position was a bit unusual because he stood opposite Jian Shangtong and Lu Zhuofeng stood behind Lan Qijie. In addition to Jian Shangtong and Lan Qijie, there was another group of people. The leader was also a level 6 ability user. This ability user was the leader of an independent corpse hunting group. Behind Long Yubai's back, he secretly trained tens of thousands of members, but on the surface, Long Yubai only knew that there were only 3,000 people. Chapter 599. His name was Xia Yushan, a 6th level natural wood adept. Now that Long Yubai was dead, the base was in chaos. Thus, all of his subordinates floated out of the water and gathered together at this moment. In the empty square in front of the government building, 3 groups stood in 3 different directions. Jian Shangtong, don't be so stubborn. If we give this base to Hidden Cloud City, we might be able to continue developing. Otherwise, we'll all be in big trouble. As you can see, Long Yubai is dead. We don't know where Lin Ruifeng and Yi Hao are, but they might be in trouble. If this goes on, we'll only have 3 6th level adepts. We won't be a match for either Hidden Cloud City or Skyfire Base. Lan Qijie shouted at Jian Shangtong. Lan Qijie, you traitor, shut up. Before Jian Shangtong could say anything, Xia Yushan had already shouted angrily at him. Xia Yushan's 10,000 men weren't many, but they were all adepts. However, most of them were ability users. Although their strength was half of Jian Shangtong's, it was still an armed team that couldn't be ignored. Lan Qijie, since you're already with Hidden Cloud City, don't waste any more words. We won't hand over the base to another base. If you have the guts, wipe us out, just like you did to Hades' base. Otherwise, don't expect us to submit. Jian Shangtong looked at Lan Qijie coldly. All 3 parties were armed to the teeth, and the guns in their hands were aimed at each other. Although Xia Yushan's group was an independent corpse hunter group, they were currently standing on the same side as Jian Sheng. They wouldn't agree to hand over the base to Hidden Cloud City as a subsidiary. TCH, I've already discussed this with your leader, Long Yubai. If he's fine, he'll probably hand over the base to us soon. I think you should stop resisting. That's not good for everyone, is it? Lu Zhuofeng stepped forward and spoke to Jian Shangtong. Though he said that, it wasn't the case. Lu Zhuofeng just wanted to mess with Jian Shangtong's thoughts, to test his bottom line. Even if Long Yubai promised you, it doesn't mean we all agree. Besides, he didn't explain anything to us. Without our agreement, there's no way he would let you have the base. So don't insult our intelligence. Jian Shengtong replied coldly. By everyone, he meant that this decision could not be made by Long Yubai alone. Of course, it also required the consent of all the cadres and managers in the base. You really refuse a toast and want to drink a forfeit. With only 200 to 300,000 people left, what ability do you have to continue guarding this base? Lu Zhuofeng sneered. The Earth Dragon base originally had 400 to 500,000 people, but after the battle with the Netherworld King's base, they had lost nearly 100,000 people. As a result, the remaining 300,000 soldiers, aside from all of Hades' supplies and captives, had they not been given to Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire base, Earth Dragon would have won. However, Long Yubai wasn't interested in this aspect. He only cared about destroying the Netherworld King's base. He didn't care about anything else. He already knew of Hidden Cloud City's hidden agenda, but at that time, Hidden Cloud City was not that strong. With Skyfire base holding them back, Long Yubai didn't think Hidden Cloud City would make a move so soon. He still had time to work with Skyfire base and keep Hidden Cloud City busy. What he didn't expect, however, was for Hidden Cloud City to produce an 8th level adept so quickly. The balance between the three sides was broken. Lan Qijie didn't have many people on his side, only a few thousand. They weren't strong enough, so they weren't a match for Jian Shengtong and Xia Yushin. But he had Lu Zhuofeng behind him. He was an 8th level adept. With a wave of his hand, he could wipe out a whole bunch of his enemies. Even so, Jian Shengtong and Xia Yushin weren't willing to submit. Lin Qiao watched the commotion for a while, then decided to ignore them. She had something she needed to do first. Once she was done, she'd come back and see what they were up to. She stood on the roof, sniffing left and right. Finally, she discovered that the granary was divided into 3 directions. That's right, what she needed to do now was steal the food. Lin Qiao had known there were 3 granaries, but she hadn't been able to find out where they were. Now that she'd sniffed with her zombie nose, she knew exactly where they were. Lin Qiao leapt in one of the directions, and a few minutes later she found herself in front of a building. There wasn't anything special about the building. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary factory building, but it was heavily guarded. However, it was heavily guarded, and there was a sign outside the door that said, "Important base, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach." Lin Qiao landed in the inner square of the building, and looked around at the distribution of military forces. It was dense, and there were many adepts guarding the place. Such an important place couldn't be left without adepts. But when Lin Qiao arrived, no one noticed her presence, be it ordinary soldiers or adepts. Lin Qiao sniffed the air around her, and found the smell of food coming from the first floor. There was nothing on the second and third floors. She made her way to the warehouse on the first floor. The door was guarded by soldiers with guns. The door was also modified with metal, and there was a very complicated fingerprint electronic lock. Lin Qiao walked around the warehouse, and found that there wasn't even a window on the first floor. There were quite a few vents. She looked around, and suddenly felt a little movement from the fingerprint lock station. She quickly leaned over, and then stood by the door and waited. After a minute, there was a beep from the other side of the door. Then, the door opened and a few people walked out of it. Lin Qiao immediately took advantage of the moment they came out, and before the door automatically closed, she went in. There were actually people coming out. What a good opportunity! Lin Qiao thought silently. After entering the door, there was a passage. The metal passage was more than 10 meters long, and Lin Qiao walked along the passage to the other end. There was a door there, and there was an elevator button at the door. Lin Qiao walked over and looked around. She didn't reach out to press the button of the elevator, but looked up. There was a security system on the elevator lock, and when those people went out, the system should have been activated. So she didn't touch those things, and found another entrance to enter. But she couldn't see anything in this passage except for the 4 walls. Chapter 600. She looked up and threw the small flame in her hand to the vent cover above her head. After the small flame jumped up, it quickly melted the vent and expanded to the size of an adult. Lin Qiao walked over, bent her knees slightly, and jumped up. She grabbed the melted vent with both hands and climbed in agilely. Lin Qiao crawled along the vent. After a while, she arrived at the elevator. She tore a hole on the top of the elevator, turned invisible, and climbed down. She stood in the elevator and looked at the buttons inside. Sure enough, there were 3 floors below. Lin Qiao directly pierced a hole at the bottom of the elevator and hacked the surveillance camera. She crawled down from the hole below and began to slide down the cable. When she arrived at the elevator door on the 1st floor, she burned the door with fire again and climbed in through this door. After entering, she saw many cubicle doors. The contents of the cubicles were written on the doors. Lin Qiao looked back and found that there were also signs on the doors. The 1st floor was the storage area for fresh food, the 2nd floor was the storage area for frozen meat, and the 3rd floor was the storage area for rice, flour, oil, and some seeds. Lin Qiao took a look and then returned to the elevator. Then, he slid down until he reached the 3rd underground floor before climbing in. She quickly opened these doors. Even though the locks on these doors had alarm systems, Lin Qiao didn't touch the locks. Instead, she directly burned the doors. As for the elevator door, it was directly burned by Lin Qiao, but the lock was still on the side. As long as the lock was not broken, the alarm would not go off for the time being. Therefore, she silently went in and stored all the stored food into the space. Then, she came out and continued to the next room. The soldiers outside the warehouse were still patrolling, but they didn't notice that the underground warehouse was being emptied one by one. In Lin Qiao's space, Lu Tianyi was standing in the seedling field and observing the situation of the seedlings. Suddenly, he heard bang bang bang, coming from the big grass. When he looked up, he saw many sacks appearing out of thin air and landing on the grass. Because it wasn't very high up, it wouldn't explode when it fell to the ground. Lu Tianyi curiously walked over. On the other side of the building, the intelligent zombie also popped its head out and looked over curiously. When Lu Tianyi walked over to take a look, he found that these were all bags of rice, and each bag weighed 50 kilograms. At this moment, they were appearing one after another and piling up here. It seemed that Lu Tianyi had collected them from outside, but the number seemed to be too much. Was she robbing someone else's granary? Lu Tianyi thought silently, but he didn't know that he already knew the truth. Lu Tianyi, who had nothing to do, began to count the number of bags that came in. An hour later, there were not only bags of rice in the bushes, but also flour, oil, salt, and so on. After that, there were also freezers. After the freezer was finished, piles of dried vegetables, cured meat, and other dry goods were brought in. Looking at the rice and flour piled up like a mountain, and the various dry goods and freezers piled up in a large area, Lu Tianyi already felt that they must be robbing the granary. Of course, he could guess whose granary it was. Di Long, wasn't he stirring up trouble here for the past 2 days? After an hour, Lin Qiao finally finished collecting all the food stored on the 3rd underground floor. Then she clapped her hands, turned around, and left. She was careful when she came in, but Lin Qiao didn't need to be so careful when she went out. She directly burned a big hole in a wall on the 1st floor and then slipped away. From the beginning to the end, the alarm of the entire granary didn't sound. Then Lin Qiao continued to sneak to the next granary. At this time, she also heard the explosion of the war in the inner area. Obviously, there was a fight. But Lin Qiao didn't care about them, but quickly found the 2nd granary, and then sneaked in again. It didn't take long for her to sneak out. Out of the 3 granaries, she quietly looted 2. Lin Qiao didn't touch the last one. At least she should leave some for the humans in this base to eat for a few months. She sneaked out of the base with the food from the 2 granaries. Of course, some of the food was originally from Hades King's base. However, although Di Long's base was a small base, there was still a lot of food stored for a few years. With these, the thousands of people in the base in the upper city wouldn't have to worry about food for the next 3 years. Although Lin Qiao wanted to stay and see what those people's expressions were after they found out that the granary was looted, she didn't have time to wait here. Who knew when those guys would find out? Although Lu Zhuofeng was a level 8 ability user, he might be able to kill a lot of ability users, but he also needed people. He couldn't kill all of them, right? Then wouldn't the base be useless without people? Therefore, it wasn't so easy for Lu Zhuofeng to take down Jian Shangtong and Xia Yushin's forces, even though he had reservations and had a backup plan. It didn't take long for Lin Qiao to return to the position of the zombie group. She saw that there was only half of the blood-red water left in the bucket, and then looked at the high-level zombies standing in line waiting for her to check. After looking at their hands and faces, she saw that they were indeed a lot cleaner. Lin Xiao turned around and poured the half bucket of water on the ground. Then she took the bucket out. Then she threw out a long rope, letting all the high-level zombies come over and grab it. Then she brought it into the space. After 3 times, she finally put all 60 to 70 high-level zombies into the space. After entering the space, Lin Xiao found that there was still a person standing next to the pile of food she collected. "Boy, how long are you going to stand there? Come and help." Lin Xiao saw that the person didn't seem to wake up, so she shouted. Lu Tianyi came back to his senses and saw that Lin Xiao was already standing in the open space in front of the small building, and there were dozens of hundreds of zombies around him. At this time, Lin Xiao was looking at him from afar, as if she wanted him to do something. Lu Tianyi quickly walked back. As he walked, he suddenly looked back at the grain mountain behind him. Then he walked in front of Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression. Lin Xiao saw his expression and said, "Many of those grains were from the Netherworld King's base. They originally didn't belong to them. I'm just getting back what I should get back, with interest." Lu Tianyi was even more confused. This matter of the Netherworld King's base. What does it have to do with you? Lin Xiao carried the 2 big buckets and glanced at him. Then she said, "It has a lot to do with it." After saying that, she walked towards the lake. Chapter 601. If you have something to do with it, then say it. After being brushed off by Lin Xiao's "it's a big deal," Lu Tianyi still didn't know what this guy had to do with the base. He was very depressed. Why did he feel like he was being played like a kid? Lin Xiao took 2 water ladles and said to the zombies, "Those who have cups, go get them. Those who don't have cups, just stand." There were more than 50 level 3 zombies, so Lin Xiao didn't prepare that many cups for them. So she asked the level 4 zombies to contribute the cups. Those level 4 zombies hadn't drunk the energy lake water for many days. At this time, when Lin Xiao asked them to get cups, they immediately ran to get their own cups, then quickly ran back and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao put the ladle in Lu Tianyi's hand. "Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me, look at him." Lu Tianyi's face was blank. Then he turned his head and saw that all the zombies immediately turned their heads and stared at the ladle in his hand. Come, that young man." At this time, Lin Xiao waved at the intelligent young zombie and said, "You've done this before. Today I'll teach you a new task." The young zombie wasn't that thirsty for the energy lake water anymore, because he didn't know how many times he had secretly drunk the water from the bucket behind Lu Tianyi's back. So now he didn't feel much need for the energy lake water. If he had to say what he wanted, it would be a bath. At this time, seeing Lin Xiao call him over, he didn't know what to do. Lin Xiao pointed to another bucket of water and said, "Stand there first." Then she said to the dumbfounded Lu Tianyi, "See these people holding cups? Give each of them a cup of water." Lu Tianyi came back to his senses. Seeing this kind of formation for the first time made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He looked at the level 4 zombies in front of him and suddenly felt like he was looking at a primary school student. What the hell? Lu Tianyi quickly shook his head, feeling that something strange had gotten into his head. At this time, Lin Xiao said to the level 4 zombies who were holding the cups, "Come up, after you finish drinking, lend the cups to them." Then she pointed at the level 3 zombies. When he turned his head, he saw that the level 3 zombies were standing in a mess, and they were gradually moving towards the water bucket. Hey! Stand up straight. Why are you squeezing? Step back and move away." Lin Xiao immediately scolded loudly. He raised his hand and pointed at the level 3 zombies, telling them to retreat. Being pointed at by Lin Xiao, who was a level 2 king, the level 3 zombies didn't dare to disobey and immediately retreated. But even though they were retreating, it was still crowded. Lin Xiao walked over and kicked the people in the first row and pushed them. "Take 2 steps back, yes. Stand there and don't move. You. Step back. Why are you sticking to him? Would you like a bite?" Not long after, the level 3 zombies came out in a disorderly group. "Remember your positions. Next time, don't stand randomly. You. Straighten your waist. You, take your legs back. Stand properly. Stand properly." Clatter, clatter. Lin Xiao ordered the zombies to stand in a line. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Xiao with a dumbfounded face. Just like that, Lin Xiao easily arranged the weird level 3 zombies into a line. It was as neat and disciplined as an army. Looking at him in a daze, the zombies waiting in front of him for water couldn't take it anymore. They opened their mouths and wanted to roar at him, but suddenly thought of something. They turned their heads and looked at Lin Xiao, and immediately shut their mouths. Since they couldn't roar, they would use their hands. So he held the cup in his hand in front of Lu Tianyi's eyes. Ha! What the hell? A cup suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and almost touched his nose, which scared Lu Tianyi. When he came back to his senses, he saw that there were zombies standing in front of him waiting for him to fetch water, but he was distracted. Lu Tianyi looked at the zombies' urging eyes and quickly turned around to fetch water, then poured it into his cup. As soon as the zombie got the water, he immediately returned to the line. Lu Tianyi looked at the zombie in surprise, thinking that he would just stand on the other side. Then he fetched water for the zombies on this side, while watching them return to their positions with the cups. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly roared at the level 4 zombies that drank the water. You over there, when you're done drinking, bring the cup over first. Roar? The zombies looked at her with a blank face. Not only did they not take the cup, but they also hid it behind them. Then they stared at Lin Xiao with vigilance and bitterness. Damn, what's with that look? I just said I'm borrowing it. Borrowing? I'll return it to you. Lin Xiao saw the look in their eyes and understood that they thought he was going to take back their cups, and then they wouldn't drink water in the future. Come, bring the cup over. Why are you so stingy? I'm not going to confiscate your cup. I'm just lending it to them. Look, they don't have a cup to use. Lin Xiao coaxed the level 4 zombies and sighed helplessly. Seeing that the level 4 zombies still refused to move, Lin Xiao became angry. Lin Xiao was enraged. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Do I have to give an order? Seeing Lin Xiao in such a state, all the zombies trembled and immediately rushed over. She stuffed all the cups in her hands into the claws of the obedient level 3 zombies, and then she roared at the zombies. She meant to return it to him after using it. Roar? The level 3 zombies who took the cup were confused. What are you roaring for? They still need to pass it to the ones behind them after drinking it. Why are you so impatient? Lin Xiao stood at the side and kicked the one closest to her. After kicking the person away, she looked at the level 3 zombie that took the empty cup and said, Go over there, get the water, come back here and drink it. Then pass the empty cup to the one behind. Do you understand? Roar? I don't understand. The level 3 zombie directly replied to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. I'll endure. Go. Over there. Get the water. Come back. Drink. Lin Xiao clenched her teeth and said to them. Lu Tianyi looked at Lin Xiao, and suddenly felt that she was like a kindergarten teacher. Feeling anxious, angry and helpless at the same time, it was very interesting. After Lin Xiao gave the empty cup to the level 3 zombie, it immediately obediently took the cup and walked towards the young zombie that Lin Xiao pointed at. The young zombie had been waiting impatiently beside the barrel, and immediately roared twice to urge Chu Feng to hurry up. Roar! It's time to eat. Come over. Chapter 602. Lin Xiao stood on the side and watched the zombies collect the water in batches, then come back to their original position and drink the water in the cup. There were more than 20 level 4 zombies over there, and it wasn't the first time they came to collect water. So Lu Tianyi quickly distributed the water to them, then continued to distribute the water to the level 3 zombies. After the level 4 zombies handed over the cup, they didn't even return to their team, and stood next to the level 3 zombies, staring at them. Hey you guys, go back and stand properly. Can't you come back later to claim it yourself? Lin Xiao looked at them with a headache. Roar, roar. The level 4 zombies reluctantly returned to their original positions. Although it was just an empty cup, the cup was very important to them. It was as if they couldn't drink the energy lake water after the cup was gone. It didn't take long for all the zombies to drink the water from the lake water. Although the level 4 zombies could still absorb some energy after drinking the lake water, it wasn't very useful. But the level 3 zombies all seemed to have drunk a big tonic. They couldn't stand still, and began to stagger. When Lu Tianyi saw this, he felt that these guys were like drunkards. Okay, dismiss. Lin Qiao saw this, and immediately waved his hand to dismiss them. The level 4 zombies found their cups one by one, but at this time, they all stared at their cups with a face full of disgust. After Lin Qiao said to disperse, the zombies dispersed. However, there were two different situations. One was the level 4 zombies, staring at their cups with a face full of disgust. The smarter ones even used their clothes to wipe their cups. Because these cups originally only had their own breath on them, now that they were used by other level 3 zombies, a lot of other zombies' breaths were mixed in. This made them very annoyed. But because Lin Qiao was here, they didn't dare to act out. On the other side, they had become a group of drunkards. They staggered to the back of the building. Now the density of the energy in the water, it really made these level 3 zombies who hadn't awakened their abilities drink a cup, and their reaction was a bit big. Therefore, Lin Qiao made Lu Tianyi drink diluted energy lake water. He was just afraid that if he were to drink a cup like this, things would go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme. Gulu gulu gulu. The young zombie was holding a ladle of water and drinking it. All right, when you're done, drag the bucket back and put it away. Lin Qiao walked over and gave the young man a kick. Then, he turned around and walked into the small building. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the forest. A woo woof. Then, a bald figure rushed out and leaped to Lin Qiao's side. Behind it was a giant snake that slithered left and right. A woo. The zombie dog had a large iron basin in its mouth. It rushed in front of Lin Qiao and looked at the water bucket with glowing eyes. Then it looked at the lake and turned back to swing its tail at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao took a look and said, "Oh, I forgot about you too. Wait." Then she turned around and shouted at Lu Tianyi, who was about to drag the water bucket away. "Wait, give me the water bucket first." She took Lu Tianyi's water bucket and walked to the lake. Then, she filled a bucket of water and walked back to the two animals. Then, in front of Lu Tianyi's confused face, she filled the zombie dog's water bucket with a ladle. Then, she pointed to the remaining water in the bucket and said, "Come, Dahe. This is for you." Dahe straightened its long neck and stretched its head over to take a look. Then, it plunged its head into the bucket without hesitation. The zombie dog also lowered its head and drank from the big water bucket. Seeing the two drinking happily, Lin Qiao turned to Lu Tianyi and said, "All right, let's go to the next location." Lu Tianyi was slightly stunned and looked at her in confusion. The next location? Ha! Weren't they going back to the base in the upper city? Lin Qiao glanced at him and said, "How can we go back so soon? This is the first thing, and the next thing is to go to Huaxia. Go and inquire about the situation of the antidote, so that we can be prepared. Otherwise, if we encounter opponents on the battlefield who use this to restrict us in the future, things will be difficult." Lu Tianyi suddenly realized that it was like this. But what she said was right. The antidote would indeed be a big problem for zombies like them in the future. But why were only the two of them going? They must have sent a large group of people to other bases. We are just going to inquire about information, not to trade. It's useless to go so many people. Lin Qiao suddenly said to him and then disappeared. After leaving the space, Lin Qiao silently put the car out, then got into the driver's seat and started it. The car drove in the direction of Huabei, leaving behind a mess in the Earth Dragon base. Not long after, the major bases received news that the Earth Dragon base's leader was assassinated and two deputy leaders were missing. What followed was the news that the base was almost overrun by zombies, and the Hidden Cloud City's level 8 paranormals used force to suppress the remaining forces of the Earth Dragon base. Wu Chengyue sighed helplessly and said, "This girl, wherever she goes, she causes a lot of trouble." Xiao Liqing, who was standing beside his desk, knew who he was talking about and asked curiously, "This Miss Lu, is she going to help the people of the Netherworld King's base take revenge?" And she actually went by herself, but left all the people of the Netherworld King in the new base in the upper city. Why didn't she bring people with her? Wu Chengyue looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Does she need to bring people? Right now, the human army in the world added up is not as strong as her army." That's true. Xiao Liqing immediately understood. She is the leader of the zombies. Once she goes out, there are zombies everywhere. She can attract a large group of people wherever she goes. Now that she is done, should she come back? Xiao Liqing thought about it and asked again. "Come back." Wu Chengyue looked at him, but shook his head and said, Why should she come back? From the Earth Dragon base to the Huaxia base, it is so close. Why did she have to run back and go in a big circle? Xiao Liqing was stunned when he heard his words, and then said in surprise, huh? She also wants to go to Huaxia? Their base. Will they need those drugs? There is no need. He knew that the other half of the base will become a place for special zombies in the future. Therefore, this needle was an antidote for zombies, and they had no use at all. Why not? Even if she doesn't need it, she should know how to resist this kind of thing. So I think she must go and find out about this antidote. Wu Qingyue's smiling eyes flashed a dark light. Chapter 603. 3 days later, in a mountain dozens of kilometers away from the Huaxia base in Xingtai City, North China. The sky was gray and it was snowing. A thick layer of snow had piled up on the ground, and there was a vast expanse of whiteness everywhere. Although it looked beautiful, it was not lively at all. It was dead silent and cold. In such a cold weather, there should be few animals coming out in the wild at this time. But there was an exception. Mutant carnivorous deer. The roe deer here were not stupid at all. Maybe it was because of the virus infection that changed their genes or something else. This roe deer was more aggressive than a wolf, and it became very cunning. Moreover, it had a mouth of sharp teeth, and it was happy to eat meat. It also liked to attack people. Moreover, it bred a lot. No one knew how it grew in these years, but the number of these carnivorous deer doubled. When people in Huaxia City realized it, the number of these carnivorous deer had been out of control. So people who went out of the city were often attacked by these carnivorous deer, and then they were eaten. However, this time, it was not the carnivorous deer that attacked people, but they were chased all over the mountain. Big Black, this huge and thick black snake, was very conspicuous in the snow. However, it was able to silently and stealthily approach those agile carnivorous roe deer. Then, it fiercely pounced on them. It immediately rolled up a deer as big as a calf, and then dragged it down the mountain. Compared with Dahei's neat sneak attack, Ah Wang's side was in a mess. The naked zombie dog jumped around happily in the snow. As it excitedly chased the roe deer all over the mountain, it even rolled twice in the snow. Lin Qiao and Lu Tianyi, wearing thin clothes, were sitting on a snow-covered stone, waiting for the two to come back. Soon they saw the giant snake dragging a struggling roe deer back. Oh! It turns out to be a stupid roe deer. Lin Qiao's eyes brightened. She had not eaten the meat of a roe deer. Then she immediately jumped down from the stone, and then walked to the side of the giant snake. Looking at the snake as thick as a human waist, and the roe deer as big as a calf. If the snake wanted to eat it, it could directly swallow the roe deer slowly. However, it brought it back to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao walked over and grabbed the roe deer's long neck with one hand, then twisted his wrist. Crack! There was a soft, muffled sound, and the deer stopped struggling. Lin Qiao sniffed the aroma. It was sweet and fragrant. Not bad, it looked delicious. Seeing that the roe deer was killed, Dahei loosened its body. Then, it curled up into a ball and stopped moving, because it really didn't like it here. It was too cold. Lin Qiao squatted down and used her fingernails to poke a hole in the roe deer's stomach. Blood gushed out. With a shake of her hand, a stainless steel basin appeared in her hand. She placed the basin under the bloody hole. After more than 10 minutes, the roe deer's blood finally flowed out. Then, Lin Qiao brought the basin of warm blood to his mouth and gulped it down. Lu Tianyi, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Not to mention how smelly the blood was. Just the amount alone was quite a lot. He didn't expect that Lin Qiao would drink it all in one breath. Wasn't she afraid that her stomach would be stuffed? At this time, Lin Qiao, who had finished drinking the blood, put down the basin. After looking at him with her head tilted, she immediately said, "What? Do you want to drink it too? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've finished it all." Lu Tianyi looked at her with a speechless face and shook his head quickly. He didn't want to drink that thing. It already smelled fishy. How could he drink it? But at this time, Lin Qiao suddenly stretched out the blood basin in front of Lu Tianyi and said, "Smell it." "What's the smell?" Lu Tianyi looked at her with a blank face. What did she mean? Why did she want him to smell it? Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a strange smell coming into his nose. He was stunned and couldn't help sniffing. Ha! It didn't seem to smell bad. But it was true that it was very fishy. Seeing him like this, Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly flashed, and then she took the basin back. Then she used her claws to quickly draw a line on the roe deer's body and began to skin it. Her movements were very fast and skillful. In a short while, she had skinned the front leg. Then Lin Xiao slightly raised her hand and waved her claws at the front leg. The front leg was directly cut off by her, and before it fell into the snow, she caught it in her hand. Lin Xiao stood up with the front leg and walked in front of Lu Tianyi. "Try it and see if you can eat it," she said to him. Lu Tianyi looked at her with a puzzled face, but when he turned to look at the flesh in front of him, he suddenly stopped. He raised his hand hesitantly and took the piece of meat in his hand. He stuck his nose close to the meat and sniffed it. "You don't think it's annoying? Let's try it," Lin Xiao said to him. She suddenly thought that if the zombies in her hands didn't eat human flesh and only drank the energy lake water to maintain themselves, she felt that something was missing. If it suppressed their appetite too much, it would increase their interest in human flesh in the future. It wouldn't be good if this continued. But these zombies didn't eat animals or humans. What should she do? But now she saw that Lu Tianyi didn't seem to dislike the taste of the roe deer's blood. Maybe he could eat it? Thinking of this, she immediately cut off a front leg and gave it to Lu Tianyi. She looked forward to seeing if he could eat it. After Lu Tianyi smelled it, he found that the roe deer's meat didn't smell as bad as the big river crab's meat. Although it was very fishy, there was a strange smell in it. He looked at Lin Xiao and saw that she was looking at him with anticipation. He opened his mouth and took a bite of the meat. Lu Tianyi originally thought that it would be bad, so he was ready to turn his head and vomit. But after biting it, he was stunned. Ha! The taste didn't seem bad. Lu Tianyi was stunned for a moment. Then he took a big bite of the meat. After becoming a zombie, his teeth seemed to have become very sharp. This raw meat was easily bitten off by him. Lin Xiao saw that when he just bit down, he paused and asked nervously, "How is it?" Just as she finished asking, she saw him bite down on it and start to eat with loud noises. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the expectation in her heart became bigger and bigger. But she still didn't dare to relax. She was afraid that after this brat chewed a few mouthfuls, he would vomit again. In the end, after a while, she saw Lu Tianyi finish chewing and swallow. Even he was stunned. He looked at the meat in his hand blankly, then took another bite with a puzzled expression. Chapter 604. Oh, there's hope. Lin Xiao saw his expression and immediately felt happy. She quickly moved in front of Lu Tianyi and stared at him. "How is it? How is it? What's the taste? What's the texture?" Lu Tianyi finished the second bite and looked at Lin Xiao with a blank expression. It was slippery, but very chewy. There was a strange smell, but the more he chewed, the sweeter it was. Lu Tianyi thought so, but Lin Xiao knew everything. "Yeah, as long as it's edible. But other than you, I don't know if other zombies can eat it?" "No." "Strange, why can you eat it? Other zombies don't eat mutant animals' meat, or do they only eat this kind of deer's meat?" After Lin Xiao knew that he could eat it, she felt relieved, and then began to ask a bunch of questions. While thinking, she turned back to the side of the deer's corpse and continued to skin it. Lu Tianyi continued to take another bite. He was also very curious why he could eat this kind of mutant animal's meat. It seemed to be very delicious. He also looked at Lin Xiao with a blank and puzzled face as she turned around and continued to skin the deer. After Lin Xiao finished skinning the deer, she cut off the other front leg and the two hind legs. She threw the rest of the body to the giant snake next to her. "Here, after you finish eating, go catch another one." The giant snake immediately stretched out its neck, took the skinned deer, and then began to slowly eat it. Lin Xiao put the other 3 legs on the deer's skin, looked at Lu Tianyi who was still eating raw meat, and suddenly thought that maybe she could call out the other zombies and see if they would eat it. Thinking so, Lin Xiao immediately went into the space and brought out the young zombie and the other 2 level 4 zombies. Lin Xiao let the 3 obediently stand on the side, and then picked up the hand of one of the legs, peeled off a small piece, and then handed it to the young zombie. "Eat it," she said. The young zombie took the small piece of meat that she handed to him, and when he heard that she wanted him to eat it, he was even more confused. What is this? Can this be eaten? The young zombie hesitantly held the meat in his hand, and looked at Lin Qiao with confusion. What are you looking at me for? Eat. Hurry up. Have a bite. Lin Qiao saw that this guy was still dawdling and immediately urged him. Under Lin Qiao's urging, the young zombie put the meat into his nose and sniffed it. Then his face was filled with disgust. But Lin Qiao told him to eat it, and he didn't dare to throw it away, so he could only endure the nausea and open his mouth to take a bite. When Lin Qiao saw the look of disdain on his face, he already knew what was going on. At the same time, he also felt the disgust in his heart. Sure enough, after the young zombie took a bite, it didn't even chew. He couldn't help but turn his head and vomit. Then, he looked at Lin Qiao with a bitter expression. Roar! It was disgusting. Lin Qiao sighed and snatched the meat from his hand and gave it to the next zombie. In the end, after the zombie sniffed it, it didn't even bite it. It just stuffed the piece of meat back into Lin Qiao's hand. Then, he took 2 steps back with a look of disgust. Puff, 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 puff. The young zombie was still spitting, as if the taste in his mouth was very uncomfortable. Lu Tianyi, who was eating meat on the side, immediately stopped when he saw these zombies. Then, he blankly looked at the front leg that had been gnawed to the bone in his hand, and then looked at the young zombie in confusion. They didn't eat it. It looked like they were disgusted, so why could he eat it? I also think it's very strange. At this time, Lin Qiao looked back at Lu Tianyi and said, Aren't they all zombies? I thought that if you can eat it, they can also eat it. But it still can't. It seems that you are as special as me. As Lin Qiao said this, suddenly, his mind flashed, as if he thought of something. That's right. This Lu Tianyi became a zombie because he was bitten by her. Because when this kid died, his body wasn't infected by the virus. Then his situation. Could it be that after the virus in her mouth was infected, this kid's situation became the same as her? It can't be? Is that true? Lin Qiao looked at the third zombie who didn't eat the raw meat she handed over. While thinking about the problem, she took the meat back. Looking at the meat that was bitten by the young zombie, she casually threw it away. She squatted down, grabbed a handful of snow, and rubbed her hands. After washing her hands, she brought the 3 zombies back into the space. She turned her head and saw that Lu Tianyi had already finished eating the front leg of the roe deer. So she turned around and threw a hind leg meat to him. One is not enough, this is for you, Lin Qiao said. She knew that this kid's appetite must be like hers at that time. Very, very hungry. Once he ate, he couldn't stop. Hearing her question, Lu Tianyi really didn't have enough to eat. Lin Qiao took the other front leg and leaned on the stone to gnaw on it. There was a strange smell, but when she bit into her mouth, it was chewy. The more she chewed, the sweeter it was. The 2 siblings sat next to the stone, silently holding an animal's thigh with both hands and gnawing on it. A woo, woof. At this time, the zombie dog's voice came. The 2 turned their heads to look, and sure enough, they saw the dog running over with a roe deer in its mouth. Lin Qiao looked at the rotting roe deer and said with a face full of disgust, You eat it yourself. Woo. The zombie dog looked at her with doubt, but seeing that Lin Qiao wanted it to eat, it immediately put the roe deer on the ground, lay down, and began to eat. Lin Qiao finished eating and said with a sigh, It's a pity that humans can't eat the meat of these roe deer. How about I also catch some and raise them in the space? She could smell that the mutation of these roe deer was too serious. The virus in their bodies was very strong, so it wasn't suitable for humans to eat. She didn't know if it could be eaten by soaking it in the lake water. After eating a leg, Lin Qiao grabbed a handful of snow to wash her hands, and then said, You guys wait here, I'll go catch some roe deer and put them in the space. Although she couldn't let humans eat them, there were a lot of them here, so she could keep them for herself. Also, the big black snake and the zombie dog could be eaten. With so many resources, she couldn't waste them. In any case, the Huaxia base wasn't far from here, so it wouldn't take too much time. Lin Qiao's actions were much simpler and faster. Approaching the roe deer while invisible was simply too easy, and grabbing them was very stealthy. Even the roe deer didn't know that their own kind was decreasing one by one. By the time they noticed, Lin Qiao had already thrown dozens of them into the space. Chapter 605. Although these deer could eat meat after mutation, they would still eat grass when there was no meat. Therefore, Lin Qiao wasn't worried that these deer would starve to death in her space because there was grass. She just didn't know if these deer would eat the grass in her space. After catching a few dozen deer, Lin Qiao returned to the original place where she skinned them. She saw that the giant snake had caught another lively deer and was obviously waiting for Lin Qiao to come back. "We can leave after eating this one." Lin Qiao looked at the deer that the giant snake had coiled around. The deer was kicking its legs and opening its mouth to bite the snake's body, but it couldn't bite through the snake's skin. Their teeth could bite human flesh, but when they bit this level 5 mutant snake, their teeth were a bit broken. Lin Qiao turned her head to look at Lu Tianyi and asked, "Do you still want to eat?" Lu Tianyi shook his head. Although he still felt that he wasn't full, he thought about how he had eaten 2 of the deer's legs. That wasn't just a few kilograms. The front and back legs added up to a few dozen kilograms of meat, and he had eaten it all. It's okay to eat occasionally for a change of taste, but it's not full. Even if those ordinary zombies eat humans, it's just an instinctive desire. It's not the same feeling as the stomach being full. Lin Qiao continued to skin the deer as she said to Lu Tianyi. But there's some energy in human flesh that can make these ordinary zombies slowly evolve. But even if they don't eat humans, eating the zombie core will make these zombies evolve. Lu Tianyi ate quietly as he watched her skin the roe deer. Then, she threw the body to the giant snake. Obviously, the giant snake didn't fill its stomach after eating a deer without legs. Moreover, it still needed someone to skin it to eat meat. After feeding the skinned deer to Big Black, Lin Qiao waved her hand and released a black flame to burn the 2 pieces of deer skin on the ground. The surrounding blood was also cleaned up. Only the zombie dog was left gnawing on the roe deer. It had its belly cut open and was still eating. After it finished eating, Lin Qiao put all 3 of them into the space, turned around and left. At the foot of the mountain, the road was buried deep in snow, and it was difficult to drive. He was invisible as he walked in the snow, leaving behind footprints. If someone saw this, would they say it was a ghost? However, Lin Qiao had a way to melt the snow. She waved her fire ability forward and the snow on the ground instantly disappeared. He took the car out of the space. The snow 10 meters in front of the car had all melted. Lin Qiao got into the car and drove forward. She controlled her ability to push forward while driving the car to keep up. 1 hour later, they arrived outside Huaxia City. He didn't drive directly to Huaxia City. Instead, he put away the car in a place that the Huaxia City hadn't found yet. Then he climbed to the city wall stealthily. Standing on the city wall, Lin Qiao's expression became much more serious. This was because this city was really not simple. Just the equipment on the walls made her feel a faint sense of danger. Moreover, the rooms in the city were all brand new. The city of steel, which was filled with futuristic elements, looked very technologically advanced. It couldn't be helped, because this city had recruited all the best scientists who had survived the apocalypse. Therefore, the strength of this city was far ahead of other major bases and stood firmly as the first base. Therefore, all kinds of science and technology in this base were very powerful. This was also one of the reasons why other bases were afraid of this base. What made Lin Qiao most afraid was not these hot weapons, but several powerful auras in this city. One of them made Lin Qiao feel very concerned, because this aura was very similar to her. Although it was much weaker than her, it was a special existence. If she didn't guess wrong, this was the 2nd-level Zombie King. Although the aura of the Zombie King was very weak, the level of coercion in this aura was not lower than hers. Just what kind of zombie was this? Lin Qiao frowned. She jumped down from the city wall, which was 20 or 30 meters high. This Huaxia City, even the city wall was much higher than other bases. At this time, in Huaxia City, most of the people from other bases had arrived. But there were still some who hadn't arrived, so the people who arrived first were relaxed guests in this base. "Oh, you mean, as long as this research is successful, then we can inject it into the human body like a vaccine, so it won't attract zombies' attention? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Wu Chengyue sat on the sofa in the room that China had arranged for him. At this time in the room besides him, there was Xiao Liqing and Miss Emo Li. Of course, Wu Yueling, who was next to Wu Chengyue, was also there. Emo Li coldly raised her eyebrows and expressionlessly said, "What? You don't believe in my technology? In any case, I have followed Dr. Liang for a few years. This research was done together with him, and only I can continue the research. The research in her hands was actually the important information that Liang Dashu had left for her before he died. She was originally Dr. Liang's assistant, and was also the person who understood the progress the most besides Dr. Liang. But her research ability was indeed not as good as Liang Dashu, but given enough time, she would definitely be able to research the results. Then how long do you want? A year. 2 years. Wu Chongyue asked her with a smile. Whether it's a year or 2, as long as it's possible, I will continue the research. What, do you have any objections? Mo Li looked at him. No. In terms of researching the virus, you are the boss. You can say how long you want to study it. Wu Chongyue shrugged with a chuckle and replied. If we can develop a drug that can make zombies lose interest in humans, then the drug that is only effective on zombies in China would not have much value. Xiao Liqing frowned and said. How can that be? Of course it still has its value. Don't you want to eliminate all the zombies in the world? Think about the world's population of 7 billion. There are already more than 6 billion that have become zombies. With this number, how many years would it take to eliminate them? Wu Chongyue shook his head and said to Xiao Liqing. The world. I think it would take hundreds of years to eliminate all of them. Xiao Liqing was shocked by the words the world. Then he thought about Wu Qingyue's question and replied. Now that 5 years had passed, every survivor base had established mature survival conditions. So in the future, it would be in the direction of eliminating the number of zombies. Humans would never live under the fear of the zombie virus. As intelligent creatures, the greatest ability of humans was creation. So Xiao Liqing's view of the big picture was different from Wu Qingyue's. This was the difference in level. Chapter 606. So this drug from China is still very valuable. But I don't know if they have a way to solve the problem of quantity. Otherwise, how long would it take for humans to kill billions of zombies? Wu Chongyue said with a faint smile. That's right. I don't know how long the zombie can live if they keep drawing blood like this. They should have a way to make this zombie continue to produce blood, right? Emily was only concerned about the main factors of China's research. Since they couldn't let the zombie die, they would definitely feed it human flesh and energy zombie cores in order to keep it alive. You've seen the information. Making a zombie produce blood. Only you can think of that. The heart of a zombie is dead. How can it still produce blood? So China can only use the energy of the zombie core to increase the energy of the zombie itself, and then strengthen the genes in the blood. This way, the amount of blood used in the drug will be greatly reduced. Wu Chongyue replied. That's true. Mo Li nodded in agreement. Suddenly she asked, but what kind of zombie is this? Did you guys find out more detailed information? Xiao Liqing shook his head. China hid this zombie very well. We don't even know where it is. Not to mention the information about it. So far we know that it is a male. Since its blood has such a great effect on the virus, then its blood should be helpful to my research. Can we get some of this zombie's blood back? Or other body fluids? Emily suddenly raised her head, then looked at Wu Chongyue with bright eyes. Since this zombie was so special, maybe its blood would really help her research. Difficult. Too difficult. You also know how precious this zombie is. If it was you, would you let anyone get close to it? Wu Chongyue smiled and shook his head at her. Sigh, that's true. Emily immediately let out a sigh and replied in a low voice. At this time, Wu Chongyue turned to Xiao Liqing and said, Haven't the people from Hidden Cloud City arrived yet? Xiao Liqing shook his head and said, I think they will arrive at night. However, this Earth Dragon base could be considered destroyed. In the future, it might become a subsidiary base of Hidden Cloud City. The faint smile on Wu Qingyue's face did not change, but a dark light flashed in his eyes. It's just the consequence of inviting a wolf into the house. This Long Yubai thinks he's cooperating with Hidden Cloud City and Skyfire City, but they've long since treated his Earth Dragon base as a meal on a plate. This Long Yubai wanted to target our base. I really don't know how to describe it. Naive? You are thinking too much. At this moment, Xiao Liqing recalled that Long Yubai had stayed outside Haiching for a while. Thinking about the other party's motives, He truly felt that the other party had brought this upon himself. However, if it weren't for that guy stirring up trouble, I reckon that Hidden Cloud City would have already made their move. An 8th level adept is enough to shake Skyfire base. After Wu Chongyue said that, he suddenly asked, what? Haven't you found out the connection between that guy and the Netherworld King's base? You see, they went directly to the Earth Dragon base and kicked a nest. Why haven't you made any progress? Xiao Liqing, who was suddenly criticized, didn't know how to react. He stood at the side in a daze and said, I want to find out as soon as possible. But you see, even that guy Chen Yuding doesn't know. How am I supposed to know? They were indeed curious about the relationship between Lu Tianyu and those people from the Netherworld King's base, but after investigating for so long, they couldn't find anything. Moreover, even Chen Yuding, who was originally from Haiqing, seemed to be gradually concealing important things about those people from the upper city. Or maybe he really didn't know. How could that be? If he wanted to know, he could definitely find out. Well, the people from the upper city haven't arrived yet? Wu Chongyue asked again. No news. Are you sure they will come? Xiao Liqing looked at him hesitantly. Of course they will. If there is still no news, maybe that guy has quietly sneaked in. After all, with her identity, she may not be able to pass the detector at the gate. Unless she asked the Lin family to come, that's more likely. Wu Chongyue said after thinking for a moment. Can't pass the detector? Why? At this time, Emily looked at the two puzzled and asked, Who are you talking about? Xiao Liqing glanced at Wu Chongyue. Wu Chongyue said, Well, I think it's better if you don't know. Emily faintly raised her eyebrows. Okay, keep it a secret from me. Up to you. At this time, Lin Xiao, who Wu Chongyue was talking about, was sneaking in the direction of the weak aura. After a long time, she finally found the place where the zombie was locked. The base was not ordinary big. With Lin Xiao's speed, it took her more than half an hour to reach the destination. Looking at the door of the building, the words Base Research Institute were written, and then looking at the height of the building. At least 50 floors, the entire building was used for research? Lin Xiao sniffed the aura inside. There were a lot of staff, at least thousands of people here. And it wasn't just the building that was big, there was also the underground. That's right, the location of the zombie was under the research building, and it was quite deep. Of course, Lin Xiao couldn't just dig a hole and barge in, so she followed the staff here and walked in. I heard that almost all the people from the major bases are here. It seems that they really value our medicine. Of course you are talking nonsense. This is a weapon. It's so powerful against zombies, for the entire human race. This is a new step in human development. Unfortunately, our medicine is only effective against zombies that are level 2 and below. That's nothing, level 2 and below is also very powerful. Besides, there aren't many zombies that are level 2 and above. That's true. To deal with these small fries, this medicine is equivalent to a big killer move. With the technological level of our base, the research of other bases definitely can't be this fast. I don't know how many people are jealous of us. Ha 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 ha. That's right. The people that our base recruits are prioritized based on their skills. Unlike them, they accept anyone. And there are some ordinary people who don't know anything. Are we taking them in for nothing? You're talking about the poor areas, right? Our base also has them. Several staff members chatted as they walked into the research building, completely not knowing that there was a transparent figure following behind them. Lin Xiao followed these people into the sensor door of the research building. This sensor door is a device that detects body temperature and heartbeat frequency. So for zombies like Lin Xiao who have no body temperature and heartbeat, it was completely useless. Because it is used to detect living people. For zombies like Lin Xiao, it was completely unable to detect them. Chapter 607. After entering the research building, Lin Xiao did not continue to follow them. This was because the other party was walking upwards, not downwards. Lin Xiao looked at the signs in the hall. There were many faculties in this research building. Medical science? It seemed that the medical school still attached great importance to research. Architecture? The research of the Department of Architecture is also here? He turned around and saw that there was even a weapons development department. There are also Agricultural Research Institute, Land Research Institute, Virus Research Institute, Energy Research and so on. No wonder there are so many staff here. It turns out that Huaxia City really wants to study a lot of things. Lin Qiao looked around and walked towards the direction of the virology department. The virus department was indeed underground, and there were many thresholds and various alarm systems. She stood in front of the elevator door and silently looked at the smart lock. It required both a card and a fingerprint to open, so Lin Qiao could only stand outside the door and wait for someone to come. He looked at the time. It was already afternoon. There should be people there. Sure enough, not long after, a few people walked over. Everyone swiped their work pass one by one, then pressed their fingerprint on it before walking in. After Lin Qiao was the first to enter, he followed closely behind him and silently watched the people behind him swipe their cards. The number of guards has increased in the past 2 days. Of course. After all, there are so many outsiders here. How can we not be more cautious? You're right. Sai, I say, your contribution points are almost there, right? When are you going to do the surrogacy? Let's wait until this is over. What's the rush? I'm not even in a hurry. So why are you in a hurry? Tisk, you're not young anymore. Hurry up, or else who will take care of you in your old age? What do you mean by old? I'm only 30, okay? How am I old? Surrogacy? Lin Qiao stood in the back corner and touched his chin. She knew that there was such a fertility system in Huaxia City. When one's contribution points reached a high level, they could go to a surrogacy agency and find a woman to be their surrogate mother. This way, they could conceive the next generation. Surrogacy is also voluntary for the women here, as the organization will give them a lot of compensation. Of course, if they were unwilling, the base would not force them. But because the compensation here was really rich, there were still many women willing to come. Even if they already had a partner, as long as they could give birth, they would be willing to come for the sake of survival. However, due to the large proportion of males, the required contribution points were also very high. Of course, the various jobs and skills in the Research Institute had the advantage of gaining contribution points because of the high difficulty. Lin Qiao looked at the man who was being urged by the others. His work card showed that he was a team leader. It was no wonder that his contribution points were almost full. At this time, the team leader said expectantly, "If we can find a single surrogate, that would be great." When the others heard that, they laughed. "You're thinking too much. With your current contribution points, you won't be able to reach that level unless you accumulate twice as many contribution points as before. So, for the sake of having a child, you'd better not be picky." The team leader sighed and nodded. "That's true. For people like us, we can only find those who have been married." There was a hierarchy for surrogates. Those who were unmarried would receive more compensation, so they needed more contribution points. Therefore, an ordinary researcher like the team leader could only find a low-level surrogate with the contribution points he had accumulated over the years. Low-level surrogates were usually done by women in families where the men in the family were incapable, because they also needed to survive and raise their own children. Lin Qiao listened to these people talking about surrogate. After a while, the elevator stopped with a ding. Then the elevator door opened and they walked out. 3 meters out of the elevator door, they had to swipe the card again. In front of them was the hall of the Research Institute. After entering the hall, these people separated and went to their own departments. Lin Qiao looked around. This was only the first floor underground. The place where the zombie was locked was even further down. She stood next to a pillar in the hall and waited quietly. After an hour, she heard a group of people pass by and say, "The tranquilizer may not work anymore. We need to use another tranquilizer to suppress him. His body has automatically generated antibodies, so he may wake up after the tranquilizer wears off. Can't we increase the dosage of the tranquilizer?" "Of course not. Be careful not to let him smell a human, or he will go crazy." "Got it." Lin Qiao's eyes flashed. Then she followed the group of people. These people were indeed heading downstairs. After taking the elevator down 2 floors, they turned around and walked in another direction. Suddenly, there were armed people guarding here. Obviously, there was something important down there. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Lin Qiao followed the group of people and turned left and right. Finally, they reached a thick door. They opened the door and went inside. It was a research room with many research rooms and a lot of research materials. After these people came in, they turned into the changing room next to them. After changing into a set of specially made research clothes, they walked out. Their suits were sealed and the covers on their heads could be zipped up at any time. Lin Qiao followed them into another research room. This research room was very large, about 200 square meters. There were all kinds of advanced equipment and semi-finished drugs in the room. Lin Qiao didn't care about these things. She walked in front of an isolation glass and looked at the other side. There was a white fog, and in the white fog, a naked figure was locked on a shelf. The glass in front of Lin Qiao was very thick and bulletproof glass. The temperature in the room on the other side was obviously much lower than here. This was because the white fog was formed by cold air. The figure on the other side was also covered with a lot of ice. They actually used freezing to suppress it. How is his situation? Someone asked. The tranquilizer's effect is decreasing. Although his consciousness is still not awake, as long as the tranquilizer's effect wears off, he will quickly wake up. The freezing temperature will only delay him for a few hours. It won't have much effect. It's okay. As long as he doesn't smell a living person, he won't go crazy for the time being. His ability would form a self-protective consciousness when the temperature was too low, and then he would fall into a light sleep. We still have time to get the second tranquilizer out. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. As they spoke, they immediately entered deep into their research work. Lin Qiao just quietly looked at the slumbering level 2 zombie king in front of the glass. Chapter 608. Because the zombie was in a deep sleep, Lin Qiao could not sense the situation. After looking at the zombie in the freezer for a while, Lin Qiao turned around and looked at the equipment next to her. 3 minutes later. She could not understand it. Lin Qiao silently turned around and looked at the information table on the other side. The information on the table was written with a bunch of terms, but Lin Qiao could understand these words, but she did not understand what they meant. She could not help it. Even if she was the leader, she did not understand the field of science and technology. She was just a soldier before the apocalypse, so she knew a lot about missions and killing people. Because there were still people here, Lin Qiao would not casually flip through the information. She wanted to look for information about this zombie, but it seemed to be put aside. She looked up at the researchers here. They were all doing their own things in silence. Lin Qiao thought for a while, but still reached out to the book with the words, Zombie Body Experiment Source Information. She touched it lightly, and the book disappeared. The people around did not notice this. They still maintained their original posture and were working. Lin Qiao flashed and entered the space. Lu Tianyi was sitting on the sofa in the living room of the small building, and suddenly saw a folder on the tea table. Before he could react, he saw Lin Qiao flash in. After Lin Qiao came in, she immediately bent down to pick up the folder on the table, and then went to the sofa to look at it. When she opened the file, there was a name on the zombie number. Macui. Gender. Male. Ability attribute. Logia. Level. Level 2 King. Logia? Seeing this, Lin Qiao was a little puzzled. In the Logia? Animal-type zombies? Could it be like Elmar? Could it transform? Perhaps it was like Yi Hao in the Earth Dragon base? Thinking of this, Lin Qiao looked at the photo on the file. It was a ferocious male zombie with a pair of dark and fierce eyes, and there was indeed a beast-like vertical pupil. So ugly! Lin Qiao silently cursed. It was simply a face like a beast. But this was not after the transformation. It was a photo of the transformation. 2 hours later. Done. Tranquilizer number 2. One of the researchers said at this time. Let me check it first. Another person turned around and walked over. Here. The first person who spoke handed him the tube of medicine in his hand. The other person took the potion and walked to a strange instrument on the side. Then, he used a tool to get a small drop of the potion in his hand. Lin Qiao, who was in the space, immediately came out and looked at the side. He was curious about how they made the tranquilizer that was used on zombies. A few minutes later, the researcher raised his head. That's enough. After feeding him, We'll use tranquilizer number 2. It's about time. We can bring him over. Then, Lin Xiao saw a few people suddenly enter the freezer. Lin Xiao looked at the researchers strangely. Just now they were talking about not letting the zombie wake up, but now they were talking about waking it up. What was going on? Feed. What was he trying to do? Then she saw a few tightly wrapped people untie the zombie from the shelf, and then drag it into another room. As soon as the door to the room was opened, Lin Xiao immediately smelled a faint smell of blood. Although the other party might have cleaned the room very thoroughly, there was still a lingering smell of blood in the room. At this time, all the researchers gathered in front of the monitor screen to watch. Lin Xiao also went over and saw that the zombie and the staff that untied it appeared in the empty room above. The workers quickly put the motionless zombies on the ground, and then quickly retreated. When they came out, all the locks in the room were locked, and the 4 walls and ceiling quickly lowered protective devices. Then, they saw a small door suddenly open in the corner of the room, and then a figure was pushed in. This figure was a man. His hands and feet were cuffed with chains. The man's expression was very blank. After he was pushed in, the door behind him was immediately locked. The man suddenly turned his head and suddenly saw the other zombie lying on the ground, and then his expression immediately turned into horror. He suddenly rushed to the door that he was pushed in and slammed hard on the door. Lin Xiao frowned. Looking at the scene in front of her, she already had a guess. It seems that these people are going to feed this living person to the zombie king. The man inside desperately slammed the door, and after seeing that the door didn't respond, he immediately looked around to see if there was an exit. But after searching for a while, he lost all hope. Then he shrank into the corner, trembling as he looked at the zombie. 20 minutes later, Lin Xiao slowly felt that the aura inside was rising, and it was getting stronger and stronger. She knew that it was about to wake up. Sure enough, after half an hour, the rising aura of the zombie inside stopped. Although its strength didn't make Lin Xiao feel threatened, it was still very strong, not inferior to a rank 7 psychic. But Lin Xiao knew that the opponent's true strength wasn't like this, because it might have been suppressed. Lin Xiao turned her head to look at the researchers here, and found that they all looked normal, obviously thinking that this should be a matter of course. They looked at the living people in the room with a cold attitude. At this time, the zombie lying on the ground had turned into a puddle of water because of the ice on its body, and it slowly climbed up. Seeing that the zombie got up, the person in the corner began to stiffen, and his pupils contracted as he looked at the zombie. Lin Xiao thought that the zombie would immediately rush up, but what happened next made her stunned. Because the zombie suddenly turned its head and looked in her direction. A pair of pitch-black eyes with vertical pupils was staring in her direction. Ha! Ah! Ah! Suddenly being stared at by the zombie king, Lin Xiao didn't have time to react, but the people around her were shocked. Why? Why is it looking at us? Does it know that we are here? Impossible. But he's staring at us. This is the first time something like this has happened. Attention! Security team, be alert. The zombie king's gaze made these people panic, and they immediately notified the security team to be more vigilant. However, they didn't know that the zombie wasn't looking at them, but Lin Xiao behind them. The other party had actually sensed her presence. Lin Xiao slightly raised her eyebrows, not knowing what the zombie king was going to do next. Chapter 609. Lin Xiao found it strange that the zombie ignored the human beside it. It only stared at her. Was it because of the connection between the same kind? Or was it guarding against her? This was because the zombie king was looking up at the surveillance camera. That was why the staff here were shocked. Lin Xiao was also surprised that it would look at the surveillance camera. Obviously, this zombie's IQ was not low. At this moment, the zombie king suddenly lowered his head and turned to look at the person in the corner, who was completely stiff. What surprised Lin Xiao was that the zombie didn't look at the human with killing intent. Instead, it looked like it was used to it. Ha! What did it mean? Didn't this thing eat humans? It seems that it still doesn't want to do it himself. At this moment, the researcher beside Lin Xiao suddenly said. Lin Xiao was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he immediately realized what these people were thinking. So it was like this. No wonder. From the thoughts of the people here, Lin Qiao understood. It turned out that this zombie wouldn't take the initiative to hurt humans, but they forced it to eat human flesh. Because this was the only way to ensure that the zombie's life could be maintained after a large amount of blood was extracted. In addition to feeding the living, it would also replenish the energy of the zombie core. The zombies inside just glanced at the human and immediately turned their gaze away. It looked left and right, and finally stared at the surveillance camera. Lin Qiao looked at the zombie in surprise. There was actually a zombie that didn't eat humans. Then how did this guy grow to this level? At this moment, the zombie was very calm. Although this zombie looked ugly, it was normal from a zombie's point of view. Its sunken eye sockets matched with a pair of strange black eyes. Its face was full of muscles and prominent cheekbones. There was also a scar on its left cheekbone. Let's do it. I don't think it will take the initiative to attack this time. At this moment, one of the people in the research room suddenly said. They all had an expression as if they had expected it. Obviously, they didn't want to wait for the zombie to attack the human on its own. Because the longest time they waited was when they put the person inside for 3 days. This zombie didn't care at all. In the end, the person starved to death. However, after the person died, the zombie made a move. He would dig out the hearts of corpses and eat them, but he would only eat corpses. No matter what, it refused to touch a living person. Hearing someone say so, another person picked up the communicator and said, "Fire." 3 seconds later, a gunshot was heard from inside the room. Bang! With a gunshot, the zombies inside suddenly turned around. Lin Qiao had obviously sensed his displeasure, and it was intensifying. But very quickly, he suppressed his emotions and continued to turn his head to stare at the camera. The research lab was waiting for him to eat the heart of the person who was shot, but he found that the zombie was still standing there. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. After half an hour, the zombie still did not move. What's going on? What was wrong with him today? Why aren't they eating? The people in the research room were getting a little uneasy. Obviously, this situation had never happened before. Now that they saw zombies, they didn't even eat dead people. What was going on? Now that he didn't eat the dead, what could he do? If he didn't eat, the energy in the zombie's blood might lose its activity. What's going on? The others were also confused. Put the zombie cores in and see how he reacts. At this time, another person suddenly said. Not long after, they saw a wall in the room suddenly caved in, and then something rolled in. Lin Qiao looked and saw that it was a few level 5 zombie cores. After feeding a living person, he fed zombie cores? Obviously, this level 2 king's life here wasn't bad. However, even if a few zombie cores were thrown in, the zombie king didn't move. This is really strange. What's wrong with him today? The people in the research room couldn't figure out what was going on, so they could only continue to wait patiently. Only Lin Qiao knew what was going on. Because of her. At this time, the zombie sensed that a stronger one of its kind was nearby, so how could it have the mood to eat? Of course, its whole body entered a state of alert. This was a kind of animal instinct, not to mention that this was already a level 7 zombie, so its IQ was already very high. Lin Qiao silently followed the people in the research room and watched. After watching for 2 hours, the zombie still didn't do anything. The corpses next to it had already cooled down, and the zombie cores on the ground were also quietly lying on the ground. These 2 things that zombies liked the most couldn't attract this zombie's attention. It was really surprising. What do we do now? He hasn't eaten anything. Do we have to be locked up for 2 or 3 days like before? Moreover, our blood samples will be drawn in 2 days. At this time, someone asked. If he doesn't eat, then forget it, we don't have time to waste with him. Put in the tranquilizer. Someone said lightly. Then suddenly, the zombie inside the room suddenly sprayed a purple gas. Roar dash when the gas sprayed out, the zombie inside suddenly became angry. It fiercely gritted its teeth and roared loudly. But its voice didn't come out, because the secret room was not only isolated, but also soundproof. But even without listening, it could be seen from his expression that he seemed to be agitated by something. Lin Qiao felt its anger. This zombie seemed to be very resistant to the gas. Was it because it could feel the effect of the tranquilizer on it? Or was the previous tranquilizer also injected in this way? Anyway, no matter what, This zombie was now beginning to become angry. It began to rampage in this room. The claws in its hands became very sharp, scratching the thick metal walls, but it couldn't break through. It arched its back. The hair on its head began to grow longer. The 2 human ears began to shrink, and thin black hair began to grow on its face. Then saw the shrunken ears at this time grew out, but the position slightly moved up, and it was 2 black, furry triangular ears. Ha! Lin Xiao looked at this zombie that turned into a big cat's face with a face of curiosity, and the black and thick fluffy tail that suddenly swung out. Aya! Is this a leopard? Roar, roar, roar. The human-shaped leopard inside was running left and right, but it couldn't get out of the iron-walled isolation room no matter how hard it tried. In contrast to Lin Xiao's calmness and curiosity, the people around her were all focused on the big leopard inside the room. Although they knew that this zombie would calm down after a while, they still didn't dare to relax. After all, this was also a level 7 level 2 king. Chapter 6:10. Lin Xiao looked at the level 2 zombie king inside and felt that it was very weak. Even though its face and claws had turned into that of a beast, its attack power was still not high. Otherwise, how could these iron walls and tempered glass trap it? How could this be? Was there something that was suppressing his attack power? She turned her head and looked at the researchers. She guessed that they had used some kind of medicine on the zombie king. After waiting for another 2 hours, the zombie inside shrank into a corner and stopped moving. At this time, the researcher walked in front of an instrument and looked at the sensor display on it, then nodded and said, "It's done." Then, the metal plate on the wall of the secret room rose up, and several people wearing protective suits walked in. They quickly took out a needle and began to draw blood from the zombie king. After drawing 3 tubes of blood, they finally stopped. Then, they quickly moved the zombie king into the freezer and locked it up. After a while, she saw someone walking into the research room with 3 tubes of thick black blood. Lin Xiao smelled it and felt that the aura contained in the blood was much stronger than the aura of the zombies in the secret room and the freezer. The moment she smelled the blood, Lin Xiao immediately frowned. Because the blood gave her an oppressive sense of crisis. It was not a feeling of coercion, but a feeling of conflict with the source of suppression. She moved closer to the tubes of blood and carefully felt it. It was indeed very repulsive. However, what made Lin Xiao feel strange was that there was no hostility or killing intent in the zombie's blood. In Lin Xiao's opinion, it was very pure. What was going on? Lin Xiao would only feel this kind of feeling from newborn zombies because their consciousness was still very vague, and they had not eaten humans before. But the zombie in front of her was already level 7, and after being caught here, it had also eaten human hearts, although it was not a living person's heart. No matter what, zombies that had eaten humans before would have their own aura muddy, and they would have their own hostility and killing intent. However, there was nothing in the blood of the zombie in front of her, which was very strange. It seemed that she still needed to figure out one thing before dealing with this zombie. Lin Xiao silently retreated and then stood by the door until these people got off work. Then she followed them out. So if she took the zombie away now, she didn't know how much chaos it would cause? Would this zombie be able to follow her? If this guy wasn't willing to follow her, then she would still have to kill him so that he wouldn't be captured and studied by those humans in the future. But even if they took this zombie away now, humans would still develop other weapons to deal with zombies in the future. And then continue to kill zombies endlessly until all the zombies in the world are dead? From a human's point of view, even Lin Xiao would want to do this. But now that she was a zombie, she couldn't think like that. However, she couldn't stop this kind of thing, because even if she could stop it once, she couldn't stop it every time. Humans were not stupid. After 1 or 2 times of destruction, they would probably hide and study it. Therefore, this kind of thing could be stopped once or twice, but it could not be stopped in the future. Therefore, Lin Xiao gave up on the idea of causing trouble. He would rather think about how to avoid this kind of trouble in the future. The most important thing was to hide her identity. Out of the research building, Lin Xiao followed one of the researchers, who had a weak breath and a big psychological hole. Lin Xiao followed this person to the cafeteria of the research building and watched him eat dinner before walking out of the research building. She knew that this person didn't need to work overtime, so she planned to go home after dinner. As a researcher of an important subject in the base, This person's treatment was also very good, and he was also a psychic, although his level wasn't high. Lin Qiao followed him on the cable car to the outer area. There was still a cable car and other means of transportation in this base. Otherwise, it would take a long time to enter the inner area without a car. After following the researcher down the cable car, they walked for more than 10 minutes and entered a high-end residential area. More than a dozen buildings in the residential area were full of people. Lin Qiao followed this person all the way back home, a single apartment. There was a bedroom, a living room, a bathroom, a kitchen, and a small balcony. The man threw his work card and coat on the sofa in the living room, entered the room, and took a winter homeware into the bathroom. Lin Qiao picked up his work card and looked at it. This person was called Lang Xiantong, 32 years old. Before Doomsday, he was a man with a wife and children, but after Doomsday, he became a man with nothing. But fortunately, his original work was to study microorganisms, so after struggling for 3 years after Doomsday, he suddenly received the news that Huaxia Base recruited science and technology personnel from outside, and then he came to work in Huaxia Base. It was not that there was no work in other bases, but Huaxia Base was powerful and had more resources. Because of these, Lang Xiantong left the original Black Dragon Base, and then joined Huaxia Base. He needed resources to do other experiments. Lin Qiao had been by his side and had sensed all this information from his thoughts. This person's heart was not all in this base, so Lin Qiao felt that there was a psychological hole in his mind. More than 10 minutes later, Lang Xiantong appeared with water vapor. But the water vapor on his body was not hot, but cold. Lin Qiao could feel that the temperature coming out of the bathroom was cold. She glanced at this man. Cold water in winter? What kind of superpower did this person have? But no matter what kind of superpower he had, Lin Qiao directly took action. She suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Lang Xiantong, who was walking to the bedroom, and then her figure flashed. No one knew that Lang Xiantong disappeared from his home. Lang Xiantong felt that his hand was suddenly pulled, and then his eyes suddenly became blurred. When he saw clearly again, he found that it was not his home. He was shocked, and suddenly turned his head to look at the direction where he was being pulled. He saw that a woman just let go of her hand, stepped back 2 steps, and looked at him indifferently. "You? Who are you?" Lin Qiao smiled faintly, looked at him and said, "You don't need to know who I am. The experiment you did secretly, you are afraid to be known by others, right?" Lang Xiantong stared at Lin Qiao alertly, and looked around. He appeared in a strange living room. The living room was very big, but the light here was very dim, just like the rainy weather outside, which made the light in the room dim. But as soon as he heard the words of this strange woman, Lang Xiantong's face immediately sank. "Who the hell are you?" This woman actually knew about him. That thing could not be known by others. Chapter 6:11. Is that so? Others might not know, but I do. Lin Qiao walked to the sofa and sat down. Then she crossed her arms and looked at him. "You?" Lang Xiantong looked at her in shock. This woman actually knew what he was thinking about. A sense of crisis arose from being seen through, and it made his heart turn cold. "Aren't you working in the research center of this base so that you can use the conditions inside to research how to turn zombies back into humans? Do you think it's possible? Zombies are already dead, and the dead can't come back to life. Don't you know that?" Lin Qiao looked at him and said, "Yes, this man's thoughts and secret was to develop a potion that could turn zombies back into humans. Moreover, this idea of his was seen in the zombie movies before, and it was obvious that he was led astray." "You? How do you know so clearly?" Lang Xiantong looked at her in shock, and he couldn't help but panic. No matter who it was, when their secret was suddenly known, they would be flustered. Moreover, this secret of his was suspected to be anti-human. If the people in the base found out, they would definitely stop him or chase him out of the base. "You don't have to care how I know. If you don't want me to say it, then you have to tell me something." Lin Qiao put away the smile on her face, and her eyes were still looking at him. If his secret was known, it meant that someone else had something to use against him. However, this woman in front of him looked very unfamiliar. He definitely hadn't seen her before, so how did she know about his secret? However, seeing that there was room for negotiation, Leng Xiantong heaved a sigh of relief. What do you want to know? He asked. You just need to tell me how that zombie was caught. Lin Qiao looked at him and said. A ray of light flashed in Leng Xuantong's eyes. When he heard Lin Qiao's question, he immediately guessed something. This woman came from another place, so it was obvious that she was here for the potion. No, perhaps the main purpose wasn't the potion, but the special zombie that could produce the potion. Why do you think that I would know about this? Leng Xiantong calmed down slightly, and he looked at Lin Qiao and asked. Because you know. Since you know, you definitely won't let me say anything about you, right? Lin Qiao replied. Actually, she already knew the answer. After she asked this question, Leng Xuantong's mind subconsciously flashed with the situation regarding this matter. Hence, Lin Qiao sensed it directly. Leng Xiantong looked at her in silence and did not make a sound. Lin Qiao looked at him quietly and didn't urge him to continue. After a minute of silence, Leng Xiantong then said, It was our leader who took action. This zombie's attack power is very strong, but its speed is slightly higher than its attack power. Its reaction is also more agile than a wild beast. We can't lock onto his whereabouts and position at all, so no matter how powerful the weapon is, it's useless if it can't lock onto the target. Lin Qiao was deep in thought. He suddenly asked, You mean, he only cares about avoiding the attacks from your base, but he doesn't have the intention to take the initiative to attack? How did you find him? Also, what's with this zombie that doesn't eat living people? From Leng Xuantong's words, Lin Qiao noticed that he said he couldn't lock onto the opponent's position. If this zombie attacked people first, then it wouldn't be impossible to lock onto the target. Also, from the zombie's indifferent reaction to the living people in the same room, she didn't know what was going on with this zombie. Moreover, since the afternoon, when she felt the zombie's emotions and the breath in its blood, Lin Qiao had a strange feeling. Because when this zombie woke up, it was very calm. After food was sent in, it didn't go crazy like other zombies when it smelled the scent of living people. Instead, it ignored it. We're not too sure about this. From the moment we caught it, it wouldn't attack living people. Also, I heard that the people who went to catch it back then were all attacked and injured because they forced it into a corner. But the strange thing is that none of those people died. The number of people who went to catch it was the same number of people who came back. But in the end, they didn't catch this zombie. I also heard that this zombie was accidentally found by the corpse hunting team. At that time, it was hunting, but it was a level 6 mutated beast. Leng Xiantong said. Anyway, these things weren't considered confidential, so there was no problem for Leng Xiantong to say it. As expected. Lin Qiao nodded, as if she had guessed something. Was the pure feeling from his body because he didn't eat humans, but mutated animals? Lin Qiao had only seen 2 zombies that would eat animals. One was Qiu Lily, and the other was obviously El March. Although these 2 guys had some hostility, it wasn't the evil kind. So when Lin Qiao sensed its aura in the freezer today, that was why she had that familiar feeling. In any case, it was a level 2 king tier that was accidentally discovered. At first, the people of the base only wanted to obtain its zombie core. Later, because the zombie's whereabouts were too unpredictable, the leader of the base personally went out to capture it. After catching it, they realized that its blood was a little special. As for why it doesn't eat living people, we don't know either. Leng Xiantong said. Lin Qiao nodded and said, All right, I got it. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about you. But it's impossible for zombies to turn back into living people. You should give up on that. Lin Qiao was surprised that this man's persistence could persist until now. After hearing what she said, Leng Xuantong's expression froze for a moment, then he lowered his head. He also knew that this strange woman was right. It was impossible to turn zombies into living people. There was no scientific basis for it. The current technology hadn't advanced to such a level yet. But he didn't want to give up, because he wanted to turn his family back. If you don't mind, your two family members can be brought to my base. That way, at least they will have a place to stay. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Qiao suddenly said. Because this man, for the sake of his wife and daughter who turned into zombies, would rather believe in the plot of the movie. Now, he was thinking of ways to get a result. Just this persistence and stubbornness made Lin Qiao very surprised. And she wanted to try and see if she could win this person over to her base. After all, He was a technician. Her base lacked such talents. Lin Xiao's words made Lang Xiantong very surprised. He looked at Lin Xiao in disbelief. Did this woman mean that she could give him a place to do this research openly? Chapter 6:12. Just as he was thinking about Lin Xiao's intentions, Lin Xiao stood up and walked towards him. Lang Xiantong looked at her with his guard up. All right, since we're done talking, I'll send you back. I'll send you back. Lin Xiao walked over and put a hand on his shoulder after saying that. Lang Xiantong looked at her in confusion while keeping his guard up. However, when she touched him, his vision blurred and he was back at his home again. If you need anything, you can come to the base next to Sea City. Lin Xiao left him with this sentence and suddenly disappeared in front of him. Lang Xiantong was shocked. His eyes focused and he immediately looked left and right. After turning around, he didn't see the strange woman anymore. On the other side, Lin Xiao had already dashed out from the balcony of her house and jumped to the roof. She looked at the sky and it was already dark. The cold wind on the rooftop blew at the hem of Lin Xiao's clothes. Although it was dark, the white snow and all kinds of lights were shining in front of her. The light in front of her was still very bright. Although in Lin Xiao's eyes, there was no difference. Lin Xiao turned around and was ready to go to the research building and get the zombie out. She didn't care about the consequences of this meeting. Her goal was to get the zombie. From the results of her previous observation, this zombie had already met Lin Xiao's standards. However, for the next observation, it was better to get the zombie in her hands and slowly observe it. But at this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly stopped. She turned around and stared at the direction outside the base, which was the direction she came from. The aura over there. After sensing the aura, Lin Xiao immediately turned around and dashed out of the base. She actually forgot about these people at the Earth Dragon base. Alright, actually I forgot about them. At this moment, Li Zhang and the others, along with Xiedong's small group of zombies. He was surrounded by a large group of ferocious-looking roe deer who were baring their teeth. Damn! When did these dumb roe deer become so fierce? These teeth are actually used to eat meat. Lin Yu's back was against everyone as he stared vigilantly at the countless calves and roe deer that had formed a circle around them. He was dumbfounded. The big, curious and silly roe deer in their memories were nothing compared to the fierce eyes, sharp teeth, and drooling roe deer in front of them. Fortunately, their own combat strength was not low. Although they were all level 2 or 3 ability users, they were not eaten by the roe deer, but they were in a very difficult situation. Because there were too many of them. There are too many of them. If we continue like this, we'll run out of energy. We can't go on like this, Li Zhang said with a serious expression. There were tens of thousands of roe deers, and they were all very fast. As long as there was an opportunity, it would pounce on them fiercely, catching them off guard. Fortunately, Li Zhang was an ice-type metahuman. Under such weather conditions, his energy output was the least, allowing him to last longer. In fact, after such a long period of consumption, people could no longer use their abilities. They could only shoot at the deer with their guns. However, they didn't have many bullets left, so they didn't dare to shoot randomly. Right at this moment, another 2 big roe deers leaped out. They opened their mouths wide and pounced towards them with ferocious expressions. Li Zhang turned around, but he hadn't made a move yet. The 2 roe deers were attacked and retreated. However, the ones who attacked were not them, but Xiedong and the other zombies who were protecting them. Since these roe deers weren't interested in zombies, their target was Li Zheng's group of living humans. Therefore, Xiedong led his zombie team to temporarily surround Li Zheng and the others, forming a protective circle for them. We've been trapped for a day. I'm afraid it's not good to delay any longer. Feng Mingyu glanced at the dense group of roe deers around them. The pairs of eyes that were staring at them made him very anxious. As he spoke, 7 or 8 roe deers rushed out from the group and rushed towards them. However, they were quickly beaten down by Li Zhang and the others. These roe deers that were beaten back were either injured or dead, and they were quickly eaten by their own kind, leaving pools of blood and carcasses in the snow. It's too cruel. They are fighting over their own companions. Feng Mingyu looked at the scene with a face full of pity. I say, you still have the mood to care about this. Over there. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly stretched out his leg and kicked him without looking back. Then they saw another roe deer fiercely jump out and pounce towards them. At this time, Lei Yao suddenly said in a deep voice, "I think we might have cleared the obstacles for Lu Zhuofeng's convoy. If we hadn't lured these roe deers over, they would have definitely blocked his convoy. There's nothing we can do. We are too weak, and we have too few people. It's easier for these animals to deal with us than a level 8 metahuman. Their teeth and mouths are not the only things that have evolved. Their intelligence has also evolved," Lin Yu said. After being trapped for a day, they still couldn't break out of the encirclement of these roe deers. They couldn't kill all of them, so everyone's mood was very heavy. What should we do now? Lu Zhuofeng might have already reached the Huaxia base. How are we going to get out of here? Looking at the continuous encirclement of roe deers, countless eyes were still staring at them. No one dared to relax. In addition, the sky was now dark, and the movements of these animals were even more unpredictable. Just as everyone was trapped, suddenly, a voice came from above the forest. "Aya, there are at least tens of thousands of roe deers here. These mutated roe deers have a terrifying reproductive ability." When Li Zhang and the others heard this voice, they instantly revealed a look of surprise. Then, they looked up in the direction of the voice and saw a dark figure standing on a tree branch. Lin Qiao jumped down and landed in front of Li Zhang and the others. At the same time, he threw a rope in his hand and tied them up, then brought them into the space. After throwing Li Zhang and the others into the living room of the small building, Lin Qiao said, "What's going on? Didn't you guys ask about this place before? To think that we would be surrounded by those fierce roe deers." At this time, Feng Mingyu suddenly jumped out and said angrily, "We fell into Lu Zhuofeng's trap. He lured the roe deers over to us." "We were careless," Li Zhang said at this time. He slightly lowered his head, and his expression was somewhat gloomy. They specialized in gathering information, so of course, they knew that there were such mutated roe deers in this area, and the number was terrifying. But they did not expect that someone like Lu Zhuofeng would secretly lead the herd of roe deers over to them. The other party must have discovered their ruins long ago, so he did this. On one hand, he could get rid of them, and on the other hand, he could lure the roe deers away to avoid harassment. Chapter 6:13. Leader. It seems that the Earth Dragon base will become an affiliated base of Hidden Cloud City, and I heard that half of the remaining granary has been transported back to Hidden Cloud City. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly looked at her with bright eyes and said. When he spoke, he was very excited and looked at Lin Qiao's eyes with worship. "Let's talk about it later." Lin Qiao smiled and nodded to him, then turned around and left the space. After coming out, there were still a lot of roe deers in front of them. But these roe deers seemed to have lost their target and were turning left and right. At this time, Xiedong and a few zombies had already jumped on the tree, but they didn't leave, but waited for Lin Qiao to appear. As soon as Lin Qiao appeared, she also jumped on the branch and shouted, "Let's go." Then several figures immediately jumped out, flashed over the tree, and went to the direction of Huaxia base. Not long after, Lin Qiao took Xiedong and his team to the periphery of Huaxia town. After stopping, she put several zombies into the space, and then stood in front of the small building to have a look. After bringing Li Zhang and others in, dozens of roe deers on the lawn across the lake immediately came over, but they could only stop by the lake and look at this side, because the two sides of the lake couldn't pass through. Lin Qiao said to Xiedong, "Take your team and line up here." After that, she found a few large barrels, and then went to the lake to fill the water and drag them back to the small building. This time, she didn't drag them directly to the door of the small building, but put them against the side wall. Then she went to the front of Xiedong's team and pointed to the bucket on the wall to the 5 level 4 zombies. "Go and take off your clothes, and then go in and take a bath." After that, she looked at the watch and said to Xiedong, 2 hours. Xiedong understood what she meant, and he nodded. She just wanted to let these zombies take a bath for 2 hours. Since they are so obedient and can follow you all the time, this is their reward. Lin Qiao said again. Lin Qiao turned her head and looked at the zombies who were fighting with their clothes, and then turned away. But she turned back again after only 2 steps. "Oh, you train them how to take off clothes and put on clothes. You are now your soldiers, so you have to take care of them. After saying that, he turned around and entered the small building. Xie Dong silently looked at the level 4 zombies that had been following him for a while, and then looked at the direction where Lin Qiao had left. He had a feeling that he was going to be a nanny. What was going on? After Lin Qiao entered the small building, the people standing in the living room immediately looked at her. She stood in the middle of the living room and waved at them. Li Zhang and the others immediately stood in front of her, waiting for her instructions. After a while, I will let you out directly in Huaxia City. You should pay attention to your whereabouts, and then help me to inquire about the situation and the number of people coming from other bases. Lin Qiao looked at them and said, Yes. Li Zhang and the others answered. After you get the news, find a place to hide. You don't have to look for me. I'll find you on my own, Lin Qiao said again. Yes. After explaining their tasks, Lin Qiao left the space in a flash. After Lin Qiao left, Li Zhang and the others slowly dispersed. But they still stayed in the living room and didn't go far. Feng Mingyu's face was drooling. He stood at the door and looked at the pile of grain in the distance and said, How long do you think the grain in the 2 granaries can last for our base? Our base now has less than 5,000 people. These are enough for 3 years. At least. Li Zhang walked over and stood beside him and said, Does this mean that we have earned back the capital with interest? Feng Mingyu still looked at the outside with a drooling face. Although our leader killed Long Yubai, the homes of hundreds of thousands of people in our base have been destroyed and so many people have died. This is what the Earth Dragon base owes us. They can't pay it back. Li Zhang said coldly. Yes, Lin Ruifeng, Yi Hao and He Mu are all missing. Did our leader feed them to the zombies or directly burn them? Or did you just burn it with the hellfire? Feng Mingyu suddenly wiped away the drooling expression on her face and turned to ask Li Zhang curiously. According to the news, the living room of Lin Ruifeng's house had traces of being burned, but his brother's body was left in the bedroom. It is estimated that Lin Ruifeng was burned. Li Zhang said. I think so too. It's a pity that the leader didn't kill Lu Zhuofeng. Feng Mingyu said with some pity. Lu Zhuofeng is already level 8. His strength can't be compared to before. I think with our leader's strength, if we want to kill him, we may have to spend a lot of effort. But the leader seems to have plans for the next step. At this time, Lin Yu also came over and said while drooling while looking at the pile of grain. Wipe your saliva, okay? Feng Mingyu turned to look at him and said, You have the nerve to talk about others? You were drooling just now too. Li Zhang rolled his eyes and said something for Lin Yu. At this time, a figure flashed behind them. Lin Qiao came in. You can go out now. Come here. Lin Qiao looked around and said to them. Li Zhang and the others immediately gathered in front of Lin Qiao and took the rope that Lin Qiao threw over. Then when she pulled it, their vision blurred and they went out. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in a dark place and a gust of cold air enveloped them. Looking closely, they seemed to be in an alley without lights. Lin Qiao walked to the entrance of the alley and looked around. Then, she turned around and tilted her head at them. Li Zhang and the others immediately went over quietly and jumped out agilely. Soon, they disappeared into the night of the city. Even in the snow, they didn't leave any trace. They were members of the intelligence team after all. Leaving no trace was a skill that they should have learned. Lin Qiao disappeared in the night. She directly jumped to the 2-story building at the side and then to the tall building on the other side. Then, she turned around and flashed towards the direction of the research building. On the other side, in Lang Xuantong's house, Lin Qiao had already left for a few hours but Lang Xiantong had been sitting quietly on the sofa. The purpose of Lin Qiao's visit made Lang Xiantong feel that the meeting this time might be very chaotic. He didn't know if the purpose of this strange and dangerous woman was the batch of medicine or the zombie. From the fact that she only asked about the situation of the zombie, Lang Xiantong didn't dare to determine if she was really here for the zombie. Or maybe she really wanted to bring the zombie away. Because of the uniqueness of the zombie, all the major bases would definitely be curious about it. After being curious, they would definitely use it to research other things or develop the same medicine like what China did. In the future, they wouldn't need to exchange a large amount of resources for medicine. Humans were greedy. Chapter 6:14. No matter what, Lang Xiantong knew that Lin Qiao didn't come with good intentions. He also knew that this wouldn't be good for Huaxia City's conference. But when Lin Qiao came looking for him, he was very determined that he wouldn't tell anyone about it. But it made sense, he already knew his background. With that thing restricting him, he definitely wouldn't tell anyone. He had clearly hidden that matter very well, so how could it be discovered by an outsider? Lang Xiantong couldn't help but be curious about what the woman was going to do next. Was she really going to steal the zombie away? That would be fun. The people from all the bases had arrived, but the main zombie was nowhere to be seen. Just as he was thinking about this, he didn't know that Lin Qiao had already started to move. It was hard to get any information in the middle of the night. Therefore, the first thing Li Zhang and the others had to do was to figure out the terrain and environment of the base. They would only start to gather information when the sun rose. Lin Qiao dashed towards the research building and quickly reached the roof. On the other side was the building that Wu Chengyue was in. This building was cleared out by the Huaxia base to accommodate the people from all the bases. I really don't understand why you brought Lingling over when you came here. It's too cold here. What if the child can't get used to it? Xiao Liqing looked at Wu Chengyue with disapproval. Although he had said this many times, every time he saw Wu Yueling wrapped up like a ball, he couldn't help but say it. But as soon as he said it, he regretted it. Wu Yueling was wearing a furry underwear, a sweater in the middle, a long down jacket on the outermost, and a pair of thick cotton pants on her legs. She had a knitted hat on her head, and there were 2 balls of fur hanging down from the sides of the hat. Her long hair was flying around her neck. I didn't bring her, I was worried about leaving her alone in the base. What if she doesn't see me and her illness acts up? Wu Chengyue looked at Wu Yueling and said to Xiao Liqing. Xiao Liqing knew that he would have the same answer, so he sighed. That's true. I'm talking about you, you've said this many times. Can you stop? This time it was Wu Chengyue's turn to look at him unhappily. Yes. Oh right, Lu Zhuofeng has already arrived at the base. The people from the other bases are also here. I wonder if Miss Lu is here. Xiao Liqing changed the topic. Who knows? Anyway, even if she wants to come in openly, she can't. Wu Chengyue laughed. Because there was a virus detector at the door, she was afraid that the alarm would go off as soon as she approached. In another room downstairs, Lu Zhuofeng stayed in his own room. Not long after he entered Huaxia City, his people came to him. The research building includes other research institutes, and the virus research is under that building. We dived down, but we couldn't find the location of the zombie. But I'm sure it's in the underground research facility, Lu Zhuofeng's subordinate said. What about the others? Lu Zhuofeng nodded and asked. We've sent people to investigate in secret, the subordinate replied. Lu Zhuofeng didn't need his subordinates to explain what they were looking for. He knew that all the other bases wanted to find out the whereabouts of the zombie. How's the situation in Sea City? Also, didn't that woman in Sea City do anything? Did anyone come from the uptown? Lu Zhuofeng suddenly thought of the situation in Sea City and continued to ask. Hearing his question, the subordinate in front of him became very confused. He replied, it's strange. Although the woman went back and made a lot of noise, the leaders of the base in Sea City didn't pay attention to her. Not even a few days later, this woman was crippled. The base in the uptown called back all the people, but no one came out. Disabled? What do you mean? Lu Zhuofeng looked at him with some surprise and asked. When she was found in a relatively hidden basement. Although there was still a trace of breath, it seemed that she hadn't eaten for several days. Moreover, her superpower core was broken, so her superpower was disabled. She also lost consciousness and was no different from a vegetative person. The subordinate replied. Hey, who did it? Where is the location? Lu Zhuofeng was more surprised when he heard it. Becoming a vegetative person meant that she was not dead. Could it be the people in the uptown? Or this woman really saw some secret in the uptown, so the people in the uptown didn't dare to go against the people in Sea City on the surface, but they did it in secret. There is another theory. It is said that the basement was actually used by Yan Fengyu to keep a male pet, and then the male pet may have taken advantage of her injury and escaped. The subordinate paused and said, although I don't know if this was done by the man in the basement, it is true that Yan Fengyu kept a male pet. This woman has a very clean reputation on the surface. I didn't expect that she couldn't bear the loneliness behind the scenes. Lu Zhuofeng said expressionlessly. Then he asked, didn't the people in Hangzhou come? No, the subordinate replied. Lu Zhuofeng thought for a while and then shook his head. No, they must have come. Otherwise, that team wouldn't have followed me all the way here. He thought that after coming out of the Earth Dragon, there was a team of people secretly following him from a distance. Did they think he didn't know? They dared to follow a level 8 paranormal like him. They must have some guts. So when he arrived here, he knew that there was a large number of mutant roe deer tens of kilometers south of China, and they were very aggressive, so he lured the group of people to the herd. It was just a group of level 2 and 3 paranormal, and there were so many of them, there were tens of thousands of them. As long as the level 5 paranormal died in a few days, the others would certainly not be able to escape the fate of being eaten by countless roe deer. Because Xie Dong didn't move in the same direction as Li Zhang, and because he was a zombie, Lu Zhuofeng didn't notice their existence. The subordinate thought for a while and guessed. Then they must have escaped our surveillance, and we didn't see them enter China. You didn't see any strange people enter the city? Lu Zhuofeng's eyes flashed, and his thick black eyebrows slightly wrinkled. The subordinate shook his head, and then suddenly nodded. Oh, there was a group of people that was very strange. They said they came from Qingshan base, and they brought a mutant dog with them. What's even more strange is that the people from China also let the mutant dog in. Because in ordinary bases, they wouldn't let in mutant beasts of unknown origin. Chapter 6:15. Green Mountain Base. Lu Zhuofeng frowned. He had never heard of this base before. It was an unfamiliar name. Could it be? Is it the name given to the new base in Uptown? Are they from that side? He asked. The subordinate shook his head and said with a serious expression, no, they are not from that side. We don't know where they are from, and we can't find out their origins. But those people are not from Uptown. Moreover, they are very strong. If they are from the old Pluto base in Uptown, it is impossible that we don't know them. I heard that the people from Green Mountain Base are also rank 8 metahumans. There are also 2 rank 7 metahumans accompanying them. What? Rank 8? Impossible. If they are rank 8, how come so many of our bases don't know of their existence? They even brought 2 rank 7 metahumans. They are leaders. Lu Zhuofeng's eyes widened as he stared at his subordinate in disbelief. Right now, all the major bases are secretly investigating the background of these people. But there has been no progress. His subordinate had already expected such a reaction from Lu Zhuofeng, so his expression did not change. When Lu Zhuofeng heard this, it was obvious that it was true. His eyelids drooped as he lowered his head, deep in thought. On the other side, Wu Chengyue was also listening to the new information. It was also about Green Mountain Base. Ha! Is it that group of people? Didn't they bring that dog to our base last time? Wu Chengyue said. Yes, it's them. However, this time, it wasn't Lei Cheng's team that was led by a man named Lan Lu. It was said that his ability had already reached the 8th rank. And Lei Cheng and the vice-captain he brought last time are just accompanying him. Xiao Liqing looked at the information in his hand and said to Wu Chengyue, Rank 8. Since when are there rank 8 metahumans everywhere? What are they trying to do? The smile on Wu Chengyue's face disappeared, and he said with an expressionless face, the background of this Green Mountain Base is very secretive. We can't find any information about them, and we can't find any information about the other bases. Xiao Liqing said in agreement. The last time these 2 people came, they already felt that it was strange. There was a traitor who became a robber of the apocalypse, and it was a level 7. However, as soon as this group of people appeared, the information about the robbers disappeared. Although it was said that it was Miss Lu from Uptown who took care of it, the 2 people who came later also had high ability levels. Now, another level 8 had appeared, and it was even a leader. In that case, the strength of this base would not be inferior to a medium-sized base. However, such a base had always been hidden, not interacting with other bases at all, and not coming out at all. If it weren't for the robber named Tang He, everyone might not have known about their existence until now. He didn't know how the Chinese base would predict this Qingshan base. Or perhaps, These two bases had been in contact with each other in secret all along. Since the other party could secretly develop to this level of strength, they must have their own methods. I just don't know why he chose to appear at this time when he's already so strong. Wu Chongyue leaned against the back of the sofa, crossed his arms in front of his chest, raised his hand and rubbed the tip of his chin with his fingers. The number of people in this base seems to be very small every time. The last time they came to our base, there were only 2 people and a dog? This time, there were only 7 people, plus a dog. However, the level of ability is a taboo. How did these people level up? Xiao Liqing was also puzzled. He continued, in fact, apart from Lan Lu, who has an 8th level arcana, Lei Cheng, who has a 7th level arcana, and Zhang Hao, who has a 6th level arcana. There's also a level 7, a level 6, and 2 level 5 mutants. Although they were few in number, with the strength of their special ability, even if they were to deal with 3 or more legions, they would not be able to do anything to them. So, how much strength did they have in their main base? Even if they were here, they definitely wouldn't reveal their full strength. How strong are the other bases? Who are they? Wu Chongyue suddenly asked about the situation in the other bases. Xiao Liqing flipped through the information in his hand and said, Hidden Cloud City's Lu Zhuofeng brought Lan Qijia, the former weapons manager of the local dragon base, here. He didn't bring many people with him, probably around 500. Due to He Mu's disappearance, the other leader, Li Zhangye, came with a deputy, Su Chongmu. The Mongols, on the other hand, had Bao Qingji and his deputy, Zhang Shanglong. They didn't bring any troops with them, just a garrison of less than 100 men. The Mongols' base is closest to China. Both sides have a good relationship, so there's no need to bring so many people. Wu Chongyue nodded. Xiao Liqing nodded. That's right, the 2 bases have been working closely together for the past few years. Next up is Black Dragon's Gao Haoyun, another leader. He brought 2 6th-level adepts with him. One of the 6th-level adepts is the deputy leader, and the other is the leader of a group of freelance corpse hunters. They have around 300 men with them. Gao Haoyun is the ice type, I think, Wu Chongyue said. Correct. Both Black Dragon and Black Dragon have been eliminated, and Green Mountain has been added to their ranks. 3 8th-level adepts, including you. It looks like the Mongols, Skyfire, and the 3 eastern provinces are in for a rough ride. Xiao Liqing said. Not necessarily. Don't be fooled by their lack of strength. Who knows if they have something up their sleeves? Wu Chongyue shook his head. Everyone's eyes must be on Green Mountain. Just because we don't make a move doesn't mean Lu Zhuofeng will. You're right. Xiao Liqing nodded. Every major base had sent their leaders, and the result of their discussion was that they'd make a reservation first, then go back and prepare the supplies. Because they didn't know the price, they wouldn't be able to bring what they wanted. Even if they managed to get their hands on the elixirs, they'd have to wait and see what other factions would do. If Wu Chongyue didn't make a move, then only Green Mountain and Hidden Cloud City had a chance. But both sides needed to get a feel for each other's movements. What if they ran into each other? If Hidden Cloud City had such intentions, then Skyfire would be their next target. But which side was Green Mountain's base on? It was because they didn't know the ins and outs of Green Mountain that Hidden Cloud City would be more cautious. Chapter 616. In the past, Hidden Cloud City would have made a move against Skyfire Base. As for Earth Dragon, they probably didn't care about them. But now this Green Mountain base of unknown origin has appeared, and their strength is not to be underestimated. That's why Hidden Cloud City is wary. Xiao Liqing followed Wu Qingyue's train of thought. That's right. That's why we have a big tiger to make everyone afraid. That's why no one dares to make a move. Wu Chongyue grinned. In the rooms of the other leaders in this building, they were all discussing similar topics. If Lu Zhuofeng dares make a move against us, then we can use the fact that he destroyed Earth Dragon's base and killed our leader He Mu as a reason to confront them. Then we can point the finger at Hidden Cloud City as the mastermind behind the attack on Hades. Hidden Cloud City will have the right to defy the rules of coexistence between human bases. They'll actively disrupt the balance of power between the major bases to target them. That way we can ally with the other bases to take them down. In Skyfire Base's room, Li Zhengye sat on the sofa, his expression calm. He Mu's disappearance and Lu Zhuofeng's breakthrough didn't concern him much. He continued, "After all, the most important thing we need to deal with now is the zombie army that is everywhere outside." Li Zhengye's name was a fitting one. He was nearly 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor skinny, and he wasn't old. He looked like a man in his 30s, but in reality he was. His discipline was a special snow adept. Snowflakes didn't do much damage, but they could control the temperature. After reaching rank 7, Li Zhengye could completely reduce the temperature within a kilometer to -50 degrees Celsius. The closer the range, the lower the temperature. Ice adepts could freeze people to death, but Li Zhengye could freeze them to death. Imagine the temperature dropping to -70 or 80 degrees. Not only would the body's reflexes slow, but it would also be difficult for an adept to control their limbs. For a normal person, it was impossible to survive. That was why Li Zhengye was called the Martian, because the temperature on Mars was -80 degrees. Sitting beside him was a 6th-level adept, Su Chongmu, the vice leader of Skyfire Base. He nodded. "You're right. But where did this Qingshan base come from? Previously, there was no news of this base at all, and now it suddenly appeared. Moreover, it was a rank 8 metahuman, and it was unknown if the opponent's strength was a little stronger than Lu Zhuofeng's. After all, Lu Zhuofeng just broke through. Who knows? At the very least, they would have to fight the other party themselves to find out. In any case, I'm definitely not a match for him," Li Zhengye said as he looked out of the window. Now, in addition to the Huaxia base that has a level 8 Arcanist, Qingshan base has also appeared after Sea City and Songyun City. Our base's strength is too far behind. Su Chongmu frowned. "What can we do?" If Gu Yikong had been able to snatch back the nether flame crystal core, he might have been able to break through. "I just didn't expect He Mu to be so incompetent." Li Zhengye frowned as he said the last sentence. He was disappointed that He Mu didn't live up to his expectations. Indeed. Aside from nether flame, no one else is more suitable for leader Gu. Su Chongmu nodded. "Although that's what I thought, they actually let nether flame self-destruct. Didn't they say that they had already used medicine to control it in advance?" Li Zhengye said with some annoyance. "This is something that no one expected. This woman is not simple to begin with. The energy from her self-destruction actually formed a poison zone. She really can't settle down even in death." Su Chongmu sighed. "I know, right?" Li Zhengye nodded, but he quickly flipped the page. "But this Qingshan base, we don't even know where it is located." Then, could these people be the strongest force in their base? Or just a part of them? I believe we will know soon. Since they have appeared at this time, they are definitely not afraid of others probing them. When they return, we can follow them and investigate. Maybe we will find some clues. Su Chongmu said after some thought. That's because the other party deliberately leaked information about their base. Li Zhengye agreed. Meanwhile, in the room where the guests of Qingshan base stayed, they were discussing something else. "Do you think the people from that base have not come here?" Lan Lu was a level 8 Arcanist. No one knew what his arcana was. "We did not receive any news, and we did not see any suspicious people enter the base. And according to the information from uptown, those people are staying in the new base." Zhang Hao stood to the side and looked at Lan Lu sitting on the sofa. Lan Lu wore a pair of glasses and looked very gentle. He looked fair and clean, but a little thin. His hair was neatly combed, and his eyes were bright. He seemed to be in high spirits. Lei Cheng sat on the sofa next to him with an expressionless face. He said, "When we are done here, should we go there? Anyway, there will definitely be a lot of people following behind. This way we can also attract their attention." "That's a good idea, but I want to quickly take the medicine back and study it. You two can take the others there. I will go back to the base," Lan Lu said after some thought. "If we go, those people will not be easy to deal with." Lei Cheng glanced at him. Lan Lu glanced at him and said, "Who asked you to deal with them? Can't you just go and visit them openly? Bring more gifts. Their new base is definitely lacking in stone materials. If you bring some strong adhesives over, their attitude will definitely be much better. We have to visit them in good faith." We don't want to be enemies with them. You have to know your own position, understand? Oh, I know. Lei Cheng could only respond. Lan Lu continued to analyze. Think about it. If they can live peacefully with zombies like us, they must have a way. As for why they can make zombies talk, I think they are in the same situation as us, so they won't make things difficult for us. After all, they can tolerate special zombies, which means they are on the same boat as us. As long as we don't do anything bad to them, we won't be pushed off the boat. After all, it may be the result of mutual destruction. Lei Cheng didn't say anything and just nodded. I think they will definitely come here. After all, this medicine in China is used to deal with zombies. This is a big problem for us, and it is the same for them. They can't just ignore it. Zhang Hao suddenly said. Chapter 6:17. The people of Qingshan Base were discussing how to get close to Lin Qiao and the others. Before you came here, you said that it would be great if we could catch that talking zombie to study it. Now you want us to get close to them. Is that your purpose? Lei Cheng looked at him. I did have this idea, but I felt that they didn't offend us, so it doesn't seem good to do so. Well, so we should wait to study that zombie. Lan Lu touched his chin and said. The others looked at him with a strange expression. Hey, boss, did someone cross over to you? Are you not interested in this kind of strange thing? Don't you like to study these unreasonable things? At this time, another man in the room suddenly said with a smile. If I want to study it, it should be within my ability. Do you want me to fight with them when I don't know the details of them? What if they beat me back? If that's the case, our relationship will be ruined. Lan Lu glared at him. With you, even if the other party is a level 8 zombie emperor, it won't be a match for you. Well, if you really fight with it, then you are still a bit weak. That man said, but then he felt that what he said was not right. Hee, it's not just a bit weak. Our boss is just a spirit type, but he is smart. A level 8 zombie emperor is not a joke. Besides, are there really level 8 zombies now? But then again, those in Hangzhou should have just broken through level 7 not long ago. Zhang Hao said with a smile. It is already very unusual to have 3 level 7 zombies. How can it be so easy to break through from level 6 to level 7? Our base can't even reach level 7 now. That base is not simple. We should be more cautious. Lei Cheng's handsome face was expressionless, and he said lightly. When these people talked about zombies, they didn't use them as a unit. Obviously, they didn't treat those zombies as strange creatures. Or in these people's hearts, the zombies in their base were just people who had changed to another mode of survival. Of course it is not simple, needless to say. That's why I asked you guys to go and probe the other party's intentions first. If it really doesn't work out, I'll go back to Huaxia and develop this medicine. Then, I'll go to Hangzhou. By the way, have you found the location of the zombie in China? Lan Lu glanced at everyone. Lei Cheng shook his head. No, early I didn't find it either. We can't even use a dog's nose. Maybe we can only find their own kind. Why don't you think of a way to let one of them come in from the outside? With the ability to sense each other, they might be able to find out where it is, Lan Lu said after some thought. Okay, I'll do it. Zhang Hao responded, stood up, turned around, and walked out. At this time, Lin Qiao was sneaking towards the research building, but when she was about to reach it, she suddenly stopped. She stood on the roof of a building about a kilometer away from the research building and looked ahead with a confused expression. Someone had actually beaten them to it. Who could it be? Lin Qiao paused for a moment before continuing to move forward, disappearing in the dark night. When she arrived at the research building, she did not directly enter the basement downstairs. Instead, she changed her position outside and waited quietly. However, although this group of people found the place, their movements seemed to be hindered. It wasn't until 3:00 in the morning that she saw this group of people crawling out of the sewer on the other side of the building. She didn't know how they got over there. However, seeing that the other party had already carried out the frozen zombie, Lin Qiao was very surprised. These people actually succeeded. Sigh, it seemed that they had some tricks up their sleeves. She just didn't know which side they were from. Lin Qiao curiously moved closer to the group of people. However, just as she was about to move, the alarm in the research building suddenly rang loudly, and the sharp sound instantly echoed in the silent night. Soon, there was a commotion in the research building. The soldiers rushed out one after another, all of them looking nervous and searching around. Then, in the midst of chaos, soon after, the person in charge appeared. The lights of the entire building were turned on, and the alarm continued to ring. Lin Qiao looked back at the situation behind her, then turned around and silently followed the group of people who quietly sneaked away. China's response was very fast. In less than a minute, all the gates and exits were blocked. The alert in this area was instantly raised to the highest point, and several figures quickly flashed across the rooftop. Then, the entire city was locked down. All the gates on the walls were closed, and people could only enter but not leave. Lin Qiao's transparent figure silently avoided those who flashed past. She stood by the side of the building and looked down, only to see a few people hiding in a place that was not easy to find. 2 people were carrying the frozen zombies. Moreover, these 2 people were ice ability users. While looking for the zombies, they also had to use their abilities to support them. Therefore, within a few minutes, everyone in the building where the guests from the major bases stayed received the news. Ha! Such a big movement. What's going on? Wu Chengyue thought for a moment and guessed. Could it be that someone stole the potion? It's possible. Xiao Liqing said. It turned out to be in the underground of the research building, but it's a pity that someone got there first. You go to find that group of people and see who they are. Lan Lu of Qingshan Base said with his hands on his chest. Okay. Lei Qing immediately went out with Zhang Hao. Whose people are they? Whose people are they? Lu Zhuofeng's expression was a bit ugly after hearing the news. At present, we don't know which side they are, and now although the whole Huaxia city has been blocked, we haven't found those people yet. Su Changmu said. Wait a minute. Someone will find us soon. Lu Zhuofeng said. Sure enough, the person he mentioned arrived very quickly. The people of Huaxia base began to search everywhere. After arriving at the building where the leaders of the major bases stayed, they searched every room with the reason that there were bandits in the doomsday had sneaked into the base. For the safety of everyone, they were searching the whole city. Of course, in the face of people like Wu Chengyue, Lu Zhuofeng, Lan Lu and so on, the attitude of the people who came to search was very respectful, but very insistent. They asked everyone to cooperate. Lin Qiao looked at those bandits who were looking for a place to hide. Although they were very close, the communication between these people was all through actions and eyes, and they didn't say anything. They were also wearing combat camouflage clothes, masks on their faces and hats on their heads. They were all tall and strong. There was a kind of brave momentum in their actions, but they didn't lose caution. Seeing the base's alert was blocked all over the city, these people didn't panic at all. Chapter 6:18. Lin Qiao looked at these people's agile movements. They were like ghosts quietly flashing in the shadows below, very well avoiding the people searching nearby. This group of people didn't know that their every move was being watched, so they were trying to avoid the direction where they were being searched. After wandering around for a few hours, they unexpectedly didn't walk out of the base, but slowly and quietly sneaked towards the building where the leaders were. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. Then she followed them. Then she saw these people avoid the guards downstairs, went around to a place at the back of the guard's blind spot, moved very quickly, and skillfully opened a secret door, then went in. When the last person was about to go in, Lin Qiao suddenly appeared and threw him into the space. Then she took the last position. Unexpectedly, she directly replaced that person without these people noticing. She put on a mask and a hat. After entering the door, the light was very dark, and people's eyes would be very blurred. So these people didn't know that she joined. After these people noticed the number of people in the dark, they didn't find any abnormalities for the time being, so they continued to sneak in. Then as they walked, they didn't notice that the people behind them didn't know when one of them had disappeared. After they went down a few floors, they entered a dark room and stopped. After closing the door, these people turned on the lights. Then they quickly took off their hats and masks and put them all into a bag. Only then did everyone slightly relax. Lin Qiao then saw their clothes and badges clearly. Then she slightly raised her eyebrows. This group of people turned out to be China's people. From their thoughts, they found out that the secret mission they received was to steal their own zombies, then secretly send them to the next location and hide the zombies. Other than that, they didn't know anything. Lin Qiao thought of something. Standing in the position of China's person in charge, these zombies definitely couldn't have any accidents, so they already knew that there were so many forces eyeing them, so it was not enough for China to just hide the zombies. So they thought of a way to create chaos, divert attention, and secretly move the zombies to a safer place. Because there were many people coming, everyone had this awareness, so when China did this, it could immediately make the other bases suspect each other. In this way, it would have a misleading effect. For the time being, no one would suspect the Chinese. Moreover, after this incident, China would spread the news that they might not be able to exchange this kind of medicine with other bases in the future. The most important source material was gone, and of course, they would not be able to produce it in the future. Therefore, Huaxia had a reason to increase the price of this batch of medicine. Although the number of potions this time was not much, it was a very good discovery. Of course, the major bases wouldn't directly use it to bribe the zombies. They would definitely have to study it themselves. Perhaps he could research something from these antidotes. This was the true value of these potions. Lin Qiao secretly nodded. Strategically speaking, this plan was indeed feasible. A glint flashed across her emerald green eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved into a malicious smile. Since Huaxia wanted her to hide, it was a great help to her. Since the zombie was already in front of her, she had no reason not to accept it. With that thought in mind, Lin Qiao's hands overflowed with a few wisps of black gas. She then dispersed and quietly approached the team. Although there were less than 10 people in the team, they were all strong. Judging from the energy in their bodies, they were all above level 5. The leader was a level 6 mutant. At the same time that Lin Qiao took action, the man who seemed to be the captain suddenly froze and stared in the direction of the door. Wait a minute. Where's the snake tail? Why is it gone? As soon as he spoke, everyone immediately looked towards the back of the door, after which they glanced around, only to discover that there was indeed one less person in the team. He was following behind just now. A member of the team who was leaning against the door exclaimed in confusion. This kid often falls behind. He might appear on his own in a while. Someone said. No. It's impossible that he didn't realize the importance of this mission. He would never run around in such an important operation. Second last, go out and look for him, the captain said with a slight frown and a glint in his eyes. Yes. The team member who was closest to the door immediately responded, turned around, opened the door, and left quietly. The door was closed gently, but the people in the room were no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, they all had sullen expressions on their faces. At this moment, the black gas that had leaped up from under their feet to the back of their heads was grabbed by Lin Qiao's outstretched hand, and instantly drilled into their ears. At the same time, Lin Qiao appeared beside the level 6 mutant and grabbed him by the throat. You're right. He didn't run around randomly. I killed him, Lin Qiao said softly. Apart from the level 6 captain in Lin Qiao's hands, everyone else stiffened up at this moment, after which their eyes glazed over and blood seeped out of their eyes and ears. Plop, plop. The sound of people falling could be heard in the small room. Everyone had already fallen to the ground silently. Cough, cough. The man in Lin Qiao's hands was still struggling. His eyes were widened and almost popped out of his eye sockets. His face had also turned red and purple, and his mouth was wide open like a fish on the shore. His throat was stuck, and a strange sound came out of his mouth. He tried to twist Lin Qiao's wrist, but it didn't budge at all. Lin Qiao didn't waste any more time with him and simply exerted more force. With a muffled sound, the captain's head tilted to the side and his body immediately turned limp while his hands fell to the ground. Lin Qiao released his grip and waved his hand, after which a gust of black gas surged out and covered the corpse on the ground. After a while, the room was empty except for Lin Qiao and the frozen zombie standing at the side. The team member who was thrown into the space by Lin Qiao just now only felt that his clothes were pulled by someone when he entered. Then, his vision blurred and he realized that he had entered a strange place. It was a forest. There were strange trees that he had never seen before. They had metallic leaves and black trunks that were extremely tall. They looked just like ancient jungles. Just as he was looking up in shock at the strange trees, he suddenly heard a strange sound behind him. He turned around and saw a pair of diamond-shaped eyes staring at him coldly. Chapter 6:19. Before the team member could come back to his senses from the cold diamond-shaped eyes, a strange roar came from behind. Roar. The team member quivered and suddenly realized what was in front of him. It was a huge king snake with eyes. All the hair on the team member's body immediately stood up. He was so scared that when he looked back, his legs immediately turned to jelly. A bald zombie dog stared at him with its fangs, and a strange light flashed in its pitch-black pupil-less eyes. The team member's psychological quality was still very strong, so he quickly reacted. Under the situation of being attacked from two sides, he instinctively turned his body to one side and prepared to use his superpower to attack. However, in the next second, he found that he couldn't use his superpower. How could this be? While he was still in a daze, Dahe and Ah Wang had already pounced on him at a lightning speed. When Lin Qiao came in with the big popsicle, the smell of blood came from the forest. She threw the popsicle zombie in front of the door of the small building and then disappeared in a flash. The next second, she appeared in the forest in the space. She looked at the team member's body that had been bitten to pieces and died without a whole corpse. She also looked at the two animals that were quietly watching her. She looked at the badly mutilated body. Although it was very rotten, nothing was missing. The big snake and zombie dog didn't eat any part of the body, which was forbidden by Lin Qiao. She had been forbidding the two animals from eating people because she wanted to give them a rule to restrain themselves so that they wouldn't randomly attack or eat people when they walked around the base in the future. Now it seemed that the effect had been achieved. The enemy could attack, but they couldn't eat the flesh. Although this puzzled the two animals, it was a way to restrain their wild nature. Lin Qiao walked over and took out the level 5 crystallic nucleus of the team member. Then she waved her hand and a small black flame fell on the body. Howl! When the small flame appeared, the zombie dog and the big snake immediately ran far away. When the small flame fell on the body, it instantly swelled up. In less than 3 seconds, the body on the ground disappeared. Then the small flame shrank to the size of a finger. Lin Qiao hooked her hand and the little flame jumped into her palm and disappeared. She walked out of the forest and passed through the grass toward the house. At this time, in front of the building, Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi were squatting beside the popsicle zombie, curiously sizing it up. Before Lu Tianyi became a zombie, he didn't know that Xie Dong had become a zombie, and Xie Dong didn't know that Lu Tianyi had become a zombie. Thus, when they bumped into each other this time, both of them stared at each other blankly. The same thought popped up in his mind. Did he turn into a zombie? But after thinking about it, Lu Tianyi realized that it wasn't right. Xie Dong hadn't spoken before, as if he couldn't speak. Now that he couldn't speak, he realized that Xie Dong was already one of the zombies at that time. Xie Dong was surprised that Lu Tianyi had turned into a zombie. Did something happen? Neither of them knew how to speak, so after silently looking at each other for a while, they tacitly ignored the matter. After Lin Qiao came over, he thought for a moment and said to Xie Dong, "Use your ability to melt the ice." Xie Dong stood up and looked up at her with some hesitation. Because the zombie aura in the popsicle gave him a strong feeling. Although it was much weaker than the zombie sister in front of him, would there be any changes after the popsicle woke up? It's okay. Nothing will happen. Just do it. Lin Qiao knew what he was worried about, so he said. Xie Dong raised his hand and threw a ball of fire at the popsicle zombie. Lu Tianyi stood up and moved to Lin Qiao's side, looking at the popsicle zombie curiously. He didn't know where his big sister zombie got the big popsicle. Suddenly, something flashed in his mind. Right, she went to the Huaxia base this time. He heard that the antidote in Huaxia was made from a special zombie. Could it be? Thinking of this, he turned his head and stared at Lin Qiao with a strange look. Lin Qiao glanced at him and nodded. Well, you guessed right. It's him. Lu Tianyi. He could imagine what the scene outside was like. This guy really liked to cause trouble. At this time, Lin Qiao turned her head and looked at him, shook her head, and said, "No, I didn't do it this time. It was the Huaxia base who sent people to steal our things and then put the blame on the major bases from other places. I just intercepted the zombies that Huaxia was going to send to the next hiding place." Lu Tianyi's face showed a slightly surprised expression when he heard this. He didn't expect this to happen. Xiedong also looked back at her when he heard this. Lin Qiao waved her hand and said, I did have this idea, but the people from the Huaxia base beat me to it. They were already halfway through the delivery, so I had no reason not to pick up the goods, right? She looked at the two of them with a smile as she said this. The two of them turned their heads at the same time to look at the zombies that were melting on the ground, indicating that they weren't listening to her. The longer they stayed with this big sister zombie, the more they felt that she was sometimes quite cunning and shameless. Tisk, what's with your reactions? Did I do something wrong? Think about your current status. Those drugs are very dangerous to us. We have to understand all the factors that will put us in danger so we can avoid it. Besides, I'm not asking you to go against humanity, but there are some things that are not beneficial to us that we still have to stop. If we can't stop it, then we have to think of a way to avoid it. Lin Qiao looked at the two of them and said. At this time, the ice on the popsicle was completely melted by Xiedong. It was lying on the ground dripping wet, but there were still no signs of it waking up. Lu Tianyi and Xiedong couldn't help but feel a little strange. He was injected with a very strong tranquilizer, and his consciousness was directly paralyzed. Lin Qiao leaned over and used her foot to step on the popsicle zombie's body. Its body was still hard. It seemed that this thing wouldn't wake up for a while. Lin Qiao thought about it. Then she turned around and went into the small building to take out a cup. She walked to the bucket next to the nursery and got a cup of lake water. The bucket was placed there by Lin Qiao, and it was always filled with water. When the water was almost used up, Lin Qiao would come out and fill the bucket again. This was also to make it more convenient for Lu Tianyi to use water when he was managing the plants. After all, no one except Lin Qiao could get close to the lake. So Lin Qiao always made sure that the bucket would not run dry, so she directly went over to get a cup of water. Lin Qiao squatted down and poured the water in the cup directly into the zombie's mouth. Chapter 6:20. The energy of the lake didn't eliminate the tranquilizer in the popsicle zombie's body, but it slowly activated its consciousness, then suppressed the tranquilizer's effect, and slowly woke up. The popsicle zombie's eyes were a little blank when it opened its eyes, as if it had just woken up. Its eyes moved sluggishly, then it turned around in confusion, and then found itself lying down. It raised its eyes and saw a white mist. It suddenly sat up, but the dizziness in its head immediately made its vision blur. It didn't dare to close its eyes, just frowned, and stared at the few of its kind next to it. Because it was stared at by its kind, it was on guard and didn't dare to relax, so it sat still and stared at Lin Qiao and the other two, waiting for the dizziness to disappear. She didn't know if it was because of its vigilance, or because they were at the same level. Lin Qiao faced this zombie, but she couldn't sense its thoughts and thoughts. You're awake. Get up. Don't worry, I won't attack you. Lin Qiao looked at it and said faintly. When it heard Lin Qiao's words, she clearly saw the zombie's eyes slightly widen, finally showing a shocked expression. Lin Qiao looked at its shocked expression and was a little surprised. Was this zombie that surprised to hear her speak? Even if zombies can't understand human language, they can still understand the meaning of her voice. That's why they'll listen to her commands. But there would never be a zombie that would show such an expression when she spoke. Could it understand human language? When Lin Qiao was thinking, the zombie stood up from the ground, but its eyes were fixed on Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao felt that when it stood up, although it was also in a state of full vigilance, it felt like it had removed a layer of that vigilance. Did she sense it wrong? Impossible. After becoming a zombie, her senses were very sharp, and it was rare for her to be wrong. She couldn't help but look at it carefully. Lin Qiao suspected that this zombie might have memories. When Lin Qiao was looking at the zombie was also looking at her. Although the pressure on their level was the same, why was the sense of oppression stronger than hers? Was she close to the edge of level 8? Or was it because her state was too weak that she felt this way? But in terms of strength, it was impossible to know the other party's bottom line without fighting. But the popsicle zombie clearly felt that it had no chance of winning, even if it was at its peak. At the same time, he was also sizing up the two people next to Lin Qiao. The senses between the same kind were very clear, but why did the appearance of these three people not change at all? In the eyes of this zombie, Although he could only see the three colors of black, gray, and white, he could still see the appearance and scenery. It was just that he had become colorblind. The faces of the three zombies in front of him were clean. No wounds, no scars. Even her eyes were black and white. Of course, he could only see grayish-black eyes. There were no other colors. Therefore, when he saw Lin Qiao's green eyes, they looked like light gray in his eyes, but they were clearly separated from the whites of her eyes. It was just that they were different from his own pair of pitch-black eyes, and all three of them had the same eyes. Obviously, they were different from normal zombies. It seems that you really haven't forgotten yourself. You still have the memory before you became a zombie. After Lin Qiao finished sizing him up, her eyes flashed and she spoke directly. This zombie, after being shocked by her words, began to look at her with a strange gaze. Why was it strange? It was because this kind of gaze would not appear in the eyes of zombies. If it was just a simple level 7 zombie, under her existence, it would not quietly look at her. Because she was a big threat to him. Sure enough, after hearing her words, the zombie's eyes flashed and a sharp light flashed. After hearing Lin Qiao's words, in addition to the zombie's strange expression, the other two also showed a surprised expression. Lu Tianyi and Xie Dong looked at each other at the same time, and then turned to look at the popsicle zombie. After Lin Qiao finished speaking, she turned and walked into the living room of the small building. Lu Tianyi and Xie Dong immediately turned and followed her into the house. He left the zombie outside alone. Lin Qiao sat on the sofa and said to Lu Tianyi, "That guy doesn't seem to be bothering you these 2 days. What did you do?" Lu Tianyi was stunned and looked at her with a puzzled look. Then he immediately realized that she was talking about the young zombie that always annoyed him before. Thinking that guy seemed to be very interested in catching insects recently, after catching the insects on the vegetable leaves, he went to the strawberry field and finally moved from the strawberry field to the grass. The image of the young zombie's mouth full of insects and the suspicious liquid on its teeth flashed in his mind. Lu Tianyi instantly felt a chill. Then he looked at Lin Qiao with a bitter face, obviously angry that she mentioned that guy to him. Lin Qiao saw his reaction and smiled. Lu Tianyi was a little depressed when he saw her smile. At this moment, the zombie outside the door walked in. The three turned to look at the door. There was no light in the room, and it was a little dark after coming in. But it didn't affect the vision of the zombies inside. Seeing the zombie walk in with a calm face and clear eyes, Lin Qiao knew that he had admitted what he just said. Lin Qiao pointed to the sofa and said to him, "Please sit." Lu Tianyi at this time took out the writing board on the table, and then found a pen and put it on the coffee table where Lin Qiao pointed. Then he turned around and walked behind Lin Qiao and stood with Xie Dong. The distance between them was a little bit, and the two of them were close to the wall behind them. Looking at the writing board on the table, the zombie's eyes flashed a strange color. Then he walked over and sat down according to Lin Qiao's instructions. "My surname is Lu. I am the leader of the Universal Base." Lin Qiao generously introduced herself to him. Hearing her words, the other three showed a puzzled expression. Lu Tianyi and the zombie were confused. Where did the Universal Base come from? Xie Dong raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Qiao with a strange look. But he also had a doubt. What the hell is the Universal Base? Lin Qiao glanced at the reaction of the popsicle zombie, then looked back at the two behind her, and then said as if she thought of something, "Oh, this is a new base. We recently built a new base, and just named it Universal Base." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the popsicle zombie look at her with a strange face. "You, a female zombie, as the leader of the base, shouldn't it be named Zombie Base?" Chapter 621. Seeing the weird expression on the popsicle zombie's face, Lin Qiao smiled and said, "Do you know what time it is now? Do you remember when you were caught?" The popsicle zombie heard the words and put away the expression on his face. He shook his head and then nodded. Lin Qiao nodded slightly. She knew what it meant. Although he remembered when he was caught, he didn't know what time it was. In other words, he didn't know how long he had been caught. But it made sense, because he was sleeping most of the time. The frozen isolation room where he was locked up wouldn't show him the time. So of course he didn't know how long it had been. It's the middle of December of the 5th year after the doomsday, and it's going to be the 6th year soon. When were you caught? Lin Xiao looked at him and asked. The popsicle zombie didn't answer her, but looked around the room and then looked out the window. Just now, he felt that there seemed to be a strange energy in the air entering his body. Although the energy was very small and completely negligible because of his special zombie physique, he could clearly feel the benefits of this energy to his body. He was very curious about where this place was. Moreover, he also sensed the presence of a lot of high-level zombies nearby. In addition, there was also a sense of oppression. What was going on? He looked at Lin Xiao, and the oppression didn't come from her. Where did it come from? Although Lin Xiao couldn't perceive his thoughts, she could vaguely guess his thoughts from his eyes. You want to know where this place is? You can go out and take a closer look, but you have to figure out your current situation first. Although I saved you from the research room, I can't let you move freely. If you let them catch you again, it will be very troublesome for us. Do you know what you were taken to study? Lin Xiao put away the indifferent smile on her face and said to him with a dignified expression. The popsicle zombie retracted his gaze and looked at her. His eyes were obviously asking and waiting. He knew that this female zombie didn't finish her words, and there was more to say. However, Lin Xiao looked at him quietly for a few seconds before continuing. Do you want to know? Then you have to promise me one thing. Popsicle zombie. There's a hole, should he jump in? He was stunned for a moment before he realized that the other party had dug a hole for him, even though the conditions were unclear. He realized that this female zombie was not easy to deal with. You can think about it. Actually, this won't do you any harm. My condition is that you will follow me back to my base and live there from now on. Maybe we can work together. Don't worry, I won't force you to work for me. I'm just providing a place for you to live. Of course, you have to comply with the rules of our base. Also, you have a special physique. Without my permission, please don't leave the base, Lin Xiao said to him. She said that she wouldn't force him to follow her, but what she meant was that she wanted to put him under house arrest in that whatever base. How did he know what would happen when he got there? Why should he believe her? The popsicle zombie looked at Lin Xiao, its eyes flashing. Lin Xiao said, think about it carefully. This is my condition. If you agree, you can leave here and know everything you want to know. If you don't agree, then I'm sorry. Because of your special physique, I can only ask you to stay here. The threatening words made the popsicle zombie's eyes flash coldly. The eyes that looked at Lin Xiao immediately became sharp. Lin Xiao didn't care about its eyes, but the two low-level zombies behind her tensed up. Don't be nervous, we won't hurt you. But if you want to leave here, you need to get my permission. Because here, only I can control it. Lin Xiao stretched out a hand to the popsicle zombie and smiled at him. Roar dash, the popsicle zombie was like facing a great enemy at this time. Its whole body suddenly stood up and it quickly jumped up. Its face changed and immediately became ferocious. Its teeth cracked, its eyebrows raised, and its eyes stared at Lin Xiao fiercely. The hair on the back of its head quickly grew out and spread along the back of its neck. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a giant hairy leopard standing on its hind legs. The zombie's face became round because of the transformation. It stared at Lin Xiao with its hairy face, and its 4 sharp teeth flashed with a cold light. But this state, it couldn't hold on for more than 3 seconds. Then the hair on its body began to slowly recede. The zombie's expression was very panicked. Its eyes flashed with vigilance, killing intent, fear, helplessness, patience, doubt, and other complex emotions. Vigilance and killing intent were rushing towards Lin Xiao. Fear and helplessness were because his current state was not under his control. Because he didn't take back his attack form, but his attack form retreated on its own. Why is this? How can this be? What he was enduring was that the feeling of suppression that he didn't really care about suddenly grew stronger. It made him feel as if his whole body was bound. Could it be that this invisible suppressive force was suppressing his state? At this time, Lin Xiao put his hand down, and the popsicle zombie immediately felt that the feeling of restraint on its body immediately disappeared. Then the hair on its body grew out again, and it immediately entered the attack form. This time, there wasn't any strange feeling, and it wasn't like before, where it only lasted for 3 seconds. At this time, it maintained this beast form, staring closely at Lin Xiao. But in its heart, It had already realized something. This place should be the space of this female zombie in front of it. It seems that you have guessed it. Lin Qiao looked at its flashing eyes and smiled faintly. Your blood has been researched into a potion to destroy ordinary zombies. So now the Huaxia base is preparing to promote this potion. For humans, this is a great contribution, but for us, it is not a good thing. So, my condition is that while we protect you, you also have to cooperate with us. Otherwise, everyone will die in the end. She looked at him and said. The popsicle zombie was stunned. Lin Qiao's words surprised him. He didn't expect that his blood would be used by that group of people to research biochemical weapons against zombies. Although he knew that his zombie's constitution was somewhat special, this was also an unexpected situation. But if what she said was true, then this potion was indeed a great development in technology. But thinking about the number of zombies in the world, would his blood be enough? Chapter 622. Lin Qiao didn't rush him, she just sat there and let him think about it himself. Then she and the two people behind her looked at the big leopard in front of them. The fur on the leopard's body was slowly smoothed down, and the long tail behind it flicked left and right from time to time. The tip of the tail was hooked. The two ears on its head were pulled flat, but unconsciously stood up. Although it was clearly the body of an adult man, he didn't know why when he looked at the pair of ears. He always felt that this guy was a bit cute. Lin Qiao stared at the two black ears with a smile. The leopard's ears weren't as big as a cat's, and it was a black leopard, with thick, small triangular ears. In addition, this zombie's hair wasn't dry and yellow, but a clean black hair, but a bit messy. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his situation was not good. The popsicle zombie looked up at Lin Qiao, but there was some doubt in his eyes. But thinking about how his blood had been taken several times, although he didn't know what it was taken for, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe the words of this female zombie. Do you want to confirm? That's fine, I can send you out to find out yourself. Lin Qiao said to him at this time. The popsicle zombie looked at her with some surprise. How could she guess what he was thinking? This was a bit too accurate. The ears on his head shook, and the tail behind him flicked left and right in a big arc. Do you agree? If you agree, I will send you out. Lin Qiao continued to look at him with a smile. Only then did the zombie's tail droop down, and its ears trembled again. Then he removed the form on his body, and returned to his original appearance. He nodded to her. Lin Qiao stood up and walked towards him. Don't move. She raised her hand and pressed on his shoulder, grabbing his clothes. Then the two zombies disappeared in front of Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi. The zombie only felt a blur in front of its eyes, and suddenly it ran from the strange living room of the small building to a strange room. Let's go out. Lin Qiao waved to him, and walked to the door first. This was the basement where she eliminated the team, except for the team member who was sent by the captain to find the last one. Everyone else disappeared from Lin Qiao's hands. A strange look flashed across the zombie's face. Just now, he only suspected that he was in her space, but he didn't expect that he was really in her space. A space-type zombie? Wasn't that very weak? But why was her sense of oppression so strong? He watched as Lin Qiao walked to the door and waved at him. She actually sent him out. Wasn't she afraid that he would run away? As soon as he left the small building, the strange feeling of suppression disappeared, and the feeling of restraint also disappeared. The energy in his body was also rapidly recovering, and it wouldn't be long before he could fight again. If he wanted to leave by himself, would he have to beat her up first? The opponent was a space-type zombie, so its combat power shouldn't be as strong as his natural animal type. The hair on the zombie's body grew again. It swung its tail, and its two ears came out, but at the same time, it pulled back slightly. Lin Qiao, who was about to open the door, paused and turned his head slightly to smile at him. You want to fight with me? Are you sure? As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a black flame jumped out from her palm. When he saw this flame, the leopard's body immediately stiffened, and then he saw all the hair on his body stand up. He stepped back, and his back directly stuck to the wall. Although this black flame was very small, the danger that came from the flame made the zombie's mind tense up. As a zombie, it wasn't good to be too sensitive. It would always scare itself. Lin Qiao saw his reaction, and then she turned her hand in satisfaction and put away the flame. This ability of hers, even before she died, was a great deterrent to zombies. After becoming a zombie, this deterrent directly increased by several levels, and directly threatened the surrounding zombies. So this zombie had this kind of reaction when it felt her flame for the first time. How about it? Do you want to go? Lin Qiao stood at the door and said to him. Ha dash, the zombie glanced at her ear, and gave a breath like a cat. The tail behind it swung restlessly, and it stood motionless in the same place, staring at her with a vigilant face. Damn, are you a zombie or a cat? Even leopards don't have this kind of habit. Lin Qiao looked at him speechlessly and said. Unexpectedly being called a cat, the zombie's expression was stunned. When it reacted, its eyes immediately changed from vigilance to dissatisfaction and continued to stare at her. He was not a cat. Okay, stop staring. Let's go, it's lively up there. Let's go up and watch the show. Lin Qiao was not moved by his reaction at this time, and once again waved at him. You are at least level 7, I am the same level as you. The same level. Although you can't beat me, but you don't have to be so afraid of me. Lin Qiao walked out. In the dark underground passage, he muttered in a low voice as he walked up the stairs. Wu dash, who would be afraid of you? It's your flame that is too strange, okay? The zombie once again let out a dissatisfied sound towards her back, like a low roar of a beast. In this quiet underground passage, it was a lot louder. Lin Qiao ignored him and walked up the stairs. At this time, in the middle of the night, it was very lively outside. Although the alarm had stopped, there were more and more soldiers. In a secret conference room in Huaxia Base, someone was furious. How can it be missing? I asked you to send the goods to the 7th location, but you lost the target. And the people leading the team disappeared. Why didn't you disappear? Why are you here? A tall man, nearly 1.9 meters tall, stared coldly at a man in camouflage clothes who was kneeling on one knee at the door. The man in camouflage uniform kneeling on the ground on the list was the team member who moved the popsicle zombie out of the research building but was called out by the team leader to look for someone in the building where the leaders of the major bases lived. At this time, his face was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes were terrified as he lowered his voice and said, I don't know. The captain only asked me to look for Snake Tail, but I didn't find him. When I went back, I found that the basement was empty. I thought that the captain had led the others to the 7th location, so I went to the 7th location, but I didn't see the captain and the others. The goods are also gone. He also didn't know what was going on. Originally, he went out to look for people, but in the end, he didn't find them, and when he went back, the whole team disappeared. Something must have happened, otherwise, how could everyone disappear for no reason when they were carrying out the mission? Chapter 623. The tall man coldly stared at the team member and didn't make a sound. But the more he didn't make a sound, the more sweat beaded on the team member's forehead. A bead of sweat rolled down from his temple. On the tiled floor in front of him, there were already traces of a few drops of liquid. You can leave. At this time, the tall man suddenly turned around and after saying this, he walked to his desk and sat down. Yes. The team member immediately responded as if he had been granted amnesty and quietly left. The man sitting at the desk crossed his arms in front of his chest and frowned. A pair of sharp eyes flickered, and the index finger on his arm tapped his arm again and again. Leader, this matter. Should we inform the other directors? In addition to the man sitting at the desk, there were 2 other men wearing military uniforms standing to the side. One of them looked at the door and turned to ask the man sitting down. The man sitting at the desk was the leader of China. China only had one leader, and that was Xikong Chen. Xikong Chen was a level 8 fire ability user and was the first person in the country to break through to level 8. When he broke through a year ago, he directly removed the multi-leader system of China and changed it to a monarch system where whoever was the strongest would be the leader of the base. The other level 7 ability users who were originally leaders could only agree with his decision and change it to the base's board of directors. The position was similar to that of an elder. However, it was only a change in the way they addressed each other. In reality, the rights and responsibilities of these directors didn't change. So when they knew that their rights and positions didn't change, These sensible people slowly accepted this system. China had a total of 7 directors, all of them level 7 ability users. Even if they broke through to level 8, unless they could defeat Xikong Chen, they wouldn't be able to become the leader. However, these directors weren't willing to be controlled by the leader Xikong Chen. So the directors cooperated with each other and gradually formed a faction with the leader restraining each other. But under the directors, there were many deputy leaders. Some were level 6 and some had just broken through to level 7. There were a total of 18 deputy leaders. The deputy leaders were divided into 2 groups. One group listened to Xikong Chen and the other group listened to the board of directors. Huaxia base was the #1 survivor base in the country, not just because of its strength. There were close to 2 million survivors, and with enough technicians and manpower, technology was naturally much more advanced. Coupled with the many espers, the base they created, be it in terms of weapons, food, medical, military, etc., were all things that other bases could not compare to. The other 2 people in the conference room were both deputy leaders of the base. Not for now. Hurry up and find out what's going on. Even if there was no corpse, there would still be some traces left at the scene of the incident. Captain is a level 6 ability user after all. It's impossible for him to be killed in a situation where he couldn't react in time. Xikong Chen shook his head and looked at the 2 of them as he finished the mission. Yes. Without saying anything else, the 2 turned around and left. Xikong Chen only withdrew his gaze after they left the room. He thought of all the possibilities in this matter. The team he sent out were all elites. The captain was a level 6. If it wasn't a strong level 7 or level 8 ability user, how could they just disappear without leaving a trace? Moreover, the entire team was level 5 and above. Their combined combat power was not much weaker than a level 6 ability user. However, such a group of people had disappeared without a trace. Which person's special ability would be swallowed by such a well-trained, agile, and strong team without making any noise? The leader of Haiqing was a lightning ability user. If he made a move, it would definitely not be small. Moreover, there would definitely be a black burn mark. Lu Zhuofeng from Hidden Cloud City was a wind ability user. He killed people with a wind blade, but it was impossible for there to be no blood. Lan Lu from Qingshan Base was a spiritual ability user. He was a spiritual ability user. Spiritual attacks could be done with just a thought. Moreover, the people from Qingshan Base were also a bit strange. This person had the highest possibility. Not to mention, he had brought 2 level 7 assistants. Someone come. He suddenly shouted towards the door. Someone came in. Commander. Go get Deputy Commander Ho. Tell him to investigate the movements of the people from Qingshan Base tonight. Xikong Chen didn't even lift his eyes. Yes, sir. The man left the room. Apart from these rank 8 metahumans who could directly kill people with brute force, the rest of the bases were all rank 7 metahumans. His discipline wasn't anything special. If Gu Yikong had come from Skyfire, then he'd have a higher chance of being the poison fire adept. But he was only level 7, he couldn't kill them all in one go. 1 or 2 might work. His fire was green, but it wasn't as potent as Hades' hellfire. Gu Yikong's fire couldn't burn people to death, it could only poison them to death. When the poison took effect, a level 6 adept would have at least 10 minutes to die. Level 5 adepts would probably die in 3 minutes. So if Gu Yikong attacked, the team would have 3 to 10 minutes to fight back. But that was only a guess. Besides, Gu Yikong hadn't even come to Huaxia. The one who came was Li Zhangye, a snow element paranormal. The other 2 bases also had level 7 arcanists. No matter how he thought about it, it was even more impossible. Although it was impossible, Xikong Chen had to find all kinds of possibilities from these strong people. He couldn't let any of them go. Huaxia dug a pit and wanted to bury others in it. But suddenly they found that they were pushed by others and fell into the pit. On the other side, all the bases were still guessing who did it. No one was going to sleep that night. Anyway, the paranormals would be energetic if they didn't sleep for a few days, not to mention these strong people who were already at a very high level. I say, it can't be her. In Wu Qingyue's room, Xiao Liqing looked at the door and then whispered to Wu Qingyue. There was a free space. And she could be invisible. No one was more suitable than her. Don't talk nonsense. Who is she? The security of Huaxia City is so strict. Who has this ability? Even if she succeeded, it's impossible to leave here. Therefore, this person must still be hiding in a corner of this base. Wu Chongyue glanced at him and said meaningfully, "That's true." Xiao Liqing quickly ended the topic. Chapter 624. The next morning, the Chinese leader invited people from all the bases to discuss what happened last night. Every seat in the living room was arranged. The leader's seat was in the front with a single sofa and a coffee table next to it. There were 2 single sofas in the back and a coffee table in the middle. It was for people with a higher status, such as the deputy leader. Xikong Chen was sitting on the main seat of honor. He smiled and said to the people in charge of the bases, "I think everyone has understood what happened last night. The source material we used to make the medicine was stolen, and we haven't found any clues yet. So before we find the source material, we won't open the blockade of our base. I hope everyone can understand." The leaders of the major bases all nodded to him in understanding, but no one knew what they were thinking. What a coincidence, it wasn't lost earlier or later, but it was lost when everyone is here. It seems that some of the bases here have this motive. Lu Zhuofeng raised his eyebrows and said to Xikong Chen with a smile. Xikong Chen just smiled and said to him, "You have to ask Leader Lu if you have this motive. You mentioned everyone here. It seems that you are included. I'm curious, what kind of material did your base lose? I heard that the concoction was a mixture of a special zombie's blood and several types of mutant animals and plants. Can Leader C tell me which one you are missing?" Wu Chongyue asked Xikong Chen with a smile on his face as he sat across from Lu Zhuofeng. Xikong Chen didn't plan to hide it, so he looked at him and said, "The most important thing is that the special zombie is missing." Originally, he planned to make the zombie disappear in front of everyone's eyes, and then move to the next location to hide. This way, he could make these people think that the probability of making the potion again would drop by 99%, and he could raise the bargaining chip again. This idea wasn't thought of by Xikong Chen. It was the idea of the Understanding Society. Xikong Chen felt that this was a good idea, so he agreed to this operation. But they didn't expect that the follow-up development wouldn't go as they thought. He said that the zombie was missing, and now it really was gone. Although everyone guessed that the zombie had disappeared, they didn't expect Xikong Chen to say it so quickly. After all, they didn't see him in their own home, and there were so many people from other bases around. Originally, by sealing off the base and only allowing people to enter but not leave, it was already a sign that they were suspicious of people from other bases. Now that he had directly said it in the meeting, it was obvious that he was not going to give face to the leaders of the major bases. It was just that the leaders of these bases never expected that this matter, which was originally caused by the Huaxia base, would end up benefiting others. Although I've always been curious about what's so special about this zombie, I originally wanted to ask Leader C to introduce it to me. Now, we don't even have the chance to watch, Lan Lu said with a smile. He straightforwardly expressed his interest in the zombie. Everyone's eyes flashed, especially Xikong Chen's eyes, which flashed with a cold light. Qing Shan base, you guys sure are well hidden. Speaking of which, the last time your base sent out a team to hunt down a traitor, you sent a level 7 paranormal and a level 6 paranormal, and a random traitor turned out to be a level 7 paranormal. Are the level 7 paranormal in your base free of charge? That's a lot. At this time, Wu Chongyue said to Lan Lu with a smile. Hey, our base doesn't have that many people, but our overall strength is quite good. However, their overall strength is still pretty good. That Tang he isn't just a cheap guy like you said. He was once an important officer in our base, but I don't know why he defected, Lan Lu replied with a smile. So your base doesn't have that many people, but your strength isn't simple. However, his strength was not simple. Why didn't he communicate with the outside world? Don't tell me your base is a paradise, hiding yourself and not letting people know? Wu Chongyue laughed and joked with him. The two of them changed the topic. However, regarding this mysterious base that suddenly appeared 5 years after the apocalypse, the others were also very interested, so they didn't interrupt their preparations. That's right, my thoughts are the same as Leader Wu's. The leader of Lan Lu is not only a level 8 paranormal, but also a spiritual one. This kind of special type of paranormal is very difficult to upgrade, And the higher it is, the more difficult it is. I didn't expect that you would just rush up silently. Are you going to scare us? Lu Zhuofeng also said with a smile at this time. Wu Chengyue really had seen Lei Cheng and Zhang Han once, so he talked to Lan Lu just to join in the fun. Of course, he seemed to be kind. But from Lu Zhuofeng's words, people couldn't ignore Lan Lu's strength and paranormal ability, so everyone's attention was immediately drawn to Lan Lu. Level 8 paranormal ability was indeed a very special existence. Because of his killing intent, although the high-level ones couldn't die, their spirit might be affected, and the low-level ones might be crazy or directly brain-dead. What's more, if there was no defense, the brain couldn't bear the spiritual attack, and the whole brain might explode and directly die. However, this kind of paranormal ability didn't have a big effect on the attack of zombies, but a big threat to human beings. Looking at the two level 7 paranormal sitting behind Lan Lu, this situation had completely suppressed the situation of other people except those in Huaxia City. This had to make other people vigilant. The new base is not only Qing Shan. I know you must have heard about the new base in Hangzhou. But it's strange that Leader C didn't you send someone to invite the person in charge of the base in the uptown of Hangzhou to come here? At this time, Lan Lu just smiled calmly, and changed the topic directly to Hangzhou. Lin Qiao, who was eavesdropping in the corner, really wanted to kick the chair leg of Lan Lu at this time. How dare he use her base as a shield? Lin Qiao hid here alone, and didn't care about the black leopard. Anyway, the base had been blocked, and it was not so easy for the leopard to leave the base directly. Let him wander about, and find out his own situation. She believed that as long as he still had a little consciousness, he would not ignore it. Moreover, Lin Qiao was completely aware of his action and breath, so she could know his movement. So she came here to watch the fun calmly. As a result, just after she said a few words, some people shifted their attention to her new base. Chapter 625. Oh, I've heard about that base. But it doesn't look like it's built yet. The people in Haiqing should know about it. Xikong Chen chuckled as he looked at Wu Chengyue. So it's because their base isn't built yet that's why you didn't invite them? Wu Chengyue looked back at him with a smile. I don't know if it's possible to build a base that doesn't even have a level 7 arcanist. Besides, they're old subordinates of Hades' base. I don't think there's a need for them to come all the way here. After all, even if they did come, it would delay the construction process. Xikong Chen looked at Wu Chengyue with a smile, then turned his attention to the people from Congyun and Skyfire. When the others heard this, their reactions were different. Wu Chengyue, Lan Lu, and Lu Zhuofeng knew that Xikong Chen didn't know much about the new base in Hangzhou. He probably didn't even care. In his eyes, the base was just a gathering place for a bunch of stray dogs. It wouldn't be easy to build a base, much less expand it. They didn't even have a 7th level adept. Even if Haiqing didn't take it to heart and didn't provoke them, any Earth Dragon base would be enough to wipe them out. Even if others didn't come, they'd be attacked by high-level zombies. A few waves of zombies would be enough. There wasn't much to look forward to in terms of supplies. That was why they lost interest. However, those who were closer knew that the base wasn't big, but it didn't mean they were weak. The ones further away didn't know much about the new base because they hadn't gathered enough information. In their minds, it was just the remnants of the original Hades base that had fled to another place to settle down. However, they were also curious. These people weren't strong enough, so why didn't they just join another base? Even if they didn't want to join Congyun and Skyfire, they still had Haiqing. Why did they have to build their own? Could they even build one? So it was understandable that they didn't attract the attention of China. You didn't invite them, but that doesn't mean they won't come uninvited. Li Zhengye from Skyfire suddenly laughed. When he said this, Wu Chengyue and Lan Lu both glanced at him at the same time, then continued to look at the others in silence. Because of He Mu's disappearance, Li Zhengye did not receive as much information as Lu Zhuofeng. After saying that, he was just adding fuel to the fire. If that's the case, then since you're already here, we'll welcome you. Xikong Chen said with an indifferent smile on his tough face. At least in his intelligence, other than these people in front of him and the people he brought, no one representing the base had been here. Unless those people had come with people from other bases. But they shouldn't have the ability to steal the things in my base. Trust me, This matter will come to an end soon. Sikong Chen brought the topic back. Then he continued, if this person can return the item in good condition, then we can save a lot of ammunition. Otherwise, when the truth is found out, it won't look good on everyone. His words caused the expressions of everyone present to darken slightly, but they quickly concealed it. Would the Huaxia base lack ammunition? Of course not. So when he said this in front of all the bases, there was already a hidden threat in it. What he meant was, before the truth was found, no one could leave. When the truth was found out, there would be a war. In terms of military strength, all the bases were not willing to go to war with the Huaxia base. This was because the power and number of weapons were not enough for the Huaxia base. Let alone one base, even if the Huaxia base were to face 2 or 3 at the same time, they would still be able to do it. After all, they didn't feed the 2 million people in the base for nothing. It wasn't just a large number of people. The Huaxia base had 2 million survivors, so the conditions of the base were much better than the base with a small number of people. The number of survivors in the second place was Ocean City. There were 1.2 million people, but their strength was not even a third of the Huaxia base. But even so, Ocean City was still ranked second. The third and fourth place were similar in terms of population. The third place was the Black Dragon base. There were 800,000 survivors in the northeast, which was only a few tens of thousands away from Hidden Cloud City's 700,000. In fact, there were more people in the south, but it was divided by the Underworld King and the Earth Dragon base. If these two bases were combined into one, the population would definitely reach the third place. But having a large population wasn't a good thing. With a large population, the consumption of resources would increase. If there wasn't enough creativity, it would only lead to overcrowding. Therefore, the Earth Dragon base's Long Yubai only coveted the resources of the Underworld King's base. He slaughtered the survivors because they couldn't support such a large population. Therefore, the Huaxia base had a lot of confidence in its strength to be able to support 2 million people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have openly threatened everyone. Although everyone's heart sank, some people didn't take it to heart. Lan Lu just silently stared at Sikong Chen and didn't say anything. What's wrong? Does Leader Lan have any objections? Sikong Chen felt his gaze and turned his head to ask him with a smile. I'm thinking, who would have the guts to offend such a huge monster like the Huaxia base? I think even Haiqing wouldn't do such a thing. Lan Lu smiled and suddenly turned his gaze to Wu Chengyue. Of course Haiqing wouldn't do such a thing. Our Haiqing has always valued peace. Why would we do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing? Isn't that right? Besides, our important researcher who specialized in this area was killed by the traitor from your base. Our research in this area has already stopped. Even if we get our hands on the zombies in the Huaxia base, I'm afraid we won't be able to find anything. Wu Chengyue replied with a smile. Haha, I know about that. Your Haiqing is too peaceful. That's why you raised people like Yang Chao. If it wasn't for him, your doctor wouldn't have died. At this time, Li Zhengye suddenly interrupted and smiled at Wu Chengyue. Wu Chengyue nodded and didn't deny his words. Leader Li might be right. We've been living too comfortably and forgot that the zombies outside the base are our biggest enemies. So, I feel that if even Haiqing doesn't dare to make a move, then who else would have the confidence to do so? Lan Lu looked at Sikong Chen. Chapter 626. Just like that, everyone tossed aside Sikong Chen's threat one after another. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes as she listened. Every time the major bases held a meeting, the atmosphere was always like this. Previously when she came, she just smiled and didn't say anything, but the others always liked to talk to her. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed in from outside the conference room and whispered something into the ear of the person at the door. Then, the person at the door quickly turned around and walked in. Without disturbing the conversation, he quietly walked to the side of the deputy leader behind Sikong Chen, bent down, and whispered something into his ear. Then, the deputy leader's expression changed slightly. He immediately stood up from his chair, took 2 steps forward and whispered something into Sikong Chen's ear. Seeing this scene, the others slightly quieted down and shifted their gaze to Sikong Chen. After listening to his subordinate's words, Sikong Chen's eyes flashed. Then, he stood up from the sofa and looked at everyone and said, "Someone reported that the zombie appeared in the base by itself. I'll go deal with it first. If you want to join in the fun with me, you can go back to your place to rest. Please go." After saying that, he nodded to everyone and then strode out of the meeting room. Ha! It ran out by itself. Wu Chongyue looked at the others with a surprised expression. "Aya, why did it run out? Shouldn't we hide it? It would be great if there was a rank 7 space ability user. Wouldn't it be easier to just put it into the space?" At this time, Lu Zhuofeng said with a strange smile. Most of the spaces of space ability users were dead. There was no air inside, so living things couldn't be put in. However, zombies could be put in because zombies didn't need oxygen to survive. They just needed to be isolated from sunlight to calm the zombies down. However, there was also a condition. Because of the special nature of zombies, as long as the zombies were put into the space would shrink. Therefore, the higher the level of the zombie, the smaller the space would be until it couldn't accommodate the zombie's entire body. Therefore, to take in a rank 2 king that had reached rank 7, they could only find a rank 7 or rank 8 ability user. However, it seemed that there was no space ability user that had reached rank 6 or above. Therefore, what Lu Zhuofeng said was completely a joke. "I'll go take a look. This is a rare opportunity. What if the zombies are killed by the Chinese base again?" Lan Lu stood up and walked towards the doors. When everyone saw the situation, they definitely didn't want to stay here anymore. It was more important to watch the show. "Who is this? Forget about stealing the zombies. Why don't you look after them? I can't believe he managed to escape." Bao Qingji, the leader of the Meng tribe's base, who had been silent all this while, said as he walked out. Wu Chongyue was the last to leave with a smile on his face. When everyone's attention was on the door, he scanned the conference room before walking out. Lin Qiao, who was standing by the door, noticed Wu Chengyue's gaze and felt a little strange. Was this person suspecting something? On the other side, Black Panther had already rushed into the farm from the residential area. He was very fast and disappeared in a flash, leaving only a black afterimage. "Over there." It ran into the farm. Wei Haichao, one of the Chinese board members, rushed over in time and quickly chased after the Black Panther zombie into the farm. He was a rank 7 natural wood metahuman. His perception was much stronger than ordinary metahumans, so he was able to accurately chase after the direction of the zombie. China's farm was very big, covering an area of more than 1,000 mu. Inside, there were large areas of crops, fruits and vegetables. At a glance, if it wasn't a vibrant vegetable seedling, it was a variety of grains, and there were also various fruit trees on the hill in the distance. Wei Haichao was the first to rush over. To him, there were plants everywhere. It just so happened that he was a wood elemental, so his ability could be doubled. A large number of troops followed behind, and under Wei Haichao's guidance, they quickly outflanked Black Panther. The car sped on the dirt road in the farm, raising a cloud of dust. But soon they couldn't drive in, so they could only get off the car and chase. Because the zombie had gone up the hill in the orchard, the car couldn't pass through. But even so, they couldn't catch up to the zombie even after chasing for a long time. Wei Haichao was a little closer, but only a little closer, because the zombie was an animal elemental, and he was a plant elemental. Their speed was completely incomparable. But fortunately, he was a plant elemental. Although his speed couldn't catch up, he wouldn't lose track of it. He could only follow the clues while waiting for reinforcements. A black figure flashed in the orchard, then stopped on a tree. He looked back, and although he couldn't see anything, his aura was closely following. When Lin Kuei turned into a zombie, he naturally remembered everything. He didn't turn into a zombie on the day of the apocalypse. He was bitten by a leopard that turned into a zombie in the zoo. When he woke up, he found that his whole body had changed. Furry claws, sharp beast-like nails. The scene in his eyes had lost its color, and he could only see black, gray and white, just like the black and white TV in the past. He remembered being bitten by a zombie leopard, but why wasn't he eaten? Lin Kuei immediately looked down to check his body, and found that there were no wounds, except for a big scratch on his face. But soon he found the corpse of the zombie leopard next to him. He checked and found that there was a bullet hole in the head of the zombie leopard. Obviously, it was shot to death. Maybe the other person happened to pass by when the zombie leopard was about to eat him. Lin Kuei didn't know who the person who killed the leopard was, but inadvertently saved his body. So he dug the bullet out of the leopard's head. Later, Lin Kuei lived a life where everything was like eating mud. The only thing that made him hungry was the smell of living people. As long as he smelled the smell of living people, he would only think of eating, 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 eating. Every time that happened, his consciousness would become blurred. He struggled to control his appetite, and because he was afraid that he would lose his mind and start attacking people, he would stay far away from humans when he met them. Until one day, he met a zombie that wanted to attack him. Although he didn't know why the zombie wanted to attack him, after a fight, he accidentally smashed the zombie's head with his claws. Then he saw the first zombie core. There was an attractive energy coming from the zombie core. Although it didn't feel like the temptation of smelling human flesh, it made him feel an instinctive attraction. So he used his clothes to wipe the zombie core several times before he reluctantly swallowed it. Chapter 627. Later, Lin Kuei began to use all kinds of methods to hunt zombies and get the zombie nucleus, and then he slowly began to upgrade. But he didn't know why. As long as he entered the fighting state, his whole body would be covered with hair. Although his attack power would also increase a lot at this time. Swinging his tail, Lin Kuei turned around and jumped into the depths of the forest again. He was a leopard, and the forest was also his territory. That strange female zombie let him inquire about the information about him. So he went to the vicinity of the research building and secretly eavesdropped on the conversations and discussions of the people around. Then he found that the outer area and the inner area of the base were blocked, and all of them were guarded by soldiers with rifles. There were a large number of paranormals searching for something with squads around. Anyway, the atmosphere of the whole base was very tense. Lin Kuei couldn't help but believe what that female zombie said. These people were really looking for him. But he hadn't verified the antidote, so he couldn't fully believe what that female zombie said. As a result, when he found the opportunity to eavesdrop on the words of those researchers, it was true that such a batch of antidote for zombies had been made. However, before he touched where the antidote was stored, he was found. Of course, ordinary bullets and paranormal abilities didn't work on him. He rarely took the initiative to hurt people, but this time, he didn't let these people attack him. At this time, Lin Kuei's 2 hands were dripping with blood, and his eyes were flashing with cold light. There was a sharp and imposing manner in his eyes, and his whole body was full of killing intent. After feeling that there were so many people chasing him, Lin Kuei began to restrain his breath, and then began to go back to the side. When he deliberately hid his position, even if it was a wood paranormal, he wouldn't be able to sense the information so quickly. Although all the entrances of the Huaxia city were blocked, it couldn't stop the zombies from climbing the wall. So this level, 2 zombie could smoothly get out of the inner area and rushed into the farm base. Wei Haichao suddenly stopped at this time. He frowned and looked around, then put his hand on a tree to sense for a few seconds, and then quickly continued to chase Lin Kuei. From the beginning, the zombie's aura became non-existent. The further he went, the lighter the breath became. This caused Wei Haichao to frown. He had a bad feeling about this. He turned around and glanced behind him. No one was chasing after him. Wei Haichao was the only one chasing after it. Although he knew that the blockade of the base was just for the people from other bases to see, but seeing that this zombie that had already obtained freedom had no effect at all, Wei Haichao couldn't help but curse those guys for being useless. And why was Xikong Chen so slow? He didn't want to face the zombie head-on. That was a second-grade king. Even if his strength hadn't recovered to its peak, he still wouldn't dare to rush forward. It would be better to wait for Xikong Chen to arrive first. However, it was Xikong Chen who sent people to move this zombie. How did this zombie really come out? Could it be that Xikong Chen did it on purpose? Why? In this way, wouldn't it be impossible to frame other bases? Moreover, this step had not been approved by the committee. They actually dared to let this zombie out. Weren't they afraid that it would run away? In any case, he didn't care anymore. He had already sent someone to inform Xikong Chen to come and arrest him. As long as he didn't follow it, it would be fine. It wasn't his responsibility if he didn't catch it. Just when Wei Haichao was thinking of continuing to follow the zombie from afar, and waiting for Sikong Chen to come and arrest him, a black shadow flashed behind him. Wei Haichao suddenly turned around and looked behind him as if he had sensed something. There was nothing. He looked around vigilantly. His eyes swept left and right. Suddenly, he bent down and rolled to the side. He saw a black shadow pouncing down from above. Then, it flashed and rushed towards him. Wei Haichao didn't even have time to get up. He saw that the sharp light had already flashed in front of him. He felt a chill in his heart. He quickly crossed his hands in front of his head to protect himself. At the same time, his hands instantly turned the color of rough tree bark. It was obviously the effect of using his ability. Puff dash, the sharp claws scratched his withered tree-like arms. Then, a leg swept over. Wei Haichao couldn't dodge in time. He was directly hit in the waist. Then, his whole body flew out. Bang dash, he hit the fruit tree next to him. But he didn't suffer any injuries. Instead, he reacted quickly and rolled to the side with the force of the kick. Then, he spread his hands as if he was grabbing something on both sides. Then, he waved at the black panther that was pouncing over. Following his movements, the trees on both sides suddenly fell down and grew back rapidly. Puff dash, the black panther rushed into the dense leaves. After it used a few claws to cut the lush branches and leaves in front of it, Wei Haichao's figure was already gone. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed. He sniffed and immediately flashed in a direction. Both were level 7. Humans were originally not zombies' opponents. Coupled with the attributes of plants and animals, Wei Haichao clearly knew that he couldn't beat that zombie. But the zombie didn't run away. Instead, it came back to attack him. This saved him the effort of chasing it. Mixing his breath with the trees next to him, Wei Haichao peeked out from behind the tree and stared at the giant panther that was flashing over. Lin Kuei stopped after rushing over, his eyes scanning the surroundings sharply. He knew that the person just now was of the wood element. It just so happened that the person was hiding in the forest with the breath of the surrounding trees. After his attack didn't succeed, he looked around. Then, he suddenly turned around and quickly stepped on a tree next to him. Then, he dashed into the depths of the forest. If he spent some time, he could find out where the person was. But he didn't want to do so because another breath that was stronger than him was coming from afar. Lin Kuei felt that it was better to hide. On the other side, Sikong Chen dashed into the farm at a low altitude and chased after the direction. Wei Haichao quickly appeared and met him. "Where's Makui?" Sikong Chen flashed and landed next to him. "He ran that way. He didn't go far." Wei Haichao immediately said to Lin Kuei. Sikong Chen immediately leaped and dashed in the direction he pointed. Wei Haichao let out a sigh of relief. Then, he saw a large number of soldiers rushing over with guns. The leader was the deputy leader, Li Yuelong, who was also Wei Haichao's direct subordinate. "Director Wei, how is it? Where's Makui?" Li Yuelong ran over and asked. "Over there." Wei Haichao pointed with his chin and continued to chase. "Follow him. Follow him, follow him." Li Yuelong immediately turned around and waved at the troops behind him. Chapter 628. Lin Qiao chased after Sikong Chen. Since Sikong Chen was not a wind elemental, his speed was not much faster than Lin Qiao. When he reached Wei Haichao, Lin Qiao had already reached Lin Kuei. "Don't move." As Lin Kuei leaped forward, a familiar voice rang in his ears. He knew this voice. It was the female zombie that he had separated with not long ago. Just when he stopped moving, a hand grabbed his shoulder and pulled him slightly. Then in a blink of an eye, they were in another place. The moment Lin Qiao disappeared with Lin Kuei, Sikong Chen and Wei Haichao, who were on the other side, suddenly stopped moving. "Ha! Strange." After Wei Haichao stopped, he stared in front of him with a bewildered expression. Then, he lowered his eyelids to sense the surroundings. He confirmed that the zombie's aura had indeed disappeared without a trace. "What's wrong?" Li Yuelong raised his hand and made a pause gesture to the troops behind him. He then landed next to Wei Haichao and asked. It disappeared. Wei Haichao opened his eyes and murmured, "How could it suddenly disappear? Does Makui have some other hidden skills?" Suddenly, Wei Haichao thought about it and suddenly thought of space. The space could indeed isolate all auras. If the zombie didn't have its own space, then it must have met a psychic who had space. However, he didn't feel anyone approaching Makui. He only sensed that it suddenly disappeared. Impossible, if it has its own space. Why didn't it use it before? If it entered its own space, then we humans can't do anything to it. Wouldn't it be able to escape? Wei Haichao frowned and said. At this time, a figure flashed. Sikong Chen came back and asked with a serious expression, "What happened? Did you sense where it went?" Wei Haichao looked up at him and then shook his head. "I can't sense it anymore. It seems like it suddenly disappeared." Impossible. It must be hiding somewhere. Send more people and search a large area. Sikong Chen frowned and then said to Li Welong. Yes. Li Welong responded immediately, then turned around and passed the order to a squad leader behind him. Meanwhile, the leaders of the other bases had gathered outside the farm to watch the show. Sai, look at this plantation. It's at least 1,000 mu. It looks like the output is pretty good. Huaxia is indeed generous. It's not easy to support 2 million people. Lu Zhuofeng looked at the endless stretch of greenery in front of him and smiled as he said something that everyone knew. You don't have to be envious, Chief Lu. Just find more water, earth, natural, or special purification talents, and you can definitely create such a large-scale plantation. Wu Chengyue, who was smiling at the side, responded indifferently. Today, I finally get to see China's famous plant farm. It's really full of life. Black Dragon's base's Gao Haoyun looked at the plantation in front of him, his eyes filled with hunger and envy. The Black Dragon's base was in the northeast, and the weather there was not good to begin with. After the apocalypse, the soil quality had changed, and it was even harder to grow crops in this area. Therefore, the plantation industry in his base had always been poor. The survival rate of the plants was very low, and even if they survived and grew, the yield was a problem. Another reason was that there were very few talents. Those who had some ability had already left the northeast to join China's base. Hey, they stopped. At this time, Wu Qingyue's smile suddenly deepened. Everyone was slightly startled, and immediately realized that he was talking about Sikong Chen. Then they sensed that Sikong Chen had indeed stopped for a while. After that, the target seemed to be unclear, and it seemed to be hesitating. What's going on? That zombie's aura. Because they were far away, the people here could not sense Lin Kuei's aura clearly. Now, it felt like it had disappeared, but it also felt like it was not there. It disappeared. Lu Zhuofeng sensed the aura in the wind, and he could not sense the zombie within a range of 5 kilometers in front of Sikong Chen. He had sensed it just now. Oh, it disappeared under Sikong Chen's eyes. This time, Sikong Chen must be furious. Lon Lu laughed at this time. That's for sure. If it were me, I would definitely be furious too. Ha ha ha. Lu Zhuofeng laughed gloatingly. But it's very strange. How could that zombie disappear by itself? Why don't we go and see the situation? It's too far away. Lu Zhuofeng's eyes flashed at this time and said, Leader Lu, if you want to go, please go ahead. I'm not that interested. Anyway, everyone is here, and no one has left. In this way, Sikong Chen has no reason to say which of us went to kill the zombie. Could it be that the zombie is hiding the space attribute? Wu Chengyue glanced at Lu Zhuofeng with a smile, and then turned his head to look at the direction of Sikong Chen. Leader Wu, this possibility is quite high. Maybe when it was imprisoned, it found a chance to hide in the space, and then when everyone thought that it was stolen, it quietly appeared and escaped. It seems that this zombie's IQ is not low. At this time, Lon Lu thought for a while, and analyzed with a serious face. What he said was very reasonable. If the zombie had spatial abilities, then after the effects of the anesthetic or tranquilizer wore off, it was very possible that it would suddenly hide in the space. It was also possible that some people from the base sent people to secretly take the zombie out. But halfway through, the zombie woke up and successfully counterattacked, and then escaped by itself, resulting in the current situation. Of course, Lon Lu would not say that the zombie was brought out by some base people. After all, he had no evidence. Of course, he had to change his analysis to not offend people. Wu Qingyue's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly, agreeing with Lan Lu's words and said, I think Leader Qing Shan is right. Maybe the zombie escaped by itself. In the end, Xikong Chen had to find us to take the blame. This is too shameless. Oh hey, this is what you said. It's not what I said. Wu Qingyue, you're the only one who dares to say that Xikong Chen is shameless. Lan Lu immediately laughed and teased him. Did I say something wrong? And Wu Qingyue raised his eyebrows carelessly, and the smile on his face did not change. Cough, although you're not wrong. But if I were Xikong Chen, I would definitely be unhappy after hearing it. At this time, Li Zhengye suddenly interrupted. But when he threatened us before, we were also unhappy. Then why should we make him happy now? Wu Qingyue still laughed and said, moreover, he is not here anyway. Chapter 629. After bringing Lin Kuei into the small building in the space, Lin Qiao sat on the sofa and said to him, how is it? I didn't lie to you. You also sense that other than China's leader and other directors, there are also other important figures from the major bases. They are all here for the antidote. Then she pointed to Lin Kuei's original seat and asked him to sit down. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed, but he still walked over and sat down. He looked at the writing board on the table in front of him. How is it? Can you agree to my conditions? Although as long as you are not caught by them, you will not be made into an antidote, but I can't guarantee that you will be able to hide forever. What if one day you suddenly have a brain cramp and suddenly run out, and accidentally get caught again? Then wouldn't we be in danger again? In another 10 or 20 years, you and I don't know what weapons humans will develop to deal with the zombie horde. Lin Qiao looked at him and said, I think from the current development of China's base, in the next 10 years, with their wisdom and technology, even if there is no antidote, they will develop other weapons to deal with the zombies. Eliminating the zombie horde is only a matter of time. She continued to talk to him about the biggest development and predictability in the future. Lin Kuei listened to her silently, and his eyes flickered with a faint light. Because he knew what she said was true. From the current development, the evolution of zombies was too slow, and it couldn't be compared to the speed of humans. Although the number of humans was increasing very slowly, and even if there was an increase in the population, in the next 10 years, the most people would be children, and they wouldn't have any fighting power. But weapons were one of the biggest inventions of humans, and this couldn't be ignored. Taking a step back, in fact, the most dangerous person is you. Because you have been discovered, your blood has a special effect, and you have become the prey. Lin Qiao looked at him and saw his eyes flashing, and then said. Lin Kuei looked at her, expressionless. In fact, there are many special zombies like us. Although there are not many who can maintain their sanity and humanity after becoming zombies, they are different. Although zombies that eat people deserve to die, but if zombies like you and I don't eat people and don't take the initiative to attack people, why should we be destroyed together? Therefore, the purpose of the base I built was to gather these zombies who still retain their humanity and protect them. They didn't deserve to die. Even if their bodies turned into zombies, as long as they retained their humanity and hearts, it was just a change of identity. Blah blah blah. Lin Qiao began to brainwash him. In the end, Lin Kuei felt that if he didn't join her base, he would definitely die. What do you think? Have you thought it through? Alright, I don't need you to agree to join me right now, but at least you have to follow me. Right, what's your name? Do you remember? After Lin Qiao finished talking, Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi, who were standing at the door, rolled their eyes speechlessly. It was only then that Lin Qiao suddenly remembered to ask for Lin Kuei's name. Lin Kuei resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Finally, he picked up the writing board on the table in front of him and wrote 2 words. Lin Kuei. Hello, Mr. Lin. My surname is Lu. I've told you before. The one on the left is my brother, Lu Tianyi. The one on the right is Xie Dong. Lin Qiao glanced at his name and greeted him with a smile. Then, she introduced the 2 at the door. Hearing Lin Qiao's introduction, Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi turned around. One was expressionless while the other was smiling. They nodded slightly at Lin Kuei. All right, I'm done with your business. I still have to get a few antidotes. I heard that the antidote needs to be burned to be effective, and it seems that it only works on normal zombies. I don't know if it works on high-level zombies? Lin Qiao stood up after saying this, and was ready to leave. Then she suddenly thought of something and looked back at Lin Kuei and said, "All right, find a room for you to rest. But if you want to walk, you can go outside." Then she turned her head and shouted at Lu Tianyi. "Lu Tianyi, come in. Bring him to an empty room." With that, she disappeared in a flash. Lu Tianyi walked in with a strange expression on his face. In the past, when he heard Lu Tianyi call him, it was either cold or sarcastic. Now that he was called so normally, he felt a little uncomfortable. But he still walked to the stairs, and made a gesture to Lin Kuei to invite him up. Lin Kuei knew that he would be staying here for a while, so he stood up and followed. Lu Tianyi took him up to the second floor, found an empty room for him, and went downstairs again. After a while, he came up with a set of clothes and put it on the chair in the room. Then, he turned around and left. Lin Kuei walked to the clothes and saw a note on it. There was a sentence on it: "There is water in the bathroom, if you want to take a bath, please." There was only one bathroom and toilet on the second floor. When he came up, he observed and remembered where it was. He looked at his body. Except for a pair of pants, his upper body was basically bare. He didn't refuse. He picked up the clothes on the chair and went out to the bathroom. Sikong Chen, who was outside, put his senses at the last moment, but still didn't find any trace of the zombie. And Wei Haichao's senses still didn't find anything. Even Wei Haichao didn't find anything. They were in the forest. Could it be that the zombie hid in the space? Sikong Chen suddenly thought of something, but he quickly denied it. If the zombie had space before, why didn't it hide? Why did it hide at this time, when the important figures of the major bases were here? Impossible. If it had space, it would have disappeared long ago. It didn't have to wait until now. Could it be there was another space ability user? But to store a level 7 level 2 Beast King, the space ability must be at least level 7. From the information he knew about the level 7 ability users of the major bases, there was no space ability user at all. Or could it be this was a hidden trump card? He looked back at the direction where the leaders of the major bases were, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Those guys must be laughing at him over there. Sikong Chen didn't know that a figure was flashing past him, heading in the direction of the leaders of the bases. The people of the bases also didn't notice that Lin Qiao had just passed by them and flashed in a certain direction of the base. Not long after, Hou Guozhong, the deputy leader next to Sikong Chen, received a report that the last member of the team that was secretly moving the zombies had suddenly disappeared. Chapter 630. What? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? How could you let him run out by himself? Hou Guozhong said angrily to the person who came to report. No. He didn't run out by himself. He disappeared in the room by himself. There's no trace of him escaping. The person who came to report stuttered. What did you say? Hou Guozhong was slightly stunned. Then he frowned and asked, what happened? Tell me clearly. The guard at the door has never left, and there are no traces of the overnight door and windows in the room being opened. When I sent the food in, I saw him there. After waiting for half an hour, I didn't see him come out by himself, so I went in to take a look, and then I found out that he was gone. The captain who came to report had sweat on the tip of his nose as he explained the situation. How can there be no trace? Did he know how to burrow into the ground? Hurry up and search. Hou Guozhong didn't believe his words, so he shouted angrily and ordered everyone to search. In Lin Qiao's space, a man was tied up by the vine she left behind and thrown into the living room. Xie Dong and Lu Tianyi stood next to the sofa, curiously looking at the tied-up man. Who are you people? Suddenly being dragged into a strange place, the team member didn't panic. He just stared coldly at Lin Qiao and the other two people. Lin Qiao sat on the sofa, leaning against the back of the sofa with her hands crossed in front of her chest. She just quietly looked at him without saying a word. The team member moved his shoulders, and now the vine wrapped around his body was getting tighter and tighter. It seemed that he couldn't use his ability at this time, and he didn't know what this beautiful woman did to him. Knowing that the more he said, the more mistakes he would make, The team member also became silent when the other party didn't say anything. At this moment, someone lowered his head and quietly popped out from the doorway. A pair of black eyes without white curiously looked at the scene inside. The team member didn't notice anything strange at the door, but Lin Qiao and the other two people did. Seeing Lin Qiao's gaze move over, the head at the door immediately shrank back and disappeared at the side of the door. Daring to approach the door without her order, except for the IQ zombie who recently liked to eat insects for some reason, there was no one else who dared to be so bold. Lu Tianyi had a speechless expression. That guy was getting more and more daring. After Xie Dong took a glance, he looked away and didn't pay any attention to the strange situation at the door. Instead, he stared at the person who was caught by Lin Qiao. This person's ability was also at the 5th level, but it was suppressed in this space. However, he was wearing a military uniform. Obviously, he was a soldier. Lin Qiao stood up and said to Xie Dong, "Tie him to the chair and don't let him go out." With that, she turned around and left. Xie Dong immediately walked towards the team member on the ground. Seeing Lin Qiao suddenly disappear, the team member realized where he was. After Lin Qiao went out, he sensed that Xikong Chen was still guarding the cultivation area, searching for traces of Lin Kuei. The people from the other bases were still gathered at the edge of the plantation area. She immediately flashed in the direction of those people. After half an hour, seeing that Xikong Chen still hadn't found anything, the people from the base all said that they wouldn't continue to accompany him. Xikong Chen continued to search the cultivation base with an ugly expression, but after a few hours, he had no choice but to give up. Because he probably wouldn't find anything even if he continued to search, he could only go back with a pale face. Wu Chengyue and the others didn't directly return to their rooms, but drank tea in the hall downstairs. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, no one went back to their rooms alone at this time. Sigh, now that the most important material of the antidote ran away, can we still make this kind of antidote in the future? Lan Lu looked at everyone lazily at this time and said. Sitting opposite him, Wu Chengyue said, "In fact, it's better to develop a drug that can be immune to the zombie virus than to use this kind of antidote against zombies. This way, killing zombies will be more straightforward, don't you think so?" Immune to the zombie virus? Speaking of which, we don't even know where this virus came from? How can we develop an immune drug? Lu Zhuofeng said with slight disdain at this time. I think that what Leader Wu said is also feasible. If we can't target zombies, then it's not a bad idea to research on our own human body. As for where this virus came from, we've been researching it in the base, but we haven't been able to find the source. On the day of the apocalypse, the Earth's crust shook violently. Although it was only for a moment, it was like an earthquake. I don't know if anyone noticed this. Lan Lu suddenly said. Oh, I remember that. In September, I happened to be working overtime that day. I was working until 3 or 4 in the morning when I felt the ground shake. At that time, the air suddenly solidified, and I remember that I directly fainted at that time. By the time I woke up, it was already the next day. Li Zhengye's eyes lit up as he spoke. Everyone knows about this, but not many have personally experienced it. Everyone was asleep at the time, and even an earthquake wouldn't wake them up so easily. Besides, it was just a tremor, so of course not many people noticed it. But the solidification of the air caused most of the people who were asleep to faint. That's strange. Lan Lu nodded. Then, he said thoughtfully, I've studied the situation at the time. I guess that when the Earth's crust overturned, some kind of gas was suddenly released from the ground. Then when this gas met the air, it condensed. That's why the air felt like it was frozen. When the gas mixed with the air, it became the zombie virus. After saying that, he raised his eyes and emphasized, of course, this is just a guess of mine. After all, I haven't found any traces of the gas from 5 years ago. Based on what you've said, it does make sense. That's why the Earth flipped on its own, and a fart wiped us out. Wu Chengyue said with a grin. What bullshit are you talking about? I think it's because the Earth is about to level up, and that's why it got rid of us humans who only know how to destroy the environment. Let it have its way. Lu Zhuofeng laughed. I think Leader Wu's words are more likely. Maybe if we follow up on this topic, we'll find some clues. Bao Qingji of the Meng tribe suddenly spoke up. Lan Lu spread his hands. I've done my research, but I haven't made any progress. That's why I said it's just a guess. There's no proof. Chapter 631. Lin Qiao silently listened on the side, thinking about how she was sick and had a fever on the day of the apocalypse. When she woke up the next day, she felt that the air was strangely stifling, giving her a strange feeling, as if her breathing was not smooth. At the time, she thought that it was because of her illness. When she got up weakly to find a glass of water to drink, she suddenly heard a scream from downstairs. Lin Qiao realized that something was wrong, so she quickly put down the glass and walked to the window to look down. She saw some comrades running out of the dormitory, looking panicked. Then, she saw a strange person appear. At the time, the person was walking very unnaturally. He walked very slowly, step by step, and his head was also strangely tilted. Because of the distance, Lin Qiao couldn't see the person's eyes and expression. At that time, a soldier with disheveled clothes ran past him. The strange man suddenly turned around and pounced on the soldier. His movement was very fast. He immediately lowered his head and started biting the soldier. At that time, she was stunned, unable to understand what was going on in front of her. However, the second scream made her come back to her senses, and in the blink of an eye, she saw more strange people walking unnaturally. Lin Qiao still remembered the soldier's scream. She subconsciously reacted and rushed to her cabinet to take out a sniper rifle, quickly assembled it and placed it on the windowsill, then fired a shot at the head of the strange person who was still biting Ken's comrade. Because of her special identity, she had live ammunition. After being shot, the person stopped moving and fell to the ground. The person on top of him also stopped moving. Very soon, chaotic gunshots, alarms, and clamorous shouts began to spread throughout the entire Destiny district. Lin Qiao immediately threw her cold and fever to the back of her mind. She leaned on the windowsill and carefully observed the people walking unsteadily, walking very slowly. However, when they saw people running in panic, these strange people would pounce on them and bite them like starving beasts. As for those who were running in panic, once they were pounced on, they would definitely be covered in blood, and some of them would stop moving after their throats were bitten. Therefore, Lin Qiao was able to distinguish those who walked slowly and unsteadily. Those who came out later did not seem to be the first ones he saw. The ones who came out later were all covered in blood. Some of them had their heads smashed, but they could still attack with incomparable ferocity. Just as Lin Qiao was about to shoot the second one, the door behind her burst open. The other had blood all over his face, his eyes rolled back, and his mouth was full of blood. A man in a military t-shirt staggered in. Looking at this face, although he knew it, it was very unfamiliar at this moment. After the man knocked the door open, he paused for a moment. Then, like those strange people downstairs, he rushed in and threw himself at her. Lin Qiao flipped over, turned the gun in his hand, and fired a shot at the strange man. However, when the bullet hit his chest, it only stunned him for a moment. He turned around and pounced on her as if nothing had happened. Lin Qiao wanted to fire a shot, but it was too late. He could only subconsciously swing his gun and hit the man's head. Then, she rolled to the side of the bed, pulled out the gun, and fired a shot at the man's forehead. Only then did she stop the man from pouncing on her. Now that she thought about it, the whole world had changed overnight. Then, there were zombies that would pounce on anyone they saw, and those who were bitten would turn into zombies not long after. The apocalypse had come. But then again, what is the situation with that zombie? Wu Chengyue changed the topic and asked, after it ran away, do you think it will gather a zombie tide to attack the Huaxia base? Level 2 King is very intelligent, and of course it will be very vengeful. Haha, it seems that the people of the Huaxia base should be careful when they go out in the future. Lu Zhuofeng laughed at this time, but he did not refute Wu Chengyue's words. That's true. This zombie has been locked up for so long, and its blood has been constantly drawn. Obviously, it will not be friendly to the Huaxia base. Lon Lu held his chin and nodded. When it appeared in the morning, it also killed a lot of people. Thinking back to when they went out with Xikong Chen, the smell of blood was thick along the way. Speaking of this, Lin Qiao just remembered that she did not ask for Lin Kuei's opinion. Would that fellow feel indignant? After thinking about it, Lin Xiao flashed into the virtual space. Where is that guy? Seeing that there was only Xie Dong in the living room, Lin Xiao asked. Xie Dong raised his finger and pointed upstairs. Please help me call him down, Lin Xiao said to Xie Dong, then turned around and walked out of the door. Xie Dong turned around and went upstairs. Lin Xiao walked out of the door and saw Lu Tianyi squatting in the seedling field, as if he was pulling the grass. And the intelligent zombie was also squatting beside him, also pulling. Slap, however, as soon as he stretched out his hand, it was slapped back by Lu Tianyi. Because what he was pulling was not grass. It was someone else's seedling. Lu Tianyi could not speak, and he did not like to shout at him with a strange voice, so he used his eyes to stare. Roar. In the end, the intelligent zombie just bared its teeth at him, then ignored him, then turned around and continued to pull. Slap. Again. 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 The intelligent zombie was having a lot of fun, but Lin Xiao obviously felt that Lu Tianyi's anger was rising. These two were getting along quite well. Lin Xiao looked at the seedlings, they were almost fully grown. On the other side, Lu Tianyi had already started to dig the soil, ready to move the seedlings over. After he transplanted the seedlings, he would help him level up. This kid's state of mind had already stabilized, it was time to level up. Just as she was thinking, she heard footsteps coming down the stairs behind her. She immediately turned around and saw that Xie Donghe had already changed into a new set of clothes and came down with a head full of wet hair. Before leaving the Huaxia base, is there anything you want to do to the Huaxia base? She asked as she walked to the sofa. Lin Xiao was stunned. A cold light flashed in her eyes. What do you want to do? I can help you. But there is a condition, you can't attack people with zero combat power. Lin Xiao looked at him and said. Lin Xiao looked at her and nodded. He would not attack people casually. How could he help the weak? Besides, according to what she said, when he escaped into the Huaxia base, he had already killed many soldiers who chased him. But there were a few people that he really did not want to let go. But before he could follow the smell to find those people, he was intercepted by a large number of troops. But now that he heard what she said, his heart was moved. Chapter 632. If I were you, I wouldn't let those researchers go. Right. Lin Xiao seemed to be able to sense his thoughts and said with a smile. Lin Kuei had just sat down when he heard what she said. He looked at her in surprise and his eyes moved slightly. Seems like you do have that thought. I'll send you out when it gets dark. Lin Xiao was still smiling. Lin Kuei looked at her and didn't refute because that was exactly what he wanted. That night, Lin Xiao secretly let Lin Kuei out on the rooftop of a building. Lin Kuei took off his shirt and his shirtless body quickly changed. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a big black hair and disappeared in a flash on the rooftop in the dark. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao turned around and went to an apartment that she had been to before. Lang Xiantong was very uneasy that day. He was thinking about the mysterious woman and the escaping zombie in the base at the same time. When he heard that the zombie wasn't caught, he immediately felt a strong sense of danger. He knew that the zombie's intelligence was close to that of a human's, but a zombie's nature was to hold a grudge. He was afraid that the zombie would follow their scent and find them because they had spent a lot of time with the zombie. They locked it up, drew its blood, and used drugs. If it didn't hate them, who would it hate? It was a direct grafting of hatred. That was why Lang Xiantong was panicking. Don't worry, he won't find you. Suddenly, a voice rang in Lang Xuantong's quiet room. Lang Xiantong was startled and stood up from the sofa. Only then did he see clearly that a tall and graceful figure had appeared by the window without him noticing. It's you. After seeing that it was Lin Xiao, Lang Xiantong felt relieved. But soon, he thought of what Lin Xiao said and his eyes narrowed. Is he still in the base? Lin Xiao shrugged his shoulders and went to sit on his other sofa. She put her long legs on the coffee table, crossed her arms and leaned against the back of the sofa. Then, she looked up at him. Yes, that's right. Not only is he in the base, but your colleagues probably won't live to see tomorrow. I came here to wait for him. Lang Xiantong felt that the woman wasn't lying to him, but why did she come to help him? Could it be that she really wanted to recruit him to her base? He didn't take Chow Lin's request for him to go to her base to do research seriously, but he felt that this woman would appear again. But he didn't expect to hear the news that the zombie had been stolen when he arrived at the research institute this morning. He was shocked and immediately wondered if it was the woman who did it. "Oh, I didn't steal that zombie. It's all your Huaxia base is doing. I'm just leading the sheep along the way." Sensing Lang Xuantong's thoughts, Lin Qiao felt that she didn't want to take the blame. Although she really wanted to do that, now that she wasn't the one doing it, the nature of the matter was different. What do you mean? Lang Xiantong was stunned when he heard that. He looked at her blankly and asked. Sikong Chen wanted to move the zombie to a more secluded place to hide it. At the same time, he wanted to find a reason to raise the value of the first batch of antidotes. Therefore, he thought of a way to make someone else take the blame. That way, he could tell the people in all the bases that the most important material was missing, and that there wouldn't be a second batch of this batch of antidotes. On the other hand, it would make all the bases suspect each other because everyone who came this time was very interested in that zombie. They all knew it, they just didn't show it. Lin Qiao said calmly. She paused and continued. This Sikong Chen has always been someone who doesn't take any losses. Why would he release the small amount of antidotes this time? There must be some other conspiracy behind this. Lang Xiantong was stunned. He heard such an unexpected thing. Moreover, it didn't seem to be good for him to know too much about this. If that was the case, he really couldn't stay in this base anymore. Is what you said true? Why should I believe you? Lang Xiantong calmed himself down and kept telling himself that what this woman said was fake. Otherwise, if it was true, everyone who knew about this would probably be killed by the Huaxia base. Whether it's true or not, it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I've already told you the secret. If you don't believe me, then it's your own choice. But there's one thing you have to believe. Because that zombie will appear here soon. Lin Qiao sat on the sofa lazily and said. On the other side, a black shadow flashed in the night and quickly jumped to the roof. Then, it climbed down the balcony window and quickly reached the balcony of a house in the middle of the building. Lin Ran stood at the locked door of the balcony. Suddenly, her claw pierced through the wooden door with a pu sound. Her hand that had pierced through the door directly opened the lock. After pushing the door open, Lin Kuei walked in silently. Then he stood still in the dark room, because he heard a sound coming from the bedroom. The owner of the house was one of the researchers on the antidote. Just as he fell asleep, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the balcony. Thinking about the news that the zombies were stolen and the zombies were running around in the base in the morning, he immediately woke up. Then, he cautiously moved from the bedroom to the door, but he didn't immediately open it. It was quiet outside the house. There was no sound. After a few minutes, there was still no sound. The house owner thought he was hearing things, but he didn't dare to be careless. After a while, the owner of the house could not help but gently open the door. When he wanted to look outside, he saw that the living room was completely dark, and he could not see anything. He looked towards the balcony door. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed his throat through the small gap in the door. Ugh, ugh! The sudden shock and pain in his throat, coupled with the sudden feeling of suffocation, made the homeowner struggle violently. But before he could struggle, the hand in the darkness forcefully snapped. Kacha, with a slight muffled sound, one of the research members of the virus antidote team died from a broken neck, suffocation, and ruptured blood vessels. Then, in the darkness of the house, a black figure flashed from the balcony and disappeared again. On the other hand, Lang Xiantong was pacing around the house anxiously, occasionally glancing at the woman who was sitting on his sofa leisurely. In the end, he couldn't help but stop and look at her. When will it come? Lin Qiao knew he was asking when Lin Kuei would come here. She squinted her eyes and said, Your research team has a total of more than 10 people, plus the special guards who help you to control the zombies. There are more than 20 people, a total of 40 people. I think it will probably come here in 3 hours. Chapter 633. 3 hours later, just as Lang Xiantong was feeling more and more uneasy, a figure appeared on the balcony silently. "Look, he's here," Lin Qiao suddenly said. Lang Xiantong was startled by her sudden words. He immediately looked up at her and followed her gaze to the balcony. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. There was a black figure standing on the balcony, but it had 2 triangular ears on its head and a thick tail swaying behind it from time to time. What was even more terrifying was the pair of beastly eyes that shone coldly in the dark. "Don't be nervous." Lin Qiao retracted her legs, stood up and walked to the balcony door to open it. The figure on the balcony walked in immediately. It was covered in black fur and had a bloody smell. Its face was round and covered in fur. Its nose, mouth, and eyes all looked like a leopard. After the pair of ears came in, it tilted back slightly and stared at Lang Xiantong with its cold eyes. Lang Xiantong felt his body stiffen and his limbs were not listening to him. Even his breathing was a little stifled. After Lin Kuei came in, he stared at Lang Xiantong with murderous intent. However, he did not make a move because he knew that Lin Qiao definitely had her reasons for staying here. He felt that he might not be able to kill the person in front of him. "Aya, this person is useful to me. You can't kill him. Moreover, he was quite friendly to you in the research institute. If you want him to compensate you, you can keep an eye on him and do things for me in the future." At this moment, Lin Qiao walked over with a smile. She walked past Lin Kuei and blocked his murderous intent towards Lang Xiantong for a moment. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed before he retracted his gaze. After taking a glance at Lin Qiao, he retracted all the fur on his body. Then, he took off the clothes that were tied around his waist and put them on. When Lang Xiantong was locked on by Lin Kuei's murderous intent, his mind was about to explode. Now that Lin Qiao walked past him, he saw that the zombie magically retracted its lock on him. Not only that, it even retracted its attack form and put on its own clothes. Lang Xiantong, who was still in a state of shock, couldn't react when he saw the level 2 king-level zombie putting on its clothes in front of him. Ha! The zombie didn't seem to be attacking him. Why? Why was he wearing clothes? No, he seems to be listening to this woman. Wait, what's going on? From fear to confusion, Lang Xiantong, who suddenly realized something, didn't look too good. He fiercely turned his head to look at Lin Qiao, and then turned his head to look at the zombie that had turned back into a human after putting on its clothes. In the end, he looked at Lin Qiao in disbelief. After the woman's words, the zombie's state suddenly changed. What was going on? Why did a level 2 king zombie have to listen to a human? After Lin Kuei put on his clothes, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the window. He looked at the researcher's colorful expressions with great interest. However, Lin Qiao was right. He remembered the aura of the people in the research institute. It was because this person only watched him quietly every time. He did not speak, did not make a sound, and did not get too close to him. These actions were beneficial to Lin Kuei, who was treated as a lab rat. Moreover, he clearly felt that among the group of people, this person was not very interested in his research. When they forced him to kill and eat people, this human in front of him stayed far away. That was why he came to him last. However, after seeing Lin Qiao, he knew that he could not kill this person. However, when he heard Lin Qiao said that she wanted this person to work for her, he did not have much objection. "See, that's why I said that your experiment is very suitable to be done at my place." You should know that among zombies, not all zombies deserve to die. I know that you are very obsessed with your family. Even if you become a zombie, you are not willing to abandon them. That's why I welcome you to my base. At least I won't discriminate against you. Lin Qiao said to him with a smile. Why do you want to help me? Lang Xiantong looked at Lin Qiao with doubt and then looked at Lin Kuei, who was quietly leaning against the window. Because my base lacks a research talent. Qiao Lin replied with a smile. She said and turned to Lin Kuei. Okay, we should go. I think the base will be in chaos again when the sun rises. Then she waved at Lang Xiantong. Goodbye, I will give you one night to think about it tomorrow. I will visit again tomorrow. In the end, she and Lin Kuei walked out of the balcony and both of them disappeared in a flash. This woman was... Who was she? Lang Xiantong looked at the balcony with a blank face. The next day, The entire base was in chaos again. Because the research team of the antidote was killed in one night. Even the guards who worked with them were killed. As long as they were directly or indirectly related to the research on the zombie, they were all dead. The cause of death was either their hearts were pierced, half of their skulls were ripped off, or their necks were broken. When Lang Xiantong received the news, he felt terrible. How could he have forgotten that the entire research team had died, but he was the only one still alive? If that was the case, he would be in deep trouble. Although he might not be suspected as the murderer in the end, it was too suspicious. Therefore, before the soldiers found him, he hurriedly hid in his secret research lab. Bam! In the meeting room, Sikong Chen slammed the table with a pale face. He didn't curse out loud. As a leader, he knew that it was useless to curse now. There were more than 10 people in the research team. 4 such special scientific talents, everyone had someone protecting them in the dark. This was how the base valued and protected them. But even so, they were all killed, and there was no movement at all. Of course, this wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, it was no wonder that the people sent in the dock were not able to protect them. It was obvious that the murderer was too strong. Go and investigate. If you can't find anything, go and die. Hong Yijia, one of the directors, glared at his subordinate who came to report to the door and shouted. There were 7 directors around the meeting table and Sikong Chen who was sitting at the head of the table. Everyone's expression was dark and gloomy. A gloomy atmosphere filled the entire meeting room. Even the deputy leaders who stood behind the leader and the directors were silent. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly. Although Hong Yijia's shout was directed at the team leader at the door, the order was given to the deputy leader. Yes. The deputy leader, Su Hua, who was in charge of the city's security, immediately responded. Then, he hurriedly left the meeting room and brought people to investigate the scene. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.